Okay, guys, we are getting the stream open. Give me a second. Have everything ready to go in just a second. I think the TikTok stream is open. I think the YouTube stream is going. I'm pretty sure the Instagram stream is growing. Stitch is going. Everything should be going now. Welcome in. All right, guys. I think everything's good to go. I think everything is up and running. So let's get the party started. I'm going to open up the guest box real quick on YouTube. All right. The YouTube guest box is open. And then we're going to do a check our guest box on TikTok. Go. Guest box on TikTok is open. Very good. Yeah. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. Merry Dougmas as well for those who worship Doug. And hold on one second. There we go. And happy Festivus for the rest of us, guys. So happy to have you here. We're going to be doing a Christmas stream here tonight. So this should be... Oh, happy Kwanzaa, of course, Agnostic. Absolutely. Happy Kwanzaa. I was always... I shouldn't be jealous growing up. Thank you, Soren, for the hat. I should not have been jealous growing up, but I was a little jealous that, you know, Christmas was one day of the year, and some people get to celebrate 8 crazy nights, which I thought was way better than one. But good to see you in the house, Dexter. Right on time as usual. Big W, Dex. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that. And I'm sure all the people who receive memberships appreciate that as well. So big W, Dexter. I really appreciate you being here and watching and supporting the stream. And looks like we're starting to get people pouring into the stream now. We should have some guests loading up into the guest queue. So that should be exciting. I was a little disappointed this year because I didn't have enough time to make any good Christmas fudge. That might be the best dessert of the holidays. Thank you, Dugald, for all the hats. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's right, Eddie. Clapping or tapping is clapping. Tap that screen if you like the stream and you want to boost it into the algorithm. While we're waiting for the guest queue to populate, for those who may or may not be new here, we do have a Discord. If you follow the link tree in my profile, you can find our Discord and you can connect with us. Myself and other deconstruction community creators, you can connect with us on the Discord, and you can actually participate in group discussions and DM and things like that. Welcome in, Drake.
Hello.
How you doing, Drake?
Good, and you?
Good, thank you for asking. Drake, are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Awesome. And are you a believer?
Mm-hmm.
And you believe in Jesus?
Yeah.
Great. Do you believe that Jesus fulfilled Messianic prophecies?
Yeah.
Cool. Which ones do you think he fulfilled?
Being born of a virgin.
Sure. Where can I find that one?
The Gentiles worshiping him. Huh?
Where can I find that prophecy?
I think it's in Isaiah 7.
Sure. Okay. You want to read Isaiah 7 with me?
Sure.
Sure. I'll put it on the screen. You don't have to open your Bible. I mean, you're welcome to, but it's going to be on the screen. Okay, so in Isaiah chapter 7, do you know what's happening? Like at the time period, do you know the context?
Sort of ish, yeah.
Sort of ish. What's happening?
You have to refresh me.
Yeah, so there's a war going on, right? So King Ahaz of Judah is under attack by 2 other kings. He's under attack by King Pekah and King Rezin. There's an alliance between the Arameans and the northern Israelites, and they're trying to take Judah and defeat them, and they want to replace the king. They actually want to take the king off the throne and replace that king with somebody who's going to be more favorable to the northern alliance. So that's the context of chapter 7, right?
Okay.
So it says, and you don't have to take my word for it. We can just read it in the first two verses. In the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah son of Remaliah of Israel went up to attack Jerusalem, but could not conquer it. And when the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook, as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. So, pretty simple context here. God sends the prophet Isaiah twice to give a prophecy to King Ahaz because he wants Ahaz to stand firm while his kingdom is under attack. That's why at the end of the very first prophecy, he says, if you do not stand firm in your faith, you will not stand at all. So that's the key here. So he sends the prophet again a second time, and he says, again the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before, whose two kings you are in dread, will be deserted. So the context is pretty simple. There's a prophecy to King Ahaz, and King Ahaz knows about a child who's about to be born. Before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking him, their kingdoms are going to be laid waste. But there's nothing here about a Messiah being born to a virgin.
I'm pretty sure that did happen, but it's also like a double fulfillment prophecy, and Jesus Christ fulfilled it in a spiritual way.
So, how do you know if something ever got spiritually fulfilled? What does that even mean?
Because he said he will be born of a virgin, and we see that in the Gospels.
But there's no
When
prophecy in the Old Testament about being born of a virgin.
I mean, it's right there in Isaiah.
We just read it. Didn't say anything about a Messiah being born to a virgin. It says, look, the young woman is already pregnant, right? The young woman is with child and shall bear a son. So the woman's already pregnant. She's living during the reign of King Ahaz. The prophecy was to King Ahaz. It was assigned specifically for him and for his people. And it came true in chapter 8, the very next chapter, which means Jesus didn't have anything to do with this.
No, he did. It's a double fulfillment prophecy.
What's a
A
double
lot of stuff
fulfillment
happened.
prophecy?
It just something
So
would.
what part of this prophecy is dual fulfillment and which part's not?
It means more of like in a spiritual way, because we see that in the Gospel of Matthew, it was fulfilled.
Was Jesus
That
born of a spiritual virgin or an actual virgin?
of an actual virgin.
Okay, so it's not
And he,
about a spiritual fulfillment, is it? It's just about a reinterpretation.
no, because there's a spiritual meaning behind it. Throughout the whole Old Testament, there's spiritual meanings.
I don't agree with that. I don't believe in secret spiritual meanings to the prophecies. I think that would be every spiritual meaning you could apply to the text is dubious at best, because now you're suggesting that there's a hidden secret message in the text and you know what it is. So you want to ignore the plain reading of the text, what it actually means, and supply a new reading of the text that lines up with what you believe rather than what's actually being said.
No, because it said what was going to happen, a physical. It said what's going to happen, but there's also spiritual meanings behind it.
How do you know what the spiritual meaning is?
Because there's tons of examples, like Moses. He said there will be another prophet who raises after me and will be greater than I. And it was Joshua who raised after him.
Yeah, it was Joshua. I agree.
Yeah, but it was like a spiritual meaning to Jesus.
I don't think so. How do you know what passages have spiritual meanings and which ones don't?
Mainly all of them kind of do. They all lead to Christ. All the Psalms are about David.
That's definitely not true. I'm going to read you a passage. You let me know what the spiritual meaning is, okay? This is Deuteronomy 20. When you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you as forced labor. What's the spiritual meaning for that passage?
I don't know.
Well, you're telling me the Bible has spiritual meanings, and you know what the spiritual meanings are. So I want to know what the spiritual
I don't
meaning
know
of that
every
is.
single one of them, but there's a lot of them.
Oh, so the ones that you like have spiritual meanings, like
No, the ones that I know of.
the ones that fit your preconceived notion of your faith. Those are the ones that have spiritual meanings.
No, there's a lot of them.
When it says,
They're everywhere.
as for the towns of these people that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, you must not let anything that breathes remain alive. What's the spiritual meaning there?
I don't know.
Okay, so you're just
I'm not very well informed.
you're just picking and choosing passages to claim that they have secondary spiritual meanings because you don't like what the original meaning says. I can do that with the Quran. I can go through the Quran, I can ignore all of the original context, and I can just give it a new spiritual meaning and claim that I've fulfilled the spiritual meaning of it because it's completely subjective.
So what do you do when Moses said that there will be a greater prophet than I? And then the next one was Joshua. It was a spiritual meaning in Jesus.
Yeah, it was Joshua. I agree.
Joshua
was the fulfillment of Deuteronomy 18.
And Joshua represents Jesus.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, he doesn't.
It's actually I don't know where the name Joshua came from, but it's actually Jesus.
Well, it's close enough. So the name Jesus is the Greco version of Yeshua, and Yeshua is the shortened version of Joshua, which is Yehoshua in Hebrew. So Yehoshua and Yeshua are essentially the same name, but different ways to say it. It's the shortened version, but that's meaningless to me. The prophet who came after Moses was clearly Joshua. He was instated by God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there's no need to go to a secondary meaning, which is what I keep saying. You just keep saying that these you don't like what the original meanings are, and you're going to now apply a secondary meaning to all these verses. Can you show me something that Jesus fulfilled in the actual primary meaning of the text and not a subjective secondary meaning that you made up?
Of Joshua?
No, any actual prophecy that Jesus fulfilled the actual primary prediction.
I think Isaiah talks about the new covenant, and there will be no more Sabbaths and no more new moons. We will establish a new covenant.
I think you're speaking of Jeremiah.
Oh, is that Jeremiah?
Yeah, what chapter you want to go to on that one?
I don't know the chapters and verses, but I'm assuming that you do so.
Yeah, I do. And it's you misquoted it. You were wrong on that. And what it actually says is the exact opposite of what you think it says. It quite literally says that they're going to follow the laws of Moses and that the Levites are going to continue to give sacrifices when the Messiah comes. That's Jeremiah 23 and Jeremiah 33. It says the days are surely coming.
Yeah, the Levites are I think the Levites represents the fathers of the church, the bishops.
No, the Levites aren't representative. They're actual people. The Levites are specific people in the Old Testament. So it says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. Did that happen when the Messiah came?
His church is Israel.
We'll try this again.
He calls his church Israel.
Did he rescue Israel?
Paul calls the church Israel.
Did he rescue Israel and Judah when he came?
His church, yeah. The Gentiles worshipped him.
We'll try this again. The Gentiles are not Israel or Judah. It says quite literally that he's going to, in those days, save Israel and Jerusalem, Judea and Jerusalem, and they will live in safety. Did they live in safety when he came?
Many Jews did worship Jesus, but
we'll try this again.
Meaning.
Did they live in safety when Jesus came? It's a yes or no question.
Did they live in safety?
Yeah.
Again, there's a spiritual meaning behind that. And plus the Levites.
It's a yes or no question.
The Levites.
It's a yes or
No,
no
you can't do
question.
that. 'Cause it's
Yes,
just
I
really
I
for
can
me.
do that. It's a yes or no question. The prophecy says that they will live in safety. Did that happen?
Again, it's more of a spiritual meaning
It's
because
not a spiritual
he
meaning.
said,
It's about bringing them back to their homeland. You're lying on the book. Just go back 2 more verses. In this place that is a waste, without human or animals, in all of its towns there shall be again pasture for shepherds resting their flocks. In the town of the
"Yep,
hill
that's
country of the
church."
Shephelah in the Negev, in the land of Benjamin, the places around Jerusalem and the towns of Judah, flocks shall again pass under the hands of the ones who count them, says the Lord. This is a physical restoration. This is not some spiritual woo-woo stuff that you just get to dream up new interpretations for. So I'll ask you again.
Yes,
Did the
Paul says a letter.
did
Paul
the
says a letter of the law kills.
did the people
Paul says
did the people live in safety?
his church, yeah, they have a
We'll try
new
this
place.
again.
The kingdom of
Did
heaven.
the people of Judah live in safety?
Yeah, that's his church.
We'll try this
What
again.
don't you understand about that?
What happened to the people of Judah in 70 AD?
They got destroyed.
They got destroyed. Okay, so they didn't live in safety.
Again, his
See
church,
how
he
see how
did
your
not have the
position
grace.
you see how your position requires you to make stuff up rather than sticking to what the book actually says? So the people did not live in safety. They were not brought back to their homeland. They didn't have their hands over the flocks and live gently in the Shephelah anymore. And then it also says, thus saith the Lord,
So why
David
does
shall
Paul?
never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel. How come there's no longer a king in Israel?
It's Jesus Christ. He's from the
That's
lineage of
adorable that
David.
you think that, but he's not there right now.
I mean, he's going to come and rule again.
But he's
But
not
remember
there.
what Paul
He
said.
not
But what
one
did
day
Paul
did he
say?
ever sit on the throne.
But what did Apostle Paul say? Those who are Jews are not a Jew.
Don't give a damn what Paul said. Show me one passage where Jesus ever sat on the throne in Israel.
Again, Israel is his church.
Show me
He's the
one
king.
passage where he sat on the throne in Israel, in the house of Israel.
Why are these other prophecies filled of
Drake,
Gentiles worshiping
I
him?
need you to focus. You got to tighten your shit up. My question was, can you show me a single passage where he ever reigned as king over his people? They want so hard to pivot every time. As long as I ignore exactly what the verse says, I can run away from it.
Um, I mean, I seriously don't. It's like Paul says, "A letter of the law kills."
I don't care. I don't care what Paul says. I have no reason to care what Paul says. I'm asking you what part of this passage actually came true. Because the passage says that there will never be a man lacking on the throne of David in the house of Israel. And it says, the Levitical priest shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. But that didn't happen either. In fact, that directly contradicts the New Testament teachings about the sacrifices.
No, because we have the other sacrifice, Jesus Christ.
No, we don't.
Taking that communion, yeah.
We'll try this
He's a
again.
once and for all sacrifice.
I'll just read it for you again for the second time. The Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. What is a grain offering?
I don't know.
It's an offering of grain on the altar in the temple. What is a burnt offering?
Burnt offering. I mean, it's like a animal offering.
That's right. You take an animal, you spill its blood, you pour its blood all over the altar and sometimes all over the people, and then you quite literally burn it up whole. It's a burnt offering. There's no metaphor here. God is saying that when the Messiah comes, there's always going to be a king on the throne, and there will always be Levites giving offerings and sacrifices.
And that's the high priest today.
And
who are
none
the
of that
bishops and
happened.
presbyteries.
It's not. You're just
They
saying
offer
you're just saying you
Christ
don't
like
like what it
he
actually
is
says in the
Eucharist.
original text, and you're going to
No.
make up metaphorical interpretations
No.
for it.
How do you know
I
your
don't.
interpretation is
I
correct?
do not
How do
care
you know?
about your secondary metaphorical interpretations. All you're doing is saying the words don't mean what the words mean. Do you
No,
see?
how do you know
Do
your
you see how
interpretation is
silly your
correct?
interpretation is? Your interpretation relies on the fact of taking every word and reinterpreting it to mean something than it actually means.
No, how do you know your interpretation is correct?
It's not an interpretation. I'm reading it word for word. I'm saying it means exactly what it says. You're the one saying that it means something other than what it says. When I read Levite, the Levitical priests, I know exactly what a Levitical priest is. The Bible tells
Yeah,
you
and
what a
that's
Levitical priest is. You're the one
yeah.
telling me that no, Levitical priest doesn't actually mean Levitical priest. It means something completely different. Oh, burnt
No,
offerings?
it's
Burnt
priest,
offerings don't
Levitical.
actually mean a burnt offering. They mean something completely different. You're the one here going to every single word and saying, no, these words don't mean what they actually mean. You're the one interpreting it, not me. Do you see how weak your position is? Your position relies on convincing people that you can change the meaning of all the words. And we have to believe that the new meanings of these words are what was actually intended by the hidden meaning of the author. It's a bullshit hermeneutic. You wouldn't accept it for any other holy book. You only accept it for this book because it's part of your religion and you're too afraid to let go of it.
No, I'm not.
So you can't find me a single prophecy that Jesus actually fulfilled, and every messianic prophecy that I pull up is the exact opposite of what Jesus did.
I mean, the biggest prophecy is the Gentiles worshiping him. Why are these Gentiles worshiping him? This
They
random
don't.
Jewish guy from.
They don't. The prophecies are that the Gentiles are going to come to know Yahweh through the restoration of Israel, not through a dying sky carcass in the clouds.
No, because I think what
Yeah.
was it? What book was it?
Isaiah says it
Um,
about 5 different times.
no, there was a book of Solomon. He says once the Messiah would come, they would crucify him.
That's not in the
I
Bible at
forgot what
all.
book it was.
Not even close.
Oh yeah, it is.
Not even
It's in the
close.
Septuagint.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's in the Septuagint.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
How do you know that?
Because I've read it.
You've read the Septuagint.
Yep.
It's in the Septuagint.
No, it's
It's in
not.
the book.
No, it's not.
All right, dude.
Anything else?
I guess that's it.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up. That's the best they got. That's all they have to work with, guys, is these words don't mean what the words mean. That's the only hermeneutic they have in their tool bag to employ. They can't actually read the text and say that the text means what it says. Let's grab some super chats. We'll get the next guest in here. Tard Hub, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, thank you for everything you do. Hands down, my favorite channel on the tubes these days. Proper Solstice hails for all my heathen friends in the chat. Big W, and definitely let's celebrate the winter solstice. Big W for the solstice. And the sun should be hanging out in the sky a little bit longer now, finally. Should get some warmth in a couple months. Sean, thank you for becoming a new member of the Kraken Crew Elite. You now have access to the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet. So big dubs on that. Mister says, Merry Dougmas, Justin. I'm drinking Holy Spirits. I'll be actually enjoying some spirits as well here in a little while. So it should be quite a ride. Thank you for the super chat. Marduk, good to see you in the house again tonight. Marduk with the $5 super chat says, Happy holidays, Justin. I'm thankful for you and this community. You know what, Marduk? We're thankful for you and this community. And hail Marduk, the real Lord of the ancient Near East. Glenn Taylor, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says Jesus and Satan are both referred to in the Bible as the morning stars. So does that mean they are the same deity? No, sorry, they're not. I mean, they do get referred to as a morning star, but it's a polemic, right? So any deity that just wants to claim that they're like the supreme deity, you would just say that, well, I am the morning star, because the morning star was the brightest of the stars and the earliest one that rose. It was technically a planet, though. And claiming to be the morning star is just like saying, I'm king of the world, basically. Like if two people claim to be the king of the world, they're not suggesting that they're the same person. They're just making a claim as being more superior than everybody else. But his hotness, Mary Dougmas to you, and thank you for being a member of the Kraken Crew Elite for over a month now. Big W for that. And Aaron, good to see you in the house tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Fellow Dragon says 2 + 2 = 4, but it means spiritual 5. Holy shit. I love that. That's fantastic. I'm going to use that on the next guest that brings it up. And when you apply a spiritual meaning to the text can literally mean anything you want it to. You can just start making shit up. It doesn't have to mean literally anything. I can just go. In fact, I've got a list of things that I fulfilled spiritually that I've been keeping. If all you need are some words that sound vaguely familiar to something else, yeah, I fulfilled a shit ton of prophecies. All right, let's grab the next one. If you're watching this on YouTube and you want to join the discussion and prove to me that Jesus actually is the Messiah and he did fulfill prophecies, and if you're on TikTok, well, actually, there's a link in the description on YouTube, guys, if you want to talk to me. But I see a bunch of Christians crashing out in the TikTok comments rather than actually getting the box. They're just shouting random prophecies that you've never read and you have no idea about. If you're really confident in the fact that Jesus fulfilled these prophecies, then get into the guest box and you can educate me live. In fact, if you can show me a Messianic prophecy, a clear one that doesn't contradict all the other prophecies that Jesus fulfilled, I'm more than willing to say that he fulfilled the prophecy. But yeah, you're not going to give me some bullshit interpretation and say, well, as long as he changed the meaning of all the words, then he did fulfill it. All right, we'll get Michael in here. Nova, thank you for becoming a subscriber, I mean. Actually, no, Dugald sent that. Dugald, thank you for sending out this subscription to Nova. Big dubs on that. All right, so we got Michael in the house, but Michael teacupped right away. I don't know what happened. I don't know if Michael actually meant to request or not. Michael, did you mean to be up here? No? Yes, no, maybe? Perhaps? Perhaps not? Okay, well, I guess not. We'll drop Michael down, and we'll get Zachary in here. Try to get Zachary in here. They're not connecting either. Should be interesting. I'm always curious to know who is available on holiday evenings, because, like, I know a lot of my holiday evenings are they're pretty casual. A lot of people like on TikTok and surfing the internet and things like that. I assume a lot of other people are doing the same thing. All right, that guest is not connecting. We'll get ZW in here. How you doing, ZW?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Fantastic.
Are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I am at least 18, and I would say that I'm probably halfway, if not all the way through deconstruction myself.
Oh shit, big W. Well, what are you holding on to? What's the sticky point?
I don't really think that there's anything like hermeneutical that I'm particularly holding on to. I think it's more of a desire to still keep some of the parts that I think make me a better person, whether or not that's like really a thing.
I get that. Are you familiar with the phrase secular Christianity?
Yeah, I've heard it.
Yeah, it can be really tempting to be a secular Christian, as it's called. There's also secular Judaism as well, where people like they find value in the religious community, and they feel like there are some values that the religious text and the community can supply, and that you can like apply those to your life, and you can maybe use them to help others out as well. And to me, that's not. I mean, I don't really find a problem with that, to be honest, because most people in that worldview are they've already realized that no, we shouldn't be like owning slaves, and we shouldn't be like manifest destiny and doing all the other horrible shit in the Bible. So, but I get it. Like, I mean, you probably don't really believe anymore. You just don't want to let go of the whole support structure, right?
Yeah, it's more or less that. I mean, at the end of the day, organized religion as a whole has kind of let me down in general ways. And when I was a younger man, I wanted to be a pastor, and that led me down a lot of study, just like it may have led for you. And ultimately, the more I look into it, the less I believe. So, I mean, It just turns into that.
That's exactly what happened, yeah.
The main reason I actually requested to be a guest is one prophecy, although the more I look at it, the broader it is the prophecy that Jesus would have come at least from the line of Abraham. And I'm curious as to what your perspective is or what the actual text would say.
Well, I think there's a couple problems with Jesus's lineage. Like if we just said that, well, he fulfilled one prophecy because he came from the line of Abraham, but to me that's kind of weak because we can apply that to people that have much better credentials. Like we could apply that to Simon Bar Kokhba, who was a Hebrew, who was actually a prince over Israel for a period of about 3.5, almost 4 years. And even Jewish rabbis claimed that he was the Messiah, before he was unceremoniously executed by the Romans. So, like, if we're just picking people that like are Hebrew that kind of fit the bill of Messiah-like, then I would pick Simon Bar Kokhba before Jesus. I just
That's
don't.
fair.
Yeah, I just don't find it compelling, like saying that. Well, he must be the Messiah because he was born of the right lineage.
Well, then I guess the only other second one that I have curiosity around would be in Isaiah 35 when it broadly speaks about miracles occurring. If we make the presumption that Christ did do those miracles in whatever way they are, would you consider that a fulfillment of the prophecy, or?
I don't think so, because the prophecy of the returned exiles. It's a prophecy about people actually coming back from the Assyrian exile, right? So the promise all throughout Isaiah is not that there's going to be a Messiah who's going to come and who's going to do miracles. It's about how God is going to regather all of his people from wherever they've been scattered and allow them to live in their homeland again. And the miracles are not because a Messiah is doing it, it's just because Yahweh is doing it, right?
Okay, yeah.
Because it also says, no lion shall be there, nor any ravenous beast will come upon them, and there shall be none found there, but the redeemed shall walk there, and the ransomed of the Lord shall return and come to Zion with singing, with everlasting joy, and shall be upon their heads, and they will obtain joy and gladness, sorrow and sighing shall flee away. So it's a promise of return and ecstasy. Your troubles are finally over. That certainly didn't happen when Jesus came.
So more something that people would probably try to slough off over on the second coming rather than something that is actually applied yet.
Yes, it's always the same thing. They'll say, well, listen, if you squint real hard at just this one part and you ignore all the rest of it, then it looks like something Jesus could fit into. But then you have to ignore all the rest. And then they're like, oh, well, he's going to do that when he comes back. Well, why should I believe he's going to do anything when he came back when he didn't do even the first thing when he came here?
No, I really appreciate you talking about those too, and I just appreciate the content that you've been doing. I thought you could use a friendlier face.
Sure thing. Well, it's good to hear from you. Thanks for coming up.
Merry Christmas, y'all.
Right, cheers. Merry Christmas. Yeah, deconstructing's pretty difficult. All right, we'll get the next guest up in here. Oh, maybe. Let's see if they'll connect. Try it again. Said something went wrong, but didn't say what went wrong. Also,
Merry Christmas, Mr. Atheist.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Also, Ricky, thank you for the $5 super chat. Ricky says, "I love the silence when you bring up the great point. Reading them their book, then they pivot. Yeah, they always pivot. So they got. Mari, why'd you change your name?
Am I able to turn my camera on?
If you want to, why'd you change your screen name?
My name has been this.
Oh, I thought your name was just Mari previously.
Well, no, I have multiple accounts.
I figured as much.
So is this whole thing based off the fact that you don't even believe in God in the first place?
This whole thing is based on what is true, and what is true is that Jesus didn't fulfill any of the Messianic prophecies. Did you actually want to talk about that topic, or did you come to bit?
You're saying that? I mean, are you saying that because you don't believe in God, or what?
Well, just try this again. I'm saying it because it's true. So, did you want to address the topic, or did you come to cry?
Well, I know you believe that's true. You believe it's true.
Can you prove it? Can you prove me wrong?
Well, I mean, that's the reason why. That's the reason why I'm asking you this question, and I can prove you wrong. Sure,
go ahead and do it.
Okay. Okay? So if we have a record of someone fulfilling something, right, that was written centuries before them, right, and we look at this record, we say, "Yep, this person did this thing." Would that be fulfilling prophecy?
There's two things. The first thing is that you would have to prove that he actually did it, which you can't do. But I'm willing to grant that, like, if the New Testament like says that he said something, I don't know, maybe he said it. If it says that he like had 12 companions, sure, maybe he did.
Okay, so you don't. I mean, I already know you're an atheist. You don't believe anything the Bible says.
That's not true.
Like, even like if I was to show you something,
the pivots are wild to me that you can't handle.
How am I pivoting? Can you tell me how I'm pivoting?
You're pivoting back to I don't believe anything in the Bible because you're about to complain because you're going to show me something in the Bible and you're going to be mad if I say that I don't believe it actually happened. But I already told you for this particular conversation, I'm willing to grant you that, like, if Jesus, did something, then he actually did something. With the exception of nonsensical things like rising from the dead.
Well, yeah, exactly, right? Because if I was to show you something, right, that comes 200 years or 300 years after the Book of Psalms, for example, right? If I was to show you something in the New Testament, in regards to Jesus fulfilling this, you're gonna be like, well, I don't really believe anything in the Bible even happened in the first place. So why would
I've literally never said that.
So, well, I mean, is that going to be the case?
Sounds to me like you're just pissing and moaning because you don't like the starting point of the conversation.
I'm just asking the question. I'm just
waiting to see if you can demonstrate that Jesus fulfilled a single messianic prophecy.
Okay. So, I mean, are you going to answer the question I just asked, though?
The question you ask is nonsense.
How?
Because you have no idea what I believe about the Bible. You haven't watched me long enough.
I mean, you're on your screen. It says.
You haven't watched me long enough to know my opinion on what the Bible says. So now you're just putting words in my mouth because you're getting ready. You're already getting ready to cry about my answers. You're preparing to cry about it. You want me to give you some tissues?
I mean, it's clear what you believe based off of what you have on the screen, right?
Cool.
If I was to show you a passage where Jesus is fulfilling something from the Old Testament, all you're going to do is say, well, this didn't actually happen.
Nope.
This is just people writing it.
I've never done that on this topic. The only thing I've ever claimed that I force people to demonstrate in terms of fulfillment is if they think rising from the dead is fulfilling a prophecy. At that case, then yes, that's an extraordinary claim. I would expect extraordinary evidence for it. But if Jesus fulfilled a prophecy by riding 2 donkeys, yeah, I'm willing to accept he rode 2 donkeys.
Okay, so then that's one prophecy he fulfilled.
So Matthew 21, you want to read that one with me?
Yeah, I mean you're talking about riding donkeys, right?
All right, so
you said you're willing to accept that.
So we'll just read it. Yeah, I believe he could have rode 2 donkeys. I don't care. It says this took place to fulfill what was spoken through the prophet. Tell daughter Zion, look, your king comes to you, humble and riding on a donkey, humble and mounted on a donkey, on a colt the foal of a donkey. And what did this fulfill exactly? You actually know what prophecy this comes from?
Do I know which prophecy Matthew 21, the donkey prophecy, is coming from?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming it'd be coming from the Old Testament.
Which one?
Which one? There's only one Old Testament.
No. Which prophecy in the Old Testament? Who said it?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know.
Zechariah 9:9 says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion! Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem! See, your king comes to you; triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow will be cut off. And he shall command peace to the nations. His dominion will be from sea to sea, and from the river to the ends of the earth." So, when was Jesus ever a victorious king that cut off all war in Israel?
That's supposed to be when he comes back.
Oh, I rode a donkey. Am I the Messiah?
You rode a donkey?
Yeah, I rode a donkey. Am I the Messiah now?
How can I know that?
How can I know that Jesus rode a donkey? See how you just collapsed.
Well, again. So wait, are we all again? This is.
You see how you just immediately collapsed into global skepticism when I said something simple like I've rode a donkey? See how quickly that happened?
But you see how
do you think it's extraordinary that I've ridden a donkey?
No, hold on. Do you see how this is coming back full circle from the point I made
Do you think it's extraordinary that I rode a donkey?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's extraordinary.
Oh, there we go.
What was I saying earlier?
I already told you I believe Jesus. I already told you I believe Jesus rode a donkey. That's not an exceptional claim. But when I say I rode a donkey, all of a sudden you get really skeptical about whether or not I've ridden a donkey. Isn't that wild?
I mean, but I don't know. But I don't know. I mean, is this conversation switching from internal to external? Is that what we're doing here?
No,
are we
I'm
doing
quite literally
critique?
demonstrating to you that riding a donkey doesn't make someone a Messiah.
Well, you asked me, well, where did he become a conquering king? And I'm telling you that the answer is that's going to happen when he comes back.
So then he didn't fulfill Zechariah 9.
He fulfilled part of it.
So I rode a donkey.
It says right there he rode a donkey.
I rode a donkey. Did I fulfill part of it?
Well, no, because you're not going to fulfill the rest of it, I assume. Are you going to be a conquering king?
I will when I come back. Yeah.
You will when you come back?
Yeah.
See, this is nonsense.
It's not nonsense.
This is nonsense. You don't even believe that.
I'm demonstrating
the
the bullshit from your hermeneutic. Your hermeneutic is that Jesus didn't actually do anything.
So again, this isn't an internal critique. This is an external critique.
Your hermeneutic is that Jesus didn't actually fulfill the prophecies, except for the easy stuff that anyone can do. Like,
are you going to continuously mute me?
Like, yeah, I will. Every time you talk over me, I'll mute you. If you can't have an adult conversation, you don't get treated like an adult.
I'm being respectful.
You're not.
I'm just exposing the fact you're going from internal to external. Just like I say, you're going to do. I've not
done anything of that nature.
Okay. Do you even believe in a resurrection of the dead?
Of course not. But that's ridiculous. I'm not asking. We're not talking about whether or not I believe in a resurrection. We're talking about whether or not riding a donkey makes you the Messiah. Do you understand the ridiculousness of that claim? It doesn't say that the Messiah is going to ride a donkey and then die and come back 2,000 years later.
Okay, well, that's a verbatim statement, right?
Not a verbatim statement.
I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that the text is saying that the Messiah is going to ride a donkey. He's going to be a conquering king.
But he didn't do it.
Right.
So he didn't fulfill the prophecy.
Well, again, I acknowledge that simply riding a donkey doesn't mean that you fulfill this prophecy.
Right, I agree.
Right, but it could be the case that Jesus fulfilled part of it. He's going to fulfill the rest when he comes back.
And it could be the case that I fulfilled part of it when I rode a donkey, and I'll do the rest when I come back.
I mean, but if it is the case,
I'll take your worship now.
But you don't even believe that.
I'll take
but
your worship now.
You don't even believe that yourself.
I'll take your worship now.
You don't even believe in the resurrection of the dead.
I won't even
the Messiah believes in the resurrection of the dead.
I won't even make you drink my blood.
Well, again,
the Lord took him.
Do you believe in a resurrection of the dead? Do you think that you're going to come back?
It literally doesn't matter what I believe.
Are you going to become a conquering king?
I'm showing you.
Are you a conquering king right now?
I'm showing you the problem in your hermeneutic. I'm sorry,
there is no problem. You're not even presenting a problem. All you're saying is, "Oh, I'm going to come back from."
Yes, what I'm suggesting is that.
But you don't even believe in a resurrection of the dead.
Nothing in this prophecy was actually fulfilled, other than riding a donkey. But millions of people have ridden donkeys. That doesn't actually make them the fulfillment of a prophecy.
Well, actually, I could argue that Jesus is fulfilled this prophecy because he is a conquering king.
But he's not. Show me when he was ever a king.
He's the king of the kingdom of God.
That's not what it says.
That
doesn't say anything about a kingdom of God. It says he's going to be a king and defeat the enemies of Israel. He's going to cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem. So that's a physical location.
Yeah, I mean, he will defeat the enemies of Israel, right?
Well, if he hasn't done it, then he's not the Messiah.
Well, no, I believe the church is the new Israel.
I don't care. It doesn't say anything about new Israel. It says Jerusalem, Ephraim. Those are territories.
That's fine. That's fine.
Is the church
that doesn't go against anything I believe.
New Ephraim?
I just told you that the church is Israel.
Where can I find the new Ephraim in the Bible?
I didn't mention anything about Ephraim.
The Bible does
anything, so I don't know. I don't know why you're asking me about.
He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim. That's a.
So is this gonna be a conversation where you continuously ask me irrelevant questions?
You mean why I ask you how you can change the words of the prophecy to fit your criteria?
How am I changing words?
Because you're now saying that Israel doesn't mean Israel.
I never said that whatsoever.
You literally just said
and I'm not saying.
You just said the church is the new Israel, so we can insert that.
Okay, well, I mean that's what the Bible says.
No, the New Testament says that. I don't accept the New Testament claims about the Old Testament.
Well, no, even the Old Testament talks about how there's going to be a new covenant.
Yeah, and you know what's going to happen when the new covenant comes?
And that he's going to be. What's going to happen?
Did you bother to read all of Jeremiah, or did you stop at 31:31?
I mean,
I bet you haven't read all of it, have you?
I read the Bible multiple times.
I don't think you have, because if you read Jeremiah 23
well,
and
you
33,
can think what you want. That doesn't mean that I have.
You would know that
right?
in the new covenant era, there's going to be Levitical sacrifices.
Okay, I mean, you're saying there's going to be Levitical sacrifices.
No, the book says it.
Okay, the book also says there's going to be a new covenant.
Yes, and there's going to be Levitical sacrifices, which is a contradiction of Hebrews chapter 7.
Go ahead, show me.
It's on the screen right now. Can you see it?
You said that. No, you said that contradicts Hebrews chapter 7. I want you to go.
For thus saith the Lord, David shall
never.
never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel. Is there a king right now in the land of Israel?
Again, so you don't even understand the
It's
Bible.
wild how he hates to read the book.
The king. I just told you that the
It's
king of
amazing
Israel
how
is Jesus.
he hates to read a book.
I don't hate to read.
On the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priest shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time.
Yeah. Okay.
So where are the Levites right now? What are they doing?
The Levitical priests.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Levitical priests are is the clergy of the church.
No, it's not. So you're just doing the same thing as the last guest. You're going to say all these words don't mean what they actually mean. I'm going to reinterpret them to mean something else.
When did I say the word?
See how it works?
When did I say the word? When did I say that?
So we'll try this again.
When did I say that?
What is a Levitical priest according to the actual Bible?
A Levitical priest is one who stands on the behalf of man to God.
A Levitical priest is somebody from the line of Aaron who serves as priest in the temple.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
It's not a spiritual leader.
Wait,
okay.
A Levitical priest isn't a spiritual leader?
A Levitical priest is a...
You just said that a priest isn't a spiritual leader.
I'm saying that your version of a spiritual leader is not equivalent to a Levitical priest. A Levitical priest is a very specific role. So you can't tell me
Old
that
Testament,
you can't tell me that priests are the new Levites.
I mean, yes, they are.
But they're not.
According to...
Does your priest offer burnt offerings and grain offerings in the temple?
Does my priest offer burnt? It doesn't have to be literal burnt offerings.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, you don't like what the words mean. You're just gonna make sure the words mean something else. It says that the Levitical priest shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. And you're just gonna say, well, these words don't mean what they actually mean.
I mean, again, like the
See
priest.
How Baptist hermeneutic is.
I mean, our priest makes a sacrifice all the time.
Does he sacrifice goats and lambs and bulls?
No, not literal animals.
What's a burnt offering?
A burnt offering is a sacrifice to the Lord.
It's not. A burnt offering is an animal sacrifice.
Okay, and it's okay. Yeah, sure. But
when was the last time your priest gave a burnt offering?
That doesn't negate the fact that it's a sacrifice to the Lord. When was the last time your priest
gave a burnt offering?
When's the last? I never said that my priest is giving literal sheep sacrifices. I never said that.
This says
I don't know why. You're putting words into my mouth.
This is a burnt offering. So if your priest isn't giving burnt offerings and they're not from the line of Aaron, then they're not a Levite.
But again, when did I say that the priest is giving literal sheep burning?
You're the one telling me that the new Levitical priests are the Christian priests or whatever priests you want to insert in there. That doesn't fit what the text says. The text says that the Levites are going to give burnt offerings and make grain offerings and sacrifices for all time.
But again, what is the point that you're trying to prove?
The point that I'm trying to prove, quite simply, is that the Levites aren't going away. They weren't replaced by the higher order of Melchizedek. There will always be, according to the Old Testament, offerings and sacrifices, and even the Gentiles are going to join in doing those, according to Isaiah.
But I don't get, because again, right? It literally says that God is going to have a new covenant. He's going to have a new people.
Yep. It didn't say new people, and it certainly doesn't say.
Yeah, he said. Yeah, in the Old Testament, it does talk about him being the God of Gentiles. Do you disagree with that?
No, you're equivocating two terms.
Wait, the Old Testament. Hold on a second. The Old Testament.
You're equivocating two terms.
The God of Gentiles.
You're equivocating. I didn't say that. You're equivocating two terms.
So the Old Testament does talk about God.
We'll try this again. You're equivocating two terms.
Now he's muting me.
I'm going to keep muting you if you don't let me actually finish what I'm saying.
Now he's going to.
So you're equivocating two terms, and I'm going to explain to you why I'm not saying the thing you're claiming I said. The Bible doesn't say he's going to have a new people. He does say that he's going to bring the Gentiles.
Where the Gentiles is.
He doesn't say that he's going to have a new people. He says that he's going to bring the Gentiles into the fold. The Gentiles are going to worship alongside of the Israelites. He's not replacing.
Wait, hold on.
He's not replacing the Israelites with a new people. And if you would quit talking over me, I wouldn't have to keep muting you.
So you're going to continuously mute me
Every
when I'm trying to get a point out.
Every time you stop me from answering the question you brought up, I will continue to mute you. And you can.
This is how the live is going to go, guys.
And you can piss and moan all you want. I'll do it all night.
Okay, so this is how the conversation is going to go. You're going to continuously mute me when I'm trying to get a point out. I can't get a point out with you muting me.
No, every time you want me to say something and you interrupt me, I'll mute you. Every time you make a lie.
Well, no, because you know you're getting cooked.
Every time you make a lie about what I'm saying, I'm going to mute you.
Okay, you just said that the Old Testament doesn't say anything about God having new people.
Exactly. God's not.
So that means if that's the case, so if God's not going to have new people, how come God says He's going to be the God of Gentiles? Were the Gentiles His people in the Old Testament?
I already explained it. Maybe you weren't lilistening.
Wait, hold on. So were the Gentiles people? Were the Gentiles His people?
You're framing the question wrong.
Now he's going to. I'm
going to continue to mute you until you let me respond to what you said. So the new people are the Gentiles coming into the fold, but they're not new people. When you say new people, what you're suggesting is that now the Jews are being replaced. New people implies that the old covenant is passed away and that God has different people, but that's not the case. The Old Testament says that the Gentiles will come to know Yahweh through Israel.
You just said that the new people are the Gentiles, but He doesn't have new people. Like this, are you serious right now, host?
I'm trying to help you understand. The Old Testament doesn't say.
We can't be serious.
The Old Testament doesn't say that He's going to have new people.
So does the Old Testament say that God's going to be the God of Gentiles?
Sure as fuck does.
Okay. Were the Gentiles His people in the Old Testament?
The Gentiles were always His people.
So why does He talk about the Gentiles being grafted in if they were always His people?
Right, because they weren't part of the original covenant.
So then they weren't His people.
So according
to anyone who's not part of His covenant,
we'll try this again. People. All people are God's people. All people on the planet are God's sovereign over everybody. So there's not a human being. There's not a human being ever that wasn't God's people. God is using Israel, according to the Old Testament narrative, to be a light to the Gentiles. He's starting small and expanding.
You're literally adding to the Bible.
That's literally what it says.
Because so you're telling me those who are outside of His covenant are His people.
Yes, every human being is in God's purview.
So why does the Old Testament talk about God becoming the God of Gentiles? If they were always His people, what's the point of them being grafted in?
Because they don't accept Him yet.
That's not what you're literally just adding to the Bible. You're literally adding to the Bible. Yes, you are. That's literally why it talks about. It literally talks about in the Old Testament God becoming a God of Gentiles. And you're saying, well, no, but they were always His people. They were always His people.
And they're going to worship Yahweh through the Levitical offerings and sacrifices, just like Israel. Isaiah 56. The foreigners who join themselves to the Lord to minister to Him, to love the name of the Lord, and to be His servants, all who keep the Sabbath and do not profane it, and hold fast to my covenant, these I will bring to my holy mountain and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices will be accepted on my altar, for my house will be called a house of prayer for all people. So the goal is that people are going to recognize that Yahweh is the true God through Israel, and they're going to come to worship Yahweh inside of the same covenant that He made with Israel.
Okay. So great. So that you're just proving my point. That God is going to become the God of Gentiles that He did in the New Testament.
I literally never said that God didn't want the Gentiles to be part of the fold. You're making up things now.
But you were literally saying that God's not going to have a new people, but then you literally prove my point by showing that God is going to become the God of Gentiles.
I think you're really confused about what new people means. So I specifically am saying that God doesn't say new people, because having new people implies that the original people are gone. Do you understand what that means?
Well, it just means that His covenant's gone.
That means more people. And no, His covenant's not gone.
Yeah,
it's not.
His covenant is okay. So when Jeremiah talks about God making a new covenant, you're telling me the new covenant is the same as the old covenant?
It is a renewed covenant. Yes.
Okay, so if it's a new covenant, that means the old covenant is we're no longer under the old covenant.
Wrong again. It's a renewed covenant.
Okay, if it's a renewed covenant, that means the covenant's been renewed. We're not
Yes.
under the old covenant.
Wrong again. He quite literally tells you in
So
Jeremiah.
we're under the
we'll try
covenant
to-
that's been renewed.
Yeah,
Really? Come on.
exactly. Yes, that's
Oh,
how
my
covenant
goodness.
renewals work. Do you think that when you renew your vows to your spouse that you're no longer married to them?
No, I'm not negating the
see
fact
how,
there's no
see how
longer a
bullshit
covenant.
how bullshit this hermeneutic
Wait,
is?
when did I ever negate the fact there's a covenant?
There was multiple covenant renewals. You know that?
I never negated the fact that there was a covenant. I just said the covenant is going to be new.
Yeah,
Right.
a renewed
So God-
covenant
yeah,
doesn't
God will still have a
imply that
covenant.
the standards of the old covenant goes away.
No, yeah, the standard of the Old Testament is 100%. We're not under the same covenant.
And you would be wrong according to the Old Testament.
Okay, show me a verse.
I just read you one. First of all, Jeremiah 33 quite literally says that there's going to be Levitical priests giving
Yeah,
offerings.
the same book literally talks about him.
The Levitical priests are going to be giving offerings and sacrifices forever. And this is Jeremiah 33. This is in the new covenant stage.
Again, the same book that you're referring to talks about him bringing a new covenant and becoming a God of the Gentiles.
Yes, and that includes the offerings and sacrifices.
So that would literally mean that it's a whole new covenant. If he's grafting new people in, right? We're under a whole new covenant.
Wrong again. You're part of the... I just read you Isaiah 56. Maybe you weren't listening. I'll read it for you again.
Oh my goodness, bro. So you're telling me
I'm going to need
that
you to put your
we had
listening
an
ears
old
on.
covenant.
I'm going to need you to put your
I'm
listening...
listening to you. You're
I'm going
not
to need you to
saying
put your
anything.
listening ears on when I read this to you the second time, okay?
I'm listening to you. You're not saying anything. You're
I'm
literally
gonna-
flip-flopping all over the place.
I'll read it to
You're-
you
you're
again since you weren't listening the first time. The foreigners who joined themselves to the Lord to minister to him, to love the name of the Lord and to be his servants, all who keep his Sabbath and do not profane it, and hold fast to my covenant. What covenant is that?
Again, I never negated the fact that he's always going to have a covenant.
Okay,
That's-
and are
he has with his
foreigners
people?
Are foreigners going to grab hold of that covenant?
Sure.
Okay, so it says, the foreigners who are holding fast to my covenant, these I will bring to my holy mountain and make them joyful in my house of prayer, and their burnt offerings and their sacrifices shall be accepting. Well, why is it that they're going to hold fast to the covenant of Yahweh and they're going to be giving burnt offerings and sacrifices?
Well, I mean, again, it's going to be a covenant that God's having with his people. I never negated the fact that he's going to have a covenant.
That doesn't answer my question.
I don't
Why
get,
is it when the Gentiles...
What are you asking me right now? I don't
when
get
the
what you're asking me.
Gentiles come and take hold of the covenant of the Lord, why are they giving offerings and sacrifices if the old covenant is done away with?
I mean, again, I never negated the fact that he's going to have a covenant with his people.
Never read your book.
Okay, again, I never. You're straw manning me. You're literally trying to say that I'm negating the fact that God has a covenant with his people. I never said that.
I'm asking you about the foreigners, the Gentiles who come to know the Lord. Why is it when they come to know the Lord and they're holding fast to the Sabbaths and the covenant, why are they bringing offerings and sacrifices?
Why are they bringing offerings? I mean, that's what the Lord commanded.
But the old covenant's done away with. They don't need those.
Yeah, Jeremiah talks about how there's going to be a new covenant.
Yeah, but so why are they bringing offerings and sacrifices according to the old covenant?
I mean, it doesn't like offering something to the Lord doesn't necessarily mean that the old covenant is not done away with.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, the old covenant's not done away with. Yes, it's still,
okay. I said
it's
no.
still
That's not what I said.
binding. Yes,
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
the pretzels are wild tonight.
I said giving an offering to the Lord does not negate the fact that there's been a new covenant that's been brought. Doesn't negate that.
I never said anything about not having a renewed covenant. I'm demonstrating to you that the renewed covenant entails...
That's what you're trying to say, that we're still under the old covenant. But
I'm showing you that the renewed covenant entails offerings and sacrifices just like the old covenant.
And bro, you've been saying this whole time that we're under the old covenant still.
I'm saying
I'm asking you if that's the case.
I'm saying that the rules and the regulations of the old covenant still stand.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Then why are the Gentiles giving offerings and sacrifices of bulls on the altar when they've come under the new covenant?
Wait, where does it say bulls?
Burnt offerings.
That doesn't say bull.
We'll try this again.
Where does it say bull?
Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices will be accepted on my altar.
Yeah, that doesn't have to be a bull.
A burnt offering, quite literally, is an animal.
I mean, again, like you said, there's going to be bulls. I don't see it. I don't see that
A
in the
burnt
verse.
offering,
You're adding that to the verse.
A burnt offering is a bull. Do you want me to read you Leviticus chapter 4 and 5 about burnt offerings? Have you never read Leviticus?
You can read Leviticus, but nowhere in that verse does it say that they're offering bulls to the Lord. It just says burnt offering.
A burnt offering is a bull, a ram, or a lamb, or another animal like a turtle dove that's offered to the Lord.
You're saying an offering is going to be the same. An offering is going to be the same thing in every context.
I'm saying a burnt offering is a specific offering that is detailed in the Levitical law code. Maybe you've never read it.
So is an offering going to be the same thing in every context?
So let's try this again. Yes.
Can you answer my question?
Yes. A burnt offering is prescribed by the actual laws. We know what a burnt offering is.
So, okay, again, that doesn't answer my question. You didn't answer my question. I'm going to ask it again. Right now, I expect a direct answer.
I gave you a direct answer.
Do you believe in it? Are you saying that an offering is going to be the same thing in every context?
I'm saying that a burnt offering is always the same thing. Okay.
So again, another dodge.
We'll try this again. Do you know what
you're a great dodger. I will give.
Do you know what a burnt offering is?
Do I know? I mean, I know what a burnt offering is. There's some cases. I mean, yeah, there's some cases in which people gave bulls. There's some cases when people gave sheep. There's some cases where people just gave an offering to the Lord.
Yeah, and were they animals?
In cases, yeah.
Yeah.
There's parts in the Old Testament where it talks about a burnt offering being a sheep or a bull.
Because that's what a burnt offering is.
So again, do you think that is it gonna be that case? Is it going to be like that in every case?
Yes.
You think it's going to be a bull in every case?
Yes, a burnt offering is always going to be...
So an offering is going to be the same thing in every case.
We'll try this again. An offering is...
You're not answering the question.
Mara, right? I need you to actually focus on this. So I'm using a specific word and you're ignoring it. So you're saying an offering. There are 5 different types of offerings in the Bible. Did you know that?
I know there's multiple.
Okay, and do you know that a burnt offering
there's multiple different.
And do you know that a burnt offering is a specific one of those offerings? So your question negates itself.
Yeah,
when you say, do you think that all offerings are going to be the same for all times? The answer is no, because there's no such thing as one offering. Okay. There's multiple types of offerings.
Great. So when it says something
we're talking about a specific type of offering called a burnt offering, and a burnt offering is when you burn up the body of a deceased carcassed animal.
What does it say that?
Leviticus 4 and 5.
Okay, that's in that context. But like, what does it say right here? They're burning up an animal.
A burnt offering is with the presumption that they know what a burnt offering is.
You literally just said that there's going to be multiple different type of offerings. And so when you bring me a verse where they're talking about an offering, right? You're just going to say, oh, well, but this, yeah, okay, sure, it's a burnt offering, right? But you're going to say, oh, it's talking about animals. Right?
It is, yes. Because that's what a burnt offering is.
Okay, again.
I'm sorry you haven't read your Bible.
What does it say right here? They're burning up bulls.
That's what a burnt offering is. A burnt offering is of an animal.
Right here, they're burning bulls?
Yeah, it'd be an animal.
What does it say?
A lamb. We'll try this again. A burnt offering is a prescribed offering. A burnt offering is a prescribed offering in the law. Do you want me to read the laws for you? Since you haven't actually read it?
Again, look, you can show me a passage where it talks about a burnt offering being a bull that's being burnt up. But I'm asking you, in this passage, what does it talk about a bull being burnt up?
That is what a burnt offering is.
What does it talk about a big bull being burnt up?
We'll try this again. That's what a burnt offering is.
Are you able to show me where this passage talks about a bull being burnt up? Are you able?
Yeah, I just told you Leviticus 4 and 5.
Okay, look again. Sure, I don't have a problem with you showing me a passage where a burnt offering is a bull being burnt up. That's fine.
That's what it is.
So you're saying right here they're being burnt up. A bull is being
a burnt
up.
Offering.
Show me.
Is when you burn up an animal on the altar.
Show me where this is talking about a bull being burnt up, and I'll concede.
Told you Leviticus 4 and 5.
Okay, you want to go to the...
So it's weird that the Bible tells you exactly what a burnt offering is, and you just don't want to accept it. Have you read Leviticus? Have you ever bothered to open it?
I mean, I've read Leviticus. I probably read Leviticus more than you.
Does it tell you what a burnt offering is?
I mean, yeah. It tells me what a burnt offering is in this case.
Yeah, if the offering is a burnt offering from the herd, you shall offer a male without blemish. You shall bring it to the entrance of the tent of meeting for acceptance on your behalf before the Lord. You shall lay your hand on the head of the burnt offering, and it shall be acceptable on your behalf as atonement for you. The bull shall be slaughtered Then we have all the regulations for the burnt offering. And then later in chapter 4 and 5, there are other whole burnt offerings of turtle doves and of various cheaper animals if you can't afford a bull.
Great. So in this case, a burnt offering, you can be burning anything.
I told you it can be an animal. And there are occasions where you can burn.
What does it say? Does it have to be an animal?
I said there are occasions where you can burn up like an ephah of fine flour if you're too poor. That's chapter 5. If you're too poor for an animal, if you have no money, you can substitute the animal with a tenth of an ephah of fine flour.
So it doesn't have to be an animal. It doesn't have to be a bull.
I never said it specifically always had to be an animal.
Okay, so show me the passage that we were just in. Show me that was a bull.
I'm just going to try it again with
what I was saying. You said that was going to be a bull being burnt up.
So I'm just trying to help you to understand that a burnt offering is a specific type of offering prescribed in the law of Moses, which is almost always prescribed as a bull, with the exception that if you can't have enough money to buy a bull, you can get two turtle doves. If you can't afford if you can't have 2 turtle doves, you can get a tenth of an ephah of fine flour. It says in Leviticus 5:11, if you cannot afford 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, you shall bring as your offering for the sin that you have committed 1/10 of an ephah of choice flour for a purification offering. You shall not put oil on it or lay frankincense on it, for it is a purification offering. You shall bring it to the priest, and the priest shall scoop it up, a handful of it, as is its memorial portion, and turn it into smoke on the altar. So that means it
doesn't have to be a bull, right?
So that is the exception. But
so does it have to be a bull?
But again, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that the burnt offering is a very specific offering that is almost always an animal. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me if the burnt offering is a tenth of an ephah of flour or a bull. The point is in Jeremiah and in Isaiah 56 that when the Gentiles come to Yahweh, they will be giving burnt offerings just like the Israelites do.
Well, you said in that passage they were talking about them burning up bulls, right? And you just went to.
So it's like you didn't even hear a word that I said. So
you just went to 2 passages that proves that it doesn't have to be an animal being burnt up.
My claim was never that every offering was always going to be an animal. My claim
you were just making that point.
Is that
now you're backtracking.
My claim is quite literally that they're going to be giving burnt offerings exactly as prescribed in the law of Moses, and you can't handle it. That's why you're moving the goalpost.
If anyone's moving a goalpost here, it's you. No, you were saying that those people were burning.
My goalpost has always been that they're going to be giving burnt offerings according to the laws of Moses.
And you said that was gonna. So that means. Then you asked me, well, why are they not? So you're asking me, well, why are the priests not burning up bulls and stuff? So then we were talking about. You were making a point that it had to be a bull.
No, I didn't say it had to be a bull.
Oh, so it doesn't have to be a bull.
No.
Okay, so the burnt offering in that passage can be anything in it.
It can't be anything. Do I need to read it to you again? It can't be anything.
Wait, is that passage? So does it have to be a bull? Does it have to be a sheep? Does it have to be an animal they're burning up?
It has to be a bull, a sheep, 2 turtle doves, or a tenth of an ephah of flour. It's a very specific sacrifice.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be a bull,
and then it gets burnt up on the altar.
Okay, but earlier you were talking about how it had to be a bull.
I never said it had to be a bull. I said it had to be according to the laws of Moses.
Are you putting this on YouTube like you always do?
It's on YouTube, and they're going to see you getting cooked and crying the whole time.
No, they're going to see you being burnt because earlier you said it had to be a bull. Not even close. Like a burnt offering.
I never said that.
Yes, you did.
But you put it on
YouTube. You put it on YouTube, so we're gonna
a burnt offering is something that goes up in smoke on the altar of the Lord as prescribed in the law of Moses, which is exactly what I said. Now, 9 times out of 10, it's either a bull. That's the prescribed original offering. If you can't afford a bull, you can take a lamb sometimes. If you can't afford that, you take 2 turtle doves. If you're too poor for that, then you can take a tenth of an ephah of fine flour. So, but the fact of the matter is, a burnt offering is a specifically prescribed offering according to the law of Moses.
Okay, great. But I mean, even if I grant you that, right? Isn't the same book, isn't Jeremiah talking about how there's going to be a renewed covenant, like you said?
Yeah, he does. And he says that the laws of Moses are going to continue in the renewed covenant.
The laws of Moses are going to be continued in the renewed covenant. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that, right? I mean, we do see the 10. I mean, I do know that we have to practice the 10 commandments. We have to do that. But again,
why just the 10?
Why just the 10?
Yeah.
Did I say just the 10?
You just said the 10. Are you going to do the rest of them?
I didn't say just the 10.
Are we going to do the rest of them?
Oh, why are you making an assumption? I'm saying just the 10.
Because you said the 10. You didn't mention anything else.
I mean, yeah, because you cut me off in the middle of my sentence.
Are we going to follow the rest of them?
The rest of what?
The rest of the laws of Moses.
I mean, I'll follow the 10 Commandments. I'll follow not sleeping with my sister. I'll follow, not, unaliving, random people on the street. I follow not, what else? I would say most of the laws pertaining to our morals. I would say I follow those laws pertaining to our morals, right?
Why do you pick and choose the laws of Moses you want to follow?
Well, Jesus gives us the laws we should follow.
But why not follow all of them?
I mean, you can't even follow. No, even the Israelites couldn't follow all of them.
That's right.
They can only follow the ones pertaining to them.
God disagrees.
Like for instance, if I was just a regular Israelite, if I wasn't a priest, I can only follow the laws that are pertaining to a regular Israelite, right?
That's not true. We just read Isaiah 56.
Hold on.
So Isaiah 56.
Hold on. So you're telling me if I
like I have to read
if
in
I
the
wasn't
same
a
passage
priest
10 times.
Hold on a second. If I wasn't a priest, you're telling me I would have to follow the laws pertaining to a priest. How could I do that if I'm not a priest?
No. There are laws that are specific to certain people. I'm not saying that everybody has to follow the laws.
That's the point I was just making.
That are non-specific to the people. I'm suggesting that according to
that was the point I was just making, dude.
Well, you didn't make it very clearly. So the point of the matter is, if there's laws pertaining to women, guess what? Men don't follow those. If there's laws pertaining to priests, non-priests don't follow those. That's obvious. That doesn't need to be spoken. So the question is, what laws of Moses that actually pertain to you should you not follow?
The one, well, first off, let's start with the temple laws. We don't even have a temple.
So what if there was?
Pretend
there was. Should we follow all the laws?
Well, the Bible talks about us being in temples.
So so we don't agree with.
I mean, the Old Testament.
So we don't agree with the Old Testament there, then.
No, the Old Testament literally says how God was going to put His law in our hearts for us to follow.
Yeah, that's Ezekiel, and it's also in Jeremiah 31.
Exactly.
And which law is that?
The laws that Jesus gave us.
No, it doesn't say the laws of Jesus.
Wait, what doesn't say laws of Jesus?
Nowhere does it say the laws of Jesus are going to be in your heart.
No, I'm saying the law that we're supposed to follow are the laws that Jesus gave us.
Right, but I'm saying that according to the laws that are being written on your heart, according to Ezekiel 36, those are not the laws of Jesus.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. Jesus didn't give a law code. Jesus said to follow the Mosaic law code.
Well, he did give a law code.
No, he didn't.
He didn't give a law in the book of Matthew.
He tweaked 6 laws of Moses ever so slightly, and then he said to follow all the laws of Moses.
Wait, he didn't. So he didn't tell us to give us. He didn't give us specific instructions in the New Testament.
No, he told you to follow the law of Moses, and then he added a new command. He said, "A new command I give you, to love one another as I has loved you." And he specifically told the people to follow the law of Moses. It says, "Therefore, whoever breaks even the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." He says the Pharisees sit in the seat of Moses, do whatever they tell you.
Yeah, do what they tell you, but don't do what they do.
Yeah, don't be
I've
hypocrites.
read that verse. I've read that verse.
So Jesus was a Judaizer. Jesus thinks that everyone should follow the law.
I mean, there's certain passages that may seem that way, but obviously when we go to examples like in the Beatitudes where it talks about, or other examples, like whenever he's making the Sermon on the Mount, Matthew chapter 5, chapter 5, he talks about how the law of Moses says, you've heard eye for an eye, right? But then he says, turn the other cheek, right? Yeah. That's not him giving us a law? No,
let me try this again. This conversation was whether or not he gave us...
That's not...
We'll try this again. The conversation was whether or not Jesus gave us a law code to follow. And I responded to you. I said he didn't give us a law code to follow. He tweaked about 6 of Moses' commands, and then he told people to follow Moses' commands. So the law code he wants you to follow is the Mosaic law.
Okay. Yeah, where does it say, where does Jesus talk about, following all 613 laws? Where does he say do that?
I just told you Matthew 5, 17 through 19.
Can you put the verse on the screen for us?
Yep.
Okay.
Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, and whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sure. During that time period, yeah, Jesus was fulfilling the law, right? Obviously, he wouldn't tell nobody to break the law if he's fulfilling the law at that point.
Yeah, Jesus never said that the law is going away, and that would be a contradiction of the Old Testament. The Old Testament never said the law is going away.
You said Jesus didn't give us a new law.
No, he tweaked 6 laws of Moses, and then he said
Did Jesus give us a new law?
I just tried to tell you again. Jesus didn't give us a new law code. Do you know the difference
Really?
between a law and a law code?
I don't know these gibberish differences.
They're not gibberish. A law code is a body of text. It is a comprehensive list of laws. A law is a single command. Jesus gave us 1 or 2 single commands, but he did not provide us a law code to follow. The law code that he wanted people to follow was the law of Moses.
Wait, so he didn't give us? Law code. Yeah, law code. You said was just a list of commands. A law is just a single command. Sure, okay. Did Jesus give us a new law?
He gave us a new law. He didn't give us a new
give
law
us 2?
code.
He didn't give us 2.
It depends on how you read John, because there's 2 new commands that he provides, but they're worded almost identical.
So it could have just been outlaw. Maybe he gave us a law code of 2 laws.
No, there's no
Like
such thing
like
as
you
a
said,
law code of 2 laws.
So what? Law code? Like how many laws does it have to be for a law?
So
code?
do you think we should only follow 2
5,
laws then?
10, 3?
Do you think we? Do you think
No,
if
I mean,
there-
how much is
what
necessary?
What do you call it?
How much is necessary?
What do you call a society when they only have 2 laws?
A society with a law code of 2 laws. Like I mean, look. That's
Do you think society can survive on 2 laws?
I mean,
See the type
look,
of
look,
dumb word
just-
games you have to play?
I mean, first off, this is again, I don't. You're using these gibberish terms. That are,
Gibberish term is no. A law code is a very well defined term I knew by age 5.
Oh, well, great, right? But so, what's going to be the necessary condition for being a law code?
A law code is a comprehensive body of laws. 2 laws
body of
doesn't
laws.
count as a law code.
Comprehensive body. Okay, yeah, a comprehensive body of codes that can be for like society, sure, but we're talking about like commandments of God here, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, we're talking about morality. It doesn't have to be. I mean, it doesn't have to be like so. You know, if Jesus says that these 2 laws fulfill the rest of the law, I mean,
But he
that
didn't say
would
that.
mean that he's giving us 2 new laws. Man.
No, that's wrong. He didn't say that. You're misquoting Matthew chapter 23.
He said, "Loves fulfill the law."
We'll
Did
try
he not
this.
say
I'll
that?
just read it for you since I know you haven't read it. It's fine.
Wait, did Jesus say that loves fulfill the law? Did he say that?
No, he didn't say that. I'll just read it to you. It's okay.
He didn't say that.
Nope.
He didn't say that.
Nope. I'll just read it to you. It's in Matthew 22.
Wow. What?
These guys never read the Bible. When the Pharisees heard that he had silenced the Sadducees, they gathered together, and one of them, an expert in the law, asked him a question to test him. Teacher, which commandment in the law is the greatest? You notice the question wasn't how many laws are there, it's which are the greatest commandments, meaning there's more than one. And in fact, there's more than 2. It says, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and all your mind, as a quotation from Deuteronomy 6:5. This is the greatest commandment, and the second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these 2 commands hang all of the law and the prophets. So he's saying all the laws and all the prophets can be categorized into 2 different varieties.
Oh wait. So Jesus. So to be correct, you take this to mean that he's not saying that these 2 commandments I gave you fulfill the law.
He didn't say it. Do you know what the word fulfill means?
I mean, it could just means that like you are practicing the law doing these 2 commands.
He's saying all the laws of Moses fall into one of these 2 commandments.
Yeah, that's fine.
Mhm.
So I mean, it doesn't you make some difference between fulfill and hang there? Like you make another difference, like you did with law code and law earlier. Like you making 2 differences there.
Yeah. To fulfill a law means you're doing something specific according to the regulations of the law.
Okay, so
But he
if
gave
these
her
laws-
categories.
Okay, so if the law of Moses are in the category, if it could be split up into these two categories, if I'm following a commandment, right, loving God, am I not doing a certain law of the law of Moses?
Depends. Which law of Moses are you doing?
Like, let's say if I'm love God and worship, like the first commandment, am I not fulfilling the first one that Jesus gave us, love God?
You're fulfilling Deuteronomy 6:5. Not a new commandment.
I'm not fulfilling what Jesus said.
Jesus quoted Deuteronomy 6:5. That's not a new commandment. Jesus didn't invent that. Remember, Jesus didn't give two new commands. He said, what are the two greatest commandments? And the two greatest commandments are in the law of Moses.
Wait, so Jesus never gave us a new commandment.
The only new commandment he gives you, he tells you, a new command I give you. Love love others as I've loved you.
So that's not okay. Great. So then he gave us. That's one there. That's one right there. Okay. I can give you another one where he talks about, again, they have heard eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. But Jesus says, I tell you, that you must turn your cheek. Enemy assaults you, enemy slaps you on one cheek, turn to the other one.
Yeah,
right?
I told you. He tweaked 6 of the laws of Moses in Matthew chapter 5.
Wait, just to be clear, is that a new command that Jesus gave us?
Oh yeah, I would count that as a change. So I think there's a difference between a new commandment.
Is that a new command?
We'll try this again. I think there's a difference between tweaking Moses' law and inventing a new law.
Okay, look, I don't. You can continue to make these arbitrary differences, but I'm just asking a simple question. I expect an answer. Right?
I just gave you the answer. Do you need me to give it a second time?
I'm gonna repeat my question. Okay, did Jesus give us a new command?
And I'll repeat my answer. Jesus did give a new command, yes, and he also tweaked the law of Moses on like 6 different occasions in Matthew chapter 5.
How many new commands did he give us?
I don't know. I've never counted, but I wouldn't count them. Again, I wouldn't count them as new commandments.
All right, let's get back on topic to the prophecies.
It's also useless. The point of the conversation was that Jesus said to follow the law of Moses, and you've done everything but address that. So do you think that Christians should be following the law of Moses?
The ones that are pertaining to the New Testament, the ones that are pertaining to the New Testament, yes.
What are those?
Loving God and loving those loving others as thyself.
Those aren't commandments. Those are commandments. Those are categories of commandments. He didn't say that those are the only commandments. He says those are the 2 greatest commandments.
I agree. He never said.
Okay, so he didn't say that
he gave us turn your cheek. He gave us.
So we'll try this again. Therefore, whoever breaks even the one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah,
so,
what laws he's referring to?
The law and the prophets. It's the law of Moses. We know what the law means.
Yeah, I mean that's fine because the prophets talk about how there be a Jeremiah, like I said earlier, like we were talking about earlier, talks about there being a new covenant anyway. So yeah,
the renewed covenant doesn't include eliminating the laws of Moses, though.
I mean, we don't believe that the laws of Moses are completely eliminated, but we just understand that there's different categories of the law of Moses. Where's
that in the Bible? Where can I find categories of the law of Moses?
So the laws of Moses don't fall into type of categories?
Only categories we invented. Where does the Bible give categories for the laws?
But you were just making a point that the law of Moses fall into certain categories. Did you not?
No, I'm saying Jesus provided 2 different categories and said that the laws of Moses fall into these 2 different categories.
So the laws of Moses do fall into categories.
Yeah, but not the ones you're about to explain.
How do you know which categories I'm going to explain?
You're about to rattle off.
You were just making.
You're about to rattle off 3 different categories. You're going to say that there's ceremonial laws, that there's moral laws, and then probably a third category that I can't remember.
That's not wrong.
And those aren't in the Bible.
So he already knows the categories.
Those categories aren't in the Bible.
He knows the categories.
I know your talking points better than you do.
Those categories are in the Bible.
Show me in the Bible where I can find those categories listed.
Oh, you want to find a verbatim where it says these are the ceremonial laws, these are the moral laws.
Yeah, that's what I want. Exactly. Yeah. See, what you're doing is you're making a fundamental claim about the new covenant, which is that the new covenant doesn't include certain categories of laws, but you can't even show me where those categories are listed.
So do you think that every law is going to be a law pertaining to ceremony?
I never said that every law is pertaining to ceremony.
Are there some laws that pertain to ceremony?
Certainly, but I'm asking you where in the Bible
So
can
now that's one category.
I'm asking where in the Bible can I find any teaching that says certain categories of laws are going to go away?
Hold on. No, wait, hold on. Wait. You were just asking me
That was your
to show you the
claim.
categories, but we'll get there. I'll show you.
I'll try this
the type of
again.
categories.
The categories
I'll show you.
are
Hold on,
categories
I'll show
that
you.
we made up, not categories that the Bible made up.
Hold on, Justin. I'll show you. But before I go there, can you give me the definition of a category?
A category, yeah, I mean, is basically a method for classifying things by type or likeness.
Okay, so then you would agree that wouldn't you agree there's types of laws in the Mosaic law?
That we apply categories to them.
So like, but the Bible doesn't talk about there being certain type of laws. They're all the same law.
The law of Moses doesn't say that there's categories of laws.
It doesn't have to say that verbatimly. I don't get why
It
I have to say
does,
that
because you're
verbatimly.
about to say that the Bible teaches that some of these categories are no longer necessary, but you can't even demonstrate that the categories
Some of these,
exist.
yeah, some of the categories that we apply to the Bible can't even be practiced.
So
Like it literally
they
talks
still
about,
stood when they were in Babylon. You know that the ones that they couldn't practice in Babylon, they practiced when they got back from Babylon.
and that's fine, right? But if it's the case, the temple's wiped out because God allowed it to be.
So?
There's no point of practicing ceremonial laws. Right?
Okay, when the temple's rebuilt, can they do it again?
Well, the Old Testament talks about a new temple, and he talks about how our hearts be the new temple of the Lord.
It doesn't say that. Jesus
The Old
mentions that in the
Testament
New
doesn't say how-
Testament. The Old Testament doesn't predict that.
The Old Testament doesn't talk about God dwelling with his people.
It does, but it doesn't say that the body is going to be the new temple.
Where did God say he's going to write his law at?
Ezekiel 36.
Do you know what the Ark of the Covenant? Do you know where the Ark of the Covenant was?
I do know what the Ark of the Covenant was.
No, I'm saying, do you know where it was?
It was stored in the tabernacle, and then it was variously located in the temple or in some other cities. It depends on what time period you're talking about.
Do you know what was in a?
Yeah,
Ark of
there
the
was the
Covenant?
staff of Moses, there was the 2 tablets of the 10 commandments, and then there was a jar with manna in it.
So if God's telling us he's going to write our heart's going to be on his law, his law is going to be on our hearts.
Yep.
You know, that's not implying. And then God talks about dwelling with us, right?
Yeah. That was his promise even with the Israelites. He said, I will be your God and you will be my people, and he's going to dwell among them.
Yeah, he's going to dwell. His laws are going to be in our hearts. There's no need for a temple.
His laws are going to be in the heart. He didn't say anything about no need for a temple. In fact, he tells you the opposite. He says, a new heart I will give you, and a new spirit I will put within you, and I will remove from your body the heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. I will put my spirit within you and make you to follow my statutes and be careful to observe my ordinances. Are people doing that?
Yeah, when they're following his law.
No. He says, I will make you to follow my statutes and be careful to observe my ordinances. What are his statutes and ordinances?
His statutes and ordinances are just things he have ordained according to his law.
Yeah, according to the law, exactly. So the new heart that he's going to put within you, the new spirit, is so that you will follow the law. And then he says, you shall live in the land that I gave to your ancestors, and you shall be my people, and I will be your God. Clearly, this
sense that God will dwell.
This is a restoration prophecy about people coming back to the land. It's not about Jesus at all.
Wait, didn't you say just now that the Old Testament doesn't talk about God dwelling inside of us?
Yeah.
It says it right there, though. God's going to put a spirit in us.
Yeah, I know. The Spirit of God.
Yeah, that's God.
Oh, we'll try this again. So we'll try this again. I need you to actually pay attention to what I say this time, okay? Do you have your ears open this time?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm ready.
Your claim was that our bodies are the temple and that there's no need for a temple. You follow? That was your claim. That's what I was addressing.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm saying that's not in the text. The Spirit of God has always been inside of people that he chose. It was inside of Samson. It was inside of Saul. Remember when the Spirit came into Saul when he was anointed, and then it left when God changed his mind about Saul? You don't need a new covenant for that.
This is literally, God is literally talking about putting his spirit inside of people,
Yes.
dwelling with them, and them following the law.
Yes, exactly. The law of Moses. I agree.
Yeah.
Yep.
When we look,
and then what's going to happen? And that's what,
when we look at the
read the next verse. What's going to happen? Read the next verse.
When we look at the typology,
read the next verse.
When we look at the typology
read the next
of the
verse.
when we look at the typology of the Old Testament, we know this is talking about God the Lord.
It's not. Typology is a bullshit hermeneutic.
Typology is a bull crap.
Typology is invented. Typology is invented by Paul, who couldn't accept that Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, which is why you spent the entire conversation dancing around the fact that not a single prophecy was ever fulfilled by Jesus.
Well, no, we can talk about the Psalms 22
and
prophecy.
This certainly wasn't fulfilled in Jesus either. What does it say in verse 28? Read it out loud.
Genesis 3:15 is the first prophecy.
It's not. Read the verse on the screen right now.
Then you shall live in the land that I gave to your ancestors, and you shall be my people, and I will be your God. Yeah,
did they get restored to their land when Jesus came?
Did who get restored?
The people, the Israelites, the people this is being spoken to.
I mean that's going to happen again with
there we go. Yeah, it didn't happen. It's going to do it when he comes back. Yeah, all the mystical, spiritual stuff that can't be examined or tested, he did that. All the physical stuff, the stuff that he definitely didn't do and will never do, he's going to do that when he comes back. See how bullshit this hermeneutic is? Everything about the Messiah, about the Messianic age, he just didn't do. And you want to say, well, he did do it as long as we reinterpret it as spiritual and untestable and unfalsifiable.
Yeah, again, so, I mean, you're just not going to accept any answer I give you, right?
It's not a good answer.
Like I said earlier, you was going to do, you're doing exactly what I said you were going to do.
Now you're just crying. Crying.
I mean, if crying means that I'm just exposing what you're doing,
I want to read you another messianic prophecy. This is Ezekiel 37, the very next chapter.
No, let's talk about
the very next chapter. My servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. Wonder where we can find those. It might be the law of Moses. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children shall live there forever. And my servant David will be their prince forever. Did that happen when Jesus came?
All right, if I'm allowed to speak this time, that'll be great, right? So what's your question?
Did Jesus fulfill this messianic prophecy? I don't know if he's Googling the answer. Is this his first time reading it? And he ran. Of course he ran. That's what he did last time I talked to him. Every conversation with Mari ends exactly the same way. We read the Bible, he pisses and moans, and then he runs away. Every time. That's how it always ends. This happened like 3 weeks ago when I had Ian and Danny on with me late night on a Friday night. He came in and cried and cried and cried and then ran because that's all he has. And he employed the same hermeneutic as everybody else. As long as you change the meaning of the words, then it means exactly what I want it to. All right, we'll get the next guest in here. We've got a couple people waiting to queue. I apologize that I don't know who has been waiting the longest, but we'll grab somebody at random. And while we're doing that, let me grab some super chats, guys. Yodafer, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, even though I only sat this because I am smartest person I know, why the flip do these ding-dongs get into these conversations without proper research or even at least reading the Bible? Well, I'll tell you what's going on with Mari. Mari is a philosophy bro, and he thinks because he's like Orthodox that he's got all the answers because he sat in Orthodox church for a long time, and he can just apply philosophy to the Bible without having actually reading the Bible. And then when we start talking about the Bible, it doesn't work out so well for him. Yodafer, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, deflect, obfuscate, deny, interpret, let's go Jesus. I view Jesus. Yeah, that's basically the name of the game. is to deflect as much as possible. Kenosi, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, compare Jeremiah 31:32 with Hebrews 8:9 to show the New Testament lie. Yeah, I was actually trying to get there, because in Jeremiah 31, when it talks about the renewed covenant, it directly contradicts what it says in the book of Hebrews about following the law of Moses, which is why I spent so much time there. Connor, thank you for the $5 Canadian super chat. It says, Merry Christmas, Justin. I like your nicely coiffed hair. God loves the smell of burning flesh, Mr. Caller. Yeah, Big W, I agree. He loves the smell of burning flesh. That's definitely right up his in his wheelhouse. Aaron, thank you again for the $5 super chat. It says, I can offer whatever I want is the real bull. True. The key of the burnt offering, though, is precisely that it is burnt up. It is burned on the altar. It's a very specific offering. It's not just any offering you want. Yeah, thank you so much for that. And we'll do one more real quick. Jason Jack. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, love those cherry flavored laws. Merry Dougmas. Merry Dougmas to you. And that's exactly what it is. When we talk about the laws of the Old Testament, they can and will cherry pick anything they want to at random in hopes that they won't get called out on it. But welcome in, Christianity 77.
Yeah, you're going to bow to Jesus soon.
Yeah, that's adorable that you think that. So did you want to address the topic,
And you're
or
gonna
did you
confess he's
come
Lord.
to give your delusional fantasies?
Well, so what do you think the universe comes from? Like, do you think
So you don't
time
want to
always
address the
existed or
topic?
something? No, I just want to ask your worldview real
So
quick.
you don't want to address the topic?
No, I will, devil. I will.
Well, you're gonna do
I
that
wanna know
first.
where your worldview is. Do you think time always existed?
Yeah,
Yes
so
or
you're
no?
just going to do that first. We're talking about whether or not Jesus fulfilled any messianic prophecies. Either you're equipped to answer that or you're not.
Dude, you're 40 years old. You're 40 years old. You can't answer
So you're
a
not
simple
equipped
question.
to it. Okay. So we'll move on to an actual adult who is. We'll get Burgos in here. If you're watching this on YouTube right now and you're thinking, listen, these TikTok callers don't have anything on me. I need to come in and educate Justin. There's a link in the description of the video. You can join the live without being on TikTok, and you can give me a thing or two. Welcome, Burgos. How you doing?
Yes, sir. Doing pretty good. Yes, sir. So I just came to address the last conversation you just had to clear up a little bit. So when I did a little bit of research, it did say David was anointed king 3 times by God. So technically it was fulfilled.
David.
Yep.
Yeah, we're talking about whether or not Jesus fulfilled prophecies.
But you were talking about that prophecy, right?
I'm lost. Which prophecy are you talking about?
The last guy you just had up who left.
We talked about like 6 different prophecies. You got to be specific.
No, I joined kind of late, so I just heard about that.
I have no idea which prophecy you're talking about right now.
So the very last thing y'all talked about before he left was a prophecy about David becoming king. You said, did this happen? And he actually did become king. He was anointed 3 times by the prophet Sam.
Ezekiel 36?
No, when you were, I don't know if
That's the
that was
last
you're
one we
talking
read,
about.
was Ezekiel 36.
I think that was it. It might have
Yeah.
been.
But that's written long after David's been dead.
Wait, that you're talking about David would be king? Oh, okay. So I guess I'll just say another one. So I've seen online other prophecies fulfilled, like the Virgin Mary birth. You know what I'm saying? Could you
So
address that for me?
sure, yeah. Where's that in the Old Testament? Can you tell me where?
I think it was Psalms, or let me search it up real quick.
I know where it is. I was just asking you to see if you know, so I can.
No, I'm trying to just do research, and since you're on TikTok, I'm on TikTok. I want to ask you questions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's Isaiah chapter 7.
Okay.
Do you know the context of Isaiah chapter 7?
Not in full, but I could look it up.
I can just tell you. So the king of
Okay.
Judah is under attack by the Arameans and the northern Israelites. They're called Ephraim here in the passage. They've made an alliance to get rid of the king of Judah, which is Ahaz, because they want to replace Ahaz with a king that is more favorable to the policies of the north and will resist the aggression from the Assyrians. And that's not what Ahaz wants. Ahaz wants the opposite of that. So they go to war, and the prophet Isaiah sends a word to him through Yahweh, or rather, Yahweh sends a word through Isaiah. And he says at the end of that first word, if you do not stand firm in your faith, you shall not stand at all. So God wants Ahaz and his people to remain faithful and to stand during the war. That's why he says in verse 10, again the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. Or, before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. So the prophecy is pretty clear. It's about a child born during the reign of King Ahaz. And before that child knows right from wrong, the 2 kings that are troubling Ahaz, their kingdoms are going to be wiped out.
Okay. So that's directly talking about the virgin birth?
There's no virgin birth here.
Okay. See, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe I would have to more look into it, but would you mind giving me a second real quick? Okay.
Billy Mason, thank you for becoming a 6-month subscriber. Big W, I appreciate that. Also, Lids, I see that you're in the guest box. Shouting bring me up in the comments is never going to get you through the queue faster. You're not special. You have to wait like everybody else. I know that Christians always think they're special, but you're not. You're not chosen.
Okay. Yeah. So I think it was in
Where'd he go?
Yeah, my bad. I don't think it says it directly, but there's another Genesis 3:15 where the seed of a woman, I don't if that's I'm correct.
That's not related at all to the virgin birth. So that's a whole different section of text.
Oh, okay.
But
Well,
that's not about Jesus either.
The 3:15 Genesis.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. I guess well, I'll let someone else get in the box if you have no time, but I'll just, keep in for the info. Thank you so much.
Okay, coming back anytime, okay?
Yes, sir.
Cheers. I think I've spoken to him before, and I remember him being polite last time he was up here. I could be wrong. My memory in my old age fades, but I'm pretty sure he was a kind gentleman last time. Anyways, Yodafer, thank you for the $5 super chat. He says, I am so devoted, I let the power of God pound my spirit so hard that I probably won't be able to walk for a week. Oh, shit. Get some ice, okay? Sometimes when the spirit comes inside of you, there's a little bit of a burning sensation. You can ice that, though. I see Spin, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, I love telling dad jokes. He always laughs at them. Listen, I not only do I love dad jokes, but I earned the right. Okay, I'm a father. I'm allowed to laugh at as many dad jokes as I want. And Godly Entertainment, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, God whisked him away with a whirlwind and tossed him into the heavens, the sky, for bad arguments. Yeah, referring to Mari again. Yeah, that's why he has to have so many screen names. He has to change his profile picture and a screen name every other week because nobody likes talking to him because he's such a jackass. Godzilla, thank you for the 666, though. He says, what is the most common prophecy Christians bring up and get roasted on? Good question, Godzilla. The very most common prophecy that people bring up is typically the ones at the very beginning of Matthew. So they'll bring up the virgin birth, or they'll bring up Psalm 22 or Isaiah 53. Those are the most common. But looks like we've got Lids in the house. How are you doing, Lids?
Hi, Merry Christmas.
Happy Hanukkah.
I am, what about Psalms 22?
Well, Psalm 22 is not even a prophecy.
It talks about Jesus' crucifixion.
What is a prophecy? Definitionally speaking.
Something's going to happen. It talks about something that's going to happen.
Yes, it's a prediction for the future, right?
Yes.
And how do we know when we're reading any text, how do we know if it's a prophecy?
So you don't think this is a prophecy?
We'll try this again. When we're reading a text, how do we know if it is a prophecy?
It described something that's going to happen in the future. It's just right there.
What type of words would we expect in a prophecy? What type of tense?
So you don't think Psalm 22 is a prophecy? That's my question.
Certainly not. A prophecy about the future is always going to be grounded in future tense verbs. So when it says something is going to happen in the future, that's how we know it's a prophecy. A prophecy is not just any words on a random page that sound familiar to something else.
But for the time that the Old Testament was written, Psalm, it was in the past before this happened when Jesus died on the cross.
Yes, but just because something was written before Jesus doesn't make it a prophecy.
Well, let's just say I said it's a prophecy.
But it's not.
What makes you think it's not a prophecy?
Because a prophecy is a prediction for the future. And there's no
It was a prediction.
There's no predictions in Psalm 22.
Well, it says that his garment will be divided. It does on verse 18.
Not only does it not say that, when I put it on the screen, I'm going to need you to apologize for telling me that it says something it doesn't.
Okay.
Okay. I am poured out like water. All my bones are out of joint.
18. I said 18.
Yeah, it's adorable that you think I'm going to skip it, but I'm not going to skip it. My heart is like wax. It is melted with my breast. Sorry, within my breast. My mouth is dried up like potsherds. My tongue sticks to my jaws. You lay me in the dust of death. For dogs are all around me. A company of evildoers encircle me. They bound my hands and feet. I can count all my bones. They stare and gloat over me. They divide my clothing among themselves. For my clothing they cast lots. So now I need you to apologize for saying that it said something different.
It does talk about the garment being
right, and you said
divided
that
into.
you said
Can
that
you read Matthew 27:35? Because it talks about Jesus' garment being divided into.
Don't care. You said that Psalm.
That's a prophecy.
No, it's not. You said that Psalm 22.
If you read Luke 24.
We'll try this again. You said that Psalm 22 said that my clothing will be divided, meaning it's a future prediction, but that's not what it says. It doesn't say that. It's all.
I didn't say it says my clothing will be divided.
Yes, you literally did. All right, guys, I need everyone to put a 1 in the comments if you just literally heard her say a second ago that verse 18 said that my clothing will be divided.
I didn't say that, but
you literally did.
You can talk to your followers if you want to.
This is getting clipped on YouTube. Everybody on YouTube is going to see this. Thousands of people are going to watch you lying on your book now.
Okay, if I said it, I apologize. That's not what I meant.
Better. Okay.
I meant it is talking about Jesus' clothes being divided.
Why?
Because it did happen in Matthew 27:35.
It doesn't matter.
And also,
we'll try this again. It doesn't matter because it's not a prophecy.
Well, that's a prophecy.
It's not a prophecy. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not a prophecy. Just because something happened to David, just because something happened to David that later also happened to Jesus doesn't make it a prophecy.
Okay, and also, if you were talking to the other guy, the guy before the guy that joined you just now, about Jesus being a king, if you read Revelation 17:14, it says that Jesus is the king.
But he's not.
It does in Revelation.
No, I'm saying he's not the king. I don't care what Revelation says. When he was alive,
read 28,
when he was alive, he was never a king. So we're talking about things that he actually did when he was here. We're not talking about things that you think he's going to do when he comes back.
28 is talking about
we'll try this again. Did you hear a word I said?
More than one nation.
Did you hear a word I said? Did you hear a word I said?
I did. I heard you.
Okay, was Jesus a king on the earth when he was here?
Read Revelation 17:14.
Was Jesus a king on the earth when he was here?
Why are you not reading Revelation 17:14?
Was Jesus a king on the earth when he was here?
It doesn't talk about earth.
Okay, so he was never a king here. So the prophecy says that he's going to be a king in Israel.
It doesn't say on earth.
It does. It says in Israel. Micah 5:2 and Zechariah.
28.
It does.
28.
Micah 5:2. It's okay.
No,
I'm
talking about
you haven't read the book. It's okay. I'll read it to you.
Psalm 22.
Don't worry. But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for
You're
me
reading different book.
one who is to
Psalm 22.
One who is to rule in Israel. Now, according to Micah 5:2, where is the ruler going to rule?
Read 22:28.
Not going to. I just read you Micah
Um,
5:2. Where does it
it's
say?
not talking about.
Where does it say that the king is going to rule in Micah 5:2?
I didn't even mention Micah 5:2.
I'm going to ask you the same question 100 times till you answer
Because
it.
you know it talks about Jesus.
So
You know
it
Tom is
doesn't.
talking
So
about
I'm
Jesus.
asking you.
You know that it's talking about Jesus because
This is the topic that you brought up. You brought up the fact that he was a king, and now I'm demonstrating to you that he wasn't actually a king, and the prophecy says that he's going to be a king in Israel. Did he ever rule and reign in Israel?
it doesn't talk about one nation.
Did he rule and reign in Israel?
It doesn't talk about Israel on
It's
Psalm.
a yes or no question. Did he rule and reign in Israel?
When he was in flesh, he didn't rule. When
Thank
he was in
you.
flesh.
Okay, so he didn't fulfill the prophecy of being a king, did
He
he?
did on Psalm 22.
Psalm 22 doesn't say a prophecy at all. There's no
It
prophecy
is a
here.
prophecy
There's
because
no
it's talking
prophecy
about
here.
Jesus'
Who's
death.
speaking in Psalm 22?
Talking about Jesus' crucifixion.
Who's speaking in Psalm 22?
It is talking about Jesus over
Who's
there.
speaking in Psalm 22? Their inability to pay attention to the text is wild. Basic questions. Who's speaking shouldn't be difficult.
David is speaking.
Okay, so David is speaking. Does he say anything about the future?
It is talking about the future. He keeps all of these.
Okay, when he says, my
most of
God, why have you forsaken me? Is that in the future or the present?
It is. Jesus said that.
We'll try this again.
on
When
the
David
cross.
penned the words,
said
my
that on the cross.
God, why have
Read.
you forsaken me? Is that in the present or the future?
It is in the present.
Okay,
Present.
so a present tense text is not a future prophecy.
Okay, read it on Matthew 27:48.
I'm not. I'm reading you Psalm 22.
Read it. Jesus said the same thing.
I
Those are
don't
prophecies.
give a fuck.
They are.
I don't care what the New Testament says. I'm reading
Well, there you go. Just say you don't care about the.
I'm reading you what the prophecy says.
You just want to lie on.
I'm reading you what the prophecy says. Do you want to read?
Lying online.
Do you want to read what the actual text says, or no? Of course not. You just want to run. I know. They get really butthurt. His heart is hardened. No, you guys are just lunatics, every one of you. Which is why I have to come up in here and argue about basic word meanings with people. Basic word meanings. What does it mean to rule in Israel? Wild. Godzilla, thank you for the... I already read that one. We got Aaron. Aaron, thank you so much again for gifting out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, Aaron. Holy shit. Philodragon's at it. Mary Dougmas for everyone who got Deconstruction Zone memberships. And Marduk again with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. In verse 9, he says, what's the difference between Tiger Woods and Santa? Oh, you copied another joke. What's the difference between Tiger Woods and Santa? Santa was smart enough to stop at 3 hoes. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, that's good. Okay, that's good. Listen, yes. Santa got it right. But you got to remember, though, Santa was trifling because some mommies were kissing him under the mistletoe. So Santa got up to a little bit of, mistletoe madness. But Idiot Plays Games, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, just a quick one. What's your opinion on the book of Joshua? Dude who allegedly made the sun stand still for a day and made a wall fall by shouting at it. I agree. Yeah, the book of Joshua is nonsense. If the sun stood still for a day, that means the earth would stop rotating. And if that happened, then everybody on the planet would have wrote about it. It would have been really weird. That'd be an uncommon thing to happen. And like the oceans would have kept moving because of the angular momentum of the earth spinning. And they would have wiped out all of the land masses. The oceans would have kept moving and they would have wiped out all the land masses. It would have been the most catastrophic thing ever imagined. It's crazy that people think that the sun stood still. Technomancer Mangus, thank you for becoming a new member of the Kraken crew. Big W. And Christopher Siebert, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Jesus wants you to get your cheeks clapped. He does. He wants to come inside of you. Remember that. All right, let's grab the next one in the queue. A lot of new faces here tonight. This should be fun. And look, we even got somebody in the YouTube queue. We'll grab somebody out of the YouTube queue next then. Welcome in, Clever. Clever? Clever, are you here? Did you get up here by accident? Look at the Christians crashing out in the comments of the TikTok video. God will not be mocked. He absolutely will be mocked. That chump is getting mocked all the time. They can't do a damn thing about it because he ain't real. I don't think Clever K9 meant to be in the guest box. Clever, come back if you requested on purpose. But we'll grab Carlos next from the YouTube queue. How you doing, Carlos?
Hi, Doug. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Just want to say I've been following a long time. Although I am a Christian, I still enjoy your YouTube. It's actually very interesting. You really do make the gears turn in people's minds. I really do enjoy that.
That's the goal. The goal is to make people read the text critically.
For me, it's more the opposite effect. I usually just go in there to read.
Sure.
But if you can't clear this up, don't think Jesus came here to get the prophecies of what the kings or what you were saying of old. I feel like his main message was from Nicodemus.
Yeah, but see, you're suggesting that Jesus is allowed to reinterpret what the Messiah is supposed to be, and I just think that's not being honest with the text. Like, if the God of the Old Testament gave these prophecies about the Messiah, and then somebody comes and they claim to be the Messiah, but they don't fulfill the prophecies, then they're not the Messiah.
But he came here to give a specific prophecy, did he not?
It doesn't matter. He didn't fulfill the Messianic prophecies. Like, I could just tell you
Which
I'm
ones?
the Messiah.
Sorry, did you hear me?
I didn't hear you. Sorry, what'd you say?
Hello? Hello?
Yep.
Okay, there we go. Sorry. You got a little laggy there for a moment, or I probably got laggy. Who knows?
Sure, that happens. What I'm saying is
Sorry about that.
The Old Testament tells us that the Messiah is going to do things, and if Jesus doesn't do them, then he's just not the Messiah.
What's your thoughts on that?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he's a Messiah because he didn't fulfill any prophecies.
Which prophecies again? I'm so sorry.
Even the ones listed in the New Testament here clearly didn't fulfill. So, for example, in Matthew 21, he says that he rode the donkeys in order to fulfill the prophecy in Zechariah chapter 9. But if you just read Zechariah chapter 9, he didn't. It says, rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off your chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow will be cut off, and so on and so forth. So the prophecy is not about some guy that just rode a donkey. It's about an actual king who rides a donkey and cuts off all of Israel's enemies.
I don't think he came as a king. I think he came as a prince.
Well, that would be false because it says he's going to be a king, and being a prince,
He's going to be a king.
In being a prince, like typically we have a word like nagid in Hebrew that refers to like a prince or a leader. I don't think it means exactly the same thing we use it to mean in English. When somebody's labeled a prince in the Old Testament, quite often it is saying that they are the leader. It's not necessarily always meaning that they are the son of the king. But that being
Are there
said,
different definitions of leader in Hebrew?
yeah, there's a couple different definitions for leaders in Hebrew. What I'm suggesting, though, is that when it talks about different princes, so for example, even Zerubbabel is described at one point as a prince, but he was never actually a prince. He was a governor. You know what I mean? So the prince is kind of a fluid word in Hebrew. I think it would be, I don't think it'd be a good idea just to say that, well, Jesus was the son of God, therefore he's the prince. But that being said, the prophecy is about a king, not a prince.
Hmm.
Right? It says
Are we sure it's king?
it says your king comes to you. It's, right here on the screen. I don't know if you can see my screen.
I'm
because
sorry, I can't see the screen. I accidentally got off of YouTube because I kept hearing devils.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. Give me a second real quick.
Okay.
I'm going to see if I can share my screen with you. No, I don't think I can. I can do it on TikTok automatically, but I actually can't share it with you. But I can show you this maybe. I can show you my browser perhaps. Give me a second. Can you see the browser now on your screen?
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Okay.
So I've got on the browser, it says, "See, your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious is he. Humble, riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem."
And where's that at again?
Zechariah 9:9.
Sorry, I have like the tiny print Bible.
It's okay.
Thank you for having patience with me.
Sure, no problem. I mean, typically when I have guests that are kind and polite, I try to be kind and polite to them. I only talk over people that are jerks.
That's understandable. And you said Zechariah, which part?
Yeah, Zechariah 9:9.
9:9? Thank you. Yep, rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. Now, is that a prophecy?
Well, it depends on how you read it. But verse 10 is clearly a prophecy.
And this prophecy wasn't fulfilled before Jesus' time, was it?
Ever. No. Zechariah was written late too, right? So Zechariah was written towards the very end of the post-Babylonian restoration.
Yeah, I see that. What happened to Ephraim?
Well, they were wiped out by the Assyrians, and then they were never restored. The Messianic prophecies virtually always predict that Ephraim and the northern tribes of Israel are going to be brought back home, and they're going to be reunited with the southern tribes, and there's going to be one king over both kingdoms again.
And when will that happen exactly?
Well, according to this chapter, it's whenever the king comes on the donkey.
And it doesn't say a specific king, does it?
No, that's the trouble. Is obviously like if it gave you a name of somebody, you could just name somebody that name and claim that they're the Messiah too. So it's kind of a difficult thing whether it names somebody or not.
How many did come and say that they were this anyway?
A lot of people claim to be the Messiah. Actually, a lot. The second most famous Messiah, I think, within Judaism, was probably Simon Bar Kokhba. He actually did get elected as Prince of Israel. In fact, we have coins minted. We have Bar Kokhba coins minted that say, Shemo or Shema, Prince of Israel, on the coin, which is a play on words with Simon Bar Kokhba's first name, because the Shema is Deuteronomy 6:4. Which sounds a lot like the name Simon in Hebrew. So, but anyways, yeah, he was a leader over Israel for a period of about 4 years. And even the rabbis, like Rabbi Akiva, said that they finally found the Messiah. But that kind of fell apart when the Romans came in and executed Simon in 136.
And how many of them came from the tribe of Judah?
Well, we don't really know. I mean, there's probably a handful of them that claim to be from the tribe of Judah, but I'm not sure how relevant that is, only because Jesus didn't come from the tribe of Judah as far as we can tell. Right?
I think it said something about him coming from, what's her name?
From Mary?
No. His line coming from David, which... Was David part of Judah? I can't remember. I'm so sorry.
Yes, David was. He was the king of Judah, and his ancestor was Judah. But Jesus' lineage is not traced to Joseph. I mean, he's adopted by Joseph. So the lineage in both Luke and Matthew go to Joseph, and Joseph wasn't the father. I think he froze.
Oh, no, sorry. I'm looking at this
Oh, okay.
diagram looking thing.
Right. Right. So
I'll be looking into that.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
So Jesus, the lineage in Matthew and Luke go to Joseph, which wasn't the father of Jesus, and Mary appears to have been of the tribe of Levi. So Mary can't count.
Who's the Mary's father?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. I think the Bible might say it somewhere, but it's not in the lineage given in Matthew or Luke.
Well, if you do find it before I do, can you please tell me?
Yeah, I would tell you. Yeah, I mean, I can Google it for
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, because it's kind of hard to like get on here and then go into a different tab and then try and look it up.
Right. Well, according to church tradition, her father was Joachim, or Joachim, if you're pronouncing it in a particular manner. But doesn't seem to be in the Bible anywhere. That's just in church history.
I'll probably be digging into it later.
Sure.
Anywho, I'm sorry, just personal question. What made you turn away from him anyway?
The Bible. It's just demonstrably untrue.
No, not the Bible, just God in general.
Well, the Bible. If the Bible's if the Bible's not true, then the God of the Bible's not true.
Mm-hmm. The Bible is written through the eyes of man, though.
So is the Quran.
Yeah, but that was made from exactly a man.
No, it was penned by a handful of Muhammad's followers after his death. But even if it was penned by Muhammad, it doesn't mean anything to me. A book written by man that purports to be from God, we should be able to test it. If it says true things always, then it might be trustworthy. But if it says a lot of things that are untrue, then it's not trustworthy.
What untrue things did you find?
Well, the prophecies of Jesus, I think, are the paramount. He didn't fulfill any of them, not a single one. And then the Old Testament has a ton of prophecies that never came true. In fact, the entire book of Zephaniah never came true. Every prophecy in that book failed. And then we've got other prophecies, like in the book of Isaiah, God literally says, just like it was in the time of Noah, that I swore that I would never again, destroy the world with water, so I will never be angry or punish you again, referring to the Israelites. But that's garbage. He was angry and punished the Israelites with the Greeks and then with the Romans. And even the New Testament teaches that God is still punishing the Jewish people.
Where does it say he was angry?
I believe it's Isaiah 54. Let me grab it real quick. Yeah, I got it. I'll put it on the screen again.
Thank you.
It says, for a brief moment I abandoned you, but with great compassion I will gather you. In overflowing wrath for a moment I hid my face from you, but with everlasting love I will have compassion on you, says the Lord your Redeemer. This is like the days of Noah to me, just as I swore that the waters of Noah would never again go over the earth, so I have sworn that I will not be angry with you and will not rebuke you.
What was 8, 9, and 10 again? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it was Isaiah 54, 8, 9, and 10. It says, in overflowing wrath for a moment I hid my face from you, but with everlasting love I will have compassion on you, says the Lord your Redeemer. This is like the days of Noah to me, just as I swore that the waters of Noah would never again go over the earth, so I have sworn that I will not be angry with you and will not rebuke you. So that seems to be a pretty big failure on God's part.
But he did say like.
Yeah.
similar. Besides, how often do fathers get angry at their kids,
It really depends on the
especially
kid.
for messing up?
Yeah, it definitely depends on the kid. Some kids are easier than others. I'm lucky enough that I'm a father of a child that's typically obedient and is just a very sweet boy. But I've seen children that at every chance they get, they're trying to do exactly what they're told not to do.
Mm. Sounds like the Bible in a short term.
Right. So the Bible to me is just full of failed prophecies. It gets the shape of the earth wrong, which I think is kind of critical. It seems to paint this picture that like God is just living up on the other side of the firmament, and that he can look down and see everybody on the earth because the earth is flat. And it says like crazy things like the earth is theoretically only 6,000 years old, but we've got human settlements that go back, 10, 15, and even 20,000 years back. So, like the chronology of the world is just improper. Plus, the theology of the New Testament, I think, is garbage. Like basically, according to the New Testament, right? Every single human being is born predestined to go to hell, unless you can be convinced that Jesus died for your sins, and then you get the get out of jail free card, which means hell basically is meaningless now. Because people who committed great atrocities will never get punished as long as they believe in Jesus. And people who live good lives will get punished if they don't believe in Jesus. So it flipped the concept of justice on its head.
Well, the devil's not against good morals.
No, but that's what I'm saying is the concept of heaven and hell in the New Testament is not a system of justice. It's just a system of who is convinced of something.
Is it convinced or believe?
Well, a belief is being convinced of something.
I know a few people that probably would argue with me about that.
What I'm saying is you can't believe something that you're not convinced of. Like, can you believe that the grass is purple?
Depends. Are they colorblind?
No, I mean, are you colorblind?
Me? I could be. I don't know if I'm colorblind of anything that I can see of, but
Have you ever seen
just because I don't know about it doesn't mean it's not happening.
Right, but can you choose to believe that the grass in your front yard right now is purple?
I can.
You can't. You can choose to say it. You can choose to claim it, but deep down you don't believe it.
And that depends on how I grew up with it. If I grew up knowing the grass is purple, then it's purple.
But you don't have that. Nobody has that. You know that the color green and the color purple are different.
I do, because I was taught.
Right. That's what I'm saying is that the grass is green and not purple. And you can't believe otherwise.
Suppose you can say that. But what if somebody wasn't taught that?
Taught what?
Taught that the grass was green.
Well, you mean they have a different color coding system?
Yeah.
Well, then the same rules apply. They just have different names for the different colors. That's kind of irrelevant. That's just a semantics game. The fact of the matter is, what you believe in is not a choice. Like, you can't choose to believe things. You're either convinced of something or you're not.
It's a pretty good point.
Right. So the idea that I have to be tortured forever in hellfire for the mere fact that I'm unconvinced that Jesus is the Messiah seems pretty crazy.
I guess it's kind of semantics then. Depends on whose point you're seeing it from.
How? Why does believing something require unending torture?
I believe fire's not going to hurt me, then I walk through fire and I get burned. I still get burned. And I believe it's not hurting me and I still get hurt.
But that's something you're doing. Hell is something that God is doing. God has made the decision that if I'm unconvinced, that I go to hellfire.
Sorry, I'm thinking about the point of God doesn't send you there, you send yourself there.
Nope.
What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that's a bad cope because I don't send myself there. God sends me there. God created hell. God created the consequences that send people to hell. He made the mechanisms that send people to hell and decided how it was going to work. I'm just inside of my own body, trying to use rational thought to understand the world. So the fact that I go to hell for not being convinced of something is God's doing, not mine.
I don't know if the world's rational.
Why would you think that?
This is probably going to be a long talk or a short one, either one. But I do love talking with you, Doug. It is very fun. For me, it's how people change things. It's how man changes things.
What do you mean?
I'm going to use this point. What does the swastika mean to you?
It's a symbol of hate.
No, it's a symbol of good and... See what else? Give me 1 minute.
What's he doing?
Sorry, I'm looking up things.
I think
in ancient Greece, Celts, and Anglo-Saxons, it is also in India.
Yeah, but
good means some state in being.
But I don't think this is relevant to the topic. We're talking about why
It
people
is. It's
need
how
to
people
be
change things.
tortured for eternity for being convinced of something.
Because I guess it's how you're convinced.
That's not an answer to the question. If you and I live identical lives, and the only difference is that you believe in Jesus and I don't believe in Jesus, you go to heaven and I get tortured for eternity. So the question is, how is that rational?
Yes, in a relationship-wise.
That doesn't explain it. How is it justified to torture somebody for eternity for not being convinced of something?
It's not justified by anything. It's who you walk with.
I don't think you're answering my question. What is the grounding?
I don't think I understand your question.
What is the ethical grounding for torturing somebody for eternity because they're unconvinced of a claim?
Decisions? Choices?
Not a choice.
What isn't a choice?
What you're convinced of.
Choices as in convincing of, or I'm so sorry.
You don't choose what is convincing to you. So why do I get tortured for eternity? Because I'm unconvinced of the thing that you're convinced of.
It's a good question.
Right, that's a good question. All right, listen, I got to move on to the next guest, Carlos. You're too nice. The audience wants to see someone get cooked, and I appreciate you coming up.
But
I don't want to. I don't want to cook you. Okay.
Don't worry. Practically everything that we talk about, it's really more of you sharpening me and me sharpening you. Well, more of you sharpening me, but still.
Sure.
I do enjoy you, Doug. I hope to. Hopefully, you're. Oh, one more thing. I do enjoy the things that you do because you do make the Christians think more than what they should be doing.
Right.
Even if you don't think that they're doing the right things, I still feel like you're doing a lot more than what Christians would be doing. You're basically pushing them.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
I do appreciate that. I do hope you have a blessed life. You take care, Doug. I hope to talk to you again soon.
Have a great one. Cheers.
You have a blessed one.
Hail Doug. Big W for Doug. All right, he was nice. All right, let's get somebody out of the queue here. We've got a couple people on the TikTok queue waiting to get in. And Big W, Eris 385 for the $2 super chat says, only one hard is Doug. Rock hard. Praise Doug. And I agree. I am rock hard for Doug. Aaron, thank you again for the $5 super chat. He says, to understand if you have to read the book Nephi, read it. Just read it. Understand it, you have to read the book of Nephi. Yeah, the book of Nephi. Listen, just read chapter 5. Go to 2nd Nephi chapter 5 and read it. I can't wait to hear what you find out. Also, Yodafer with the $10 super chat again says, I'm starting my own church and I have proof that I am in fact God, but more like a Warhammer 40K God. So lust or something, but believe me, I'm holy. And so I can have money. Yeah, that's the premise behind most of the churches. I am the leader of the church. You can't question me. You do have to follow me, and I might do some questionable things. I might touch a couple people, but just ignore that. Don't worry. Also, Yodafer, again with another super chat. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, Grilled de Reyes is a good example of being forgiven by God. He was friends with Joan d'Arc. I'm apologize. I actually don't know who Grill de Reyes is. Maybe somebody in the chat can clear me up on who that character is, because that's not actually a character that I'm familiar with. But we've got Kayla in the box now. How you doing, Kayla?
Hello?
Kayla, are you with us?
Yes, I'm.
That was quick. Kelly, you dropped out real fast. What happened there?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you right now, yeah.
Oh, hi.
How you doing,
Yeah,
Kayla?
I'm doing good. And you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Kayla, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm 36 and no, I'm not a believer. I was, but I'm not anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, we're just talking to believers, okay?
Oh. Okay. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
About the topic? Because you said Jesus fulfilled 0 Messianic prophecies. What do you exactly mean with it? Do you mean like prophecies that were written in the Old Testament and they didn't fulfill them in the New Testament?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So it's not about the things that he fulfilled in the New Testament.
No, because the things that he fulfilled in the New Testament, we don't even know he spoke. The New Testament texts were written way after he died. So like when it says Jesus said something, he predicted something and then he did it. Well, yeah, anyone can say that when you're writing after all of the events already transpired.
Yeah, true. And you're not a believer, I suppose.
Yeah.
No, you're atheist, I think.
Yeah.
Or oh yeah, I also became an atheist recently, so
A big W on
I can
that.
understand. Sorry?
It's a big W on that.
Thank you. Yeah, because I honestly think that a lot of things, and that is not even about prophecies, but a lot of things in the Bible just doesn't make sense. And to be honest, I also believe that if the God of the Bible was real, then he's kind of narcissistic, I think.
Yeah, 100%. Any God that demands you worship him upon the threat of eternal torture, that God's an asshole. He's not a real God.
You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, I wanted to clarify that. So, thank you for having me.
Sure thing.
Even though I'm not a Christian, and and enjoy your talk. Keep going, and thanks.
Absolutely. Good to hear from you, Kayla. Have a great one. Dopa for Kayla for being on the right side of sanity on that one. All right, we'll grab the next guest in here. Also, if you're watching this on YouTube and you're thinking to yourself, hey, I really want to join in the conversation, or on Facebook, you can go to the description of the video, and there will be a link in the description of the video where you can join the conversation. You don't have to be on TikTok to join our conversation. Welcome in. Is it Jan?
Hey, yeah, it's Jan. Yeah.
Yeah, welcome in, Jan. Jan, are you at least 18
Okay.
and are you a believer?
I'm a believer. What was your first question? Sorry, my volume was a bit low.
I just asked if you're at least 18.
I'm at least 18. Yeah, I'm 43.
Great, okay. And do you believe that Jesus fulfilled prophecies?
Yes, I do. And I can give you an example of at least one.
Sure.
One that probably a lot of people haven't really thought of before, that isn't really talked about much, or, people just don't read the Bible the same way that, with a lot of critical thinking. I think a lot of people follow the interpretations of their pastors, of their mainstream religious doctrines, and glance over a lot of things, or gloss over a lot of things. I'll just get straight to the point. We all know the story of Abraham, right? Abraham, who had Isaac after he had Ishmael.
So Genesis 15?
Yes, Genesis. And God demanded that Isaac be sacrificed, basically. And Abraham took Isaac up to the mountain.
Genesis 22 then.
I'm just going over the part where I think Genesis 15 is where Ishmael is introduced, right? I'm not sure.
Well, no, he Genesis 15,
Yeah,
I was
I'm pretty
referring
sure
to the covenant promise made to Abraham. I assume that's where you're going.
No, I'm not going towards the well. The covenant is important, but then again, let me not mix up too many things in my main argument. Basically, I want to focus on the story where Abraham took Isaac up to the mountain, and just before sacrificing him, he ended up being intervened, or being stopped by an angel, who then pointed towards a ram in the thicket.
Yep.
So that ram in the thicket that ended up being sacrificed, that was Jesus. And let me just explain really simply. The ram is a symbol of an age, and Jesus came at the end of the age.
Wait, the ram is a symbol of an age?
Yes, the Bible goes to a couple of zodiac signs. The first being the bull.
Taylor Tom, thank you so much for all the hats. How is the ram in the Bible symbolizing the end of an age?
Because let me just go back to the galactic center, right? The galactic center of the Milky Way. It revolves around, we as a solar system revolve around the galactic center also, and that cyclical path takes about 26,000 years to complete. So one revolution around the galactic center takes about 26,000 years to complete. So roughly that is 13 times 2,000 years. And it's said that the zodiac signs used to represent 13 symbols, and now they represent 12, right? So first, at the beginning of the Bible, 6,000 years ago, we started at the age of the bull. Then we came into the age of the ram.
Who decided that the bull was going to represent the age?
That's an older mythological, it's a zodiac sign, but the Bible uses the zodiac sign to tell time, basically, just like many other peoples did all around the world.
Yeah, but
that's why Jews blow the ram horn. That's why Joachim, I think, or Jeremiah. Yeah, I think it was Joachim. He was told to put a bulldog on his face during his age. It's just a telling of the time. Just like after the ram, you get Pisces. Remember the Jesus fish, and then after Pisces, you get Aquarius.
Right, but what I'm suggesting is that individual societies have different zodiac signs. So, how did you arrive at the position
Well, this is the one that we still recognize today.
that the
right?
ram
We
is the appropriate zodiac sign? Because the Chinese zodiac signs don't include a ram.
That's true. The Chinese use a different zodiac calendar, but this is the zodiac calendar that I think most of the Western world came to adopt, and was practiced or used in the Middle East at that time. And the Middle East used to represent the center of the known world in those days. So I think it is the most used zodiac calendar. We all know Cancer, Sagittarius, that zodiac sign.
What about the Egyptian zodiac signs?
The Egyptian, I don't know. I don't know what they used. But we're kind of getting off track here.
Well, what I'm suggesting is that you're just picking and choosing the zodiac signs that you like in order to concoct some weird, prophecy fantasy.
Really? I think. What does chat think? What do people kind of get where I'm going with this?
No,
where I'm going with this?
The
Because
chat thinks this is insane.
it's insane. Okay. Why? I mean, when people ask, what's your sign? Do you say, I was born in the year of the rat? Or do you say, I'm a Sagittarius, or I'm a Pisces, or I'm a...
No, I say that I don't believe in zodiac signs.
Okay, well, it's a very old system, There are a couple, but if the Bible chose to use the symbolism of, let's say, the Chinese zodiac calendar, then that will be just as valid, because in the Old Testament, let's say, I'm not a superstitious person. I believe a rat is just as an elegant and a beautiful animal that God created. So let's say that the rat represented the ram.
I don't think there's zodiac signs in the Bible.
Let's change the rat for the ram here.
I don't think there are zodiac signs in the Bible.
Okay, so what about the man with the pitcher in the New Testament? Jesus said he commanded his disciples to go into a town, and he said, you will find a man with a pitcher. Follow him into his house. Isn't that the age of Aquarius? No. Okay. Why do Jews blow the ram horn?
Because it was a symbol of war, a symbol of power, a symbol of success and assembly.
Why the ram?
Because they were the animal that was around them that had horns they could blow.
Yeah, but it could have been a goat horn.
Obviously, they were using a ram's horn because that was the native animal of their husbandry.
They could have used a goat horn.
No, they're tiny. They couldn't have used a goat horn.
Okay, so if you will allow me, let me just quickly try to find more evidence, zodiac signs in the Bible. What about the Jesus fish?
What about it?
Well, people, the signs for Pisces that a lot of Christians put on the back of their car.
So?
Jesus famously referred to himself as a fisherman of men.
So?
Well, fish, hello.
Are you aware that everybody in the Mediterranean region were eating fish as a staple? Thank you, Lone Wolf, for the hats.
Well, I don't think fish were as common in the Old Testament as they were as symbology for the New Testament, because Jesus came at the beginning of the age of Pisces and at the end of the age of the ram. So
yeah, I
a
disagree.
new symbology was kind of introduced.
I don't believe in ages.
You don't believe in ages, okay? No. All right. Well, I've tried to point out that at least the symbology that I think was used was throughout the Bible. It doesn't matter if you believe in it. If it means something to a certain people, and eventually that meaning became truth, then we're talking about fulfillment of prophecy.
No, we're not.
So it doesn't really matter if you adopt a certain.
There are no zodiac prophecies in the Bible.
Okay, well, I've tried my point. I think it's pretty clear to me, but
Fair enough.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Well,
Okay,
thanks for coming up, Jen.
Sure.
Wild. I love it when people like mix different belief systems together because you never really know what you're going to get. And Yodafer says, "Don't look up grilled de Reyes. He's not nice. You're too late. I already did. It's already in my browser history." But thank you for letting me know. Ninja Skeptic, thank you for the $5. He says, "Christian astrology, WTF. Using one form of crazy to justify another is still crazy. Thanks for spending your day with us, Justin." Yeah, thank you so much, Skeptic Ninja. I definitely enjoy all the time live streaming, and I agree. Trying to justify one book of madness by using other forms of madness is, in fact, just madness. So we'll grab the next guest in here. It looks like we've got Yaakov waiting to get in. And we've got, I see Ann and Woody waiting to get in on the YouTube queue. So Ann and Woody, we'll grab you in just a minute when we get the opportunity to. Lone Wolf, thank you for all the hats. I appreciate that. Guys, thank you so much for all the gifts and all the super chats and all the shares and all the screen taps. I really appreciate it. Remember, we're live 3 nights a week. So if you like debates and you're not following me, go ahead and drop me a follow. And you'll be able to watch me cook or watch me get cooked 3 nights a week. Yaakov is not connecting, so we'll disconnect Yaakov. Twitch is Scripture. Thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate that. Big W, Twisted Scripture. Big W. All right, I've got Anne waiting to get in. We'll see if this works. Although Anne looks a lot like the... Okay, the camera just updated. There we go. Now we've got Ann with us. How you doing, Ann? Ann, are you here? Oh, I think their connection's really bad. And if you're talking, I don't think anyone can hear you. I think your connection might be a little bit too slow. Unfortunately. Yeah, it's really bad. Jay, thank you for the app. Also, Johnny Barrios, thank you so much for the 666 on Cash App. Johnny, good to see you tonight, Johnny. Johnny gives the best tattoos on the planet. Sure. I checked his profile. If you're not following Johnny Barrios Tattoos, check him out. He's pretty active on TikTok. He's active in the Deconstruction community as well. All right, Ann, I'm sorry. You're going to have to get a better connection and come back, okay? I'd love to get you into the debate. I'd love to get you on the screen, but we got to get a connection so that we can have a conversation. You know what I mean? All right, we'll try to get the next guest in here. Looks like we got Gaz. Is it Gaz or Gaz? Hello? 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 Okay, I think they got here by accident. Okay, so we'll drop Gaz. He'll come back if he wants to be in the conversation. I think Ann came back. We'll see if this is better. How you doing, Ann? Ann, can you hear me?
Is it a little better?
It's better, yeah.
Oh gosh. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, perfect.
The connection is
Yes, I can hear you.
The connection is breaking up here and there, though. We'll see what happens.
All right, we'll do our best.
Okay. If it breaks up a lot, there's a possibility it could get better if you turn the camera off and do audio only, but sometimes that doesn't work.
Can you hear, or can you turn that back on, the light? Yeah. Can you hear and see me right now, though?
Right now, we're good. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Fantastic. Okay, so your name is Ann, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, we lost you for a second again.
I
was gonna be really bad. And you've turned into a robot. You're breaking up again. That's not good.
This sucks. I turned my video off.
Your video is off, but your audio is still really bad. Give it a second, see if it normalizes. Are you on Wi-Fi right now?
No, I'm not. We don't have Wi-Fi in my location.
Gotcha. I think you just might need a location with better reception because it's breaking up really bad.
Well, are you able to hear me now that my video's off?
Right now, yeah. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Great. Okay, so are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm 19 and I'm a believer.
Fantastic. And do you believe that Jesus fulfilled prophecies?
Yes, I believe Jesus fulfilled prophecies. Yes.
Or do you believe that he fulfilled the Messianic prophecies?
Can you define that, please?
Yeah, Messianic prophecy is essentially any prophecy in the Old Testament about the Messiah, and it's a little bit subjective. There are some prophecies that people think are about the Messiah that may not be, and there are some that are not about the Messiah that they might think that they are about the Messiah. And then there's like the third category of things that just actually aren't prophecies at all, that people just want them to be prophecies, but obviously I wouldn't accept that. So,
Perhaps you're referring
what's
to
that?
Zechariah. Zechariah's prophecies, perhaps? Is that what you're intending to get at?
Oh, there's a bunch of them. There's dozens of prophecies in the Old Testament that could be categorized as a messianic that either aren't messianic or they were not fulfilled.
Okay, so when you say not fulfilled, they weren't written in the Bible as fulfilled. You don't know for sure. There's no way to know that whether or not they were unfulfilled because it's simply not notated in the Bible if they were fulfilled or not. Which we can conclude that because the Bible is objective, that it's possible that they were fulfilled in some way, shape, or form, perhaps metaphorically, that they just simply weren't noted down. Or is that's conclusive, right? It's possible that that's the situation.
Well, I'm saying it's possible that they were fulfilled outside of the Bible, but we would still know if they were fulfilled, right?
How happened 2,000 years ago?
Well, if Jesus was an actual king in Israel, and he actually defeated all of Israel's enemies, that would be pretty apparent.
No, it wasn't Israel's enemies that he was trying to defeat. He was trying to defeat the ultimate enemy, the devil, which he did by dying for our sins.
Yeah, where's that prophecy?
I'm sorry, what are you saying? No, I'm not saying that's prophecy.
Okay, well, the prophecies that we actually have that are considered messianic don't talk about a devil. It talks about the actual physical enemies of Israel.
Like what? Rome under occupation, perhaps Babylon. What enemies are you referring to in that situation? Are you referring to later enemies or their current situation when Jesus was alive and preaching?
Well, that's the fun thing about the Old Testament messianic prophecies is the enemy is typically not specifically noted. It just says that they're going to be defeated.
As the devil, which they never really say the devil, but based on inferences, we can concur that the ultimate enemy of Jesus Christ and God is the devil, as in evil. It spreads the evil into the world and ultimately is the cause of all sin and disdain and human corruption. So Jesus dying on the cross provides an opportunity for humans individually to defeat their own personal devils.
No,
which was a
that's not at all a prophecy. The prophecy says he will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow will be cut off. Those are military victories.
Sorry, can you restate that, please?
Yeah, this is Zechariah 9:9, 9:9 and 10. It says, he will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow will be cut off. This is like actual military language. It's not metaphors.
All right, and who's saying this?
Zechariah.
Zechariah is. Well, okay. Based on the actual belief of the Jerusalemites in the time of Jesus, they assumed that Jesus was going to be a military leader based on some misinterpretations of previous scriptures. And of course, this was written in a different language, so exactly what their exact words are, and different words can vastly change the meaning of it. But I know Hebrew, including Jerusalem and the natives in Israel were also confused widely on wasn't coming in with swords and weapons and trying to break free of Rome.
Said would happen.
No, that's not what all the prophets said. And
it is. I just 9 where it says that he's defeat the enemies in Ephraim. So that's what that says, and then it also says in the other prophecies, for example, let's go to Ezekiel 37.
Okay. And I want to point out that you can technically take any point of the Bible because the Bible is subjective and was written by man, as you stated previously, not denoting it in a sense, but denoting some of the various lines. You can take any book and take a line out of context and then use it to twist in your way. And I have the Bible in front of me, but I have no specific lines that I'm going to be pulling out and trying to twist into my context because I'm not academically prepared for that. I saw your live stream and joined. Actually, particularly, I wanted to talk to you about Noah's promise, or the promise to Noah, because I noted you were talking about that with
want to talk about the prophecies.
I'm fine with talking about prophecies too. I wrote a few notes down and I wanted to talk to you about that. And I actually did write down that I wanted you to elaborate on Zechariah, because with that same person you had been talking about Zechariah's involvement in the possibility of his basic corruption with via the Bible, because his in fulfillment of the prophecies is your belief that everything the Bible said is therefore incorrect or inconclusive.
No.
And so then why do you believe that the Bible is completely incorrect if you're not going on the previous statement that because that the prophecies weren't concluded, that it's just completely all wrong?
I never said that everything in the Bible is wrong. I don't know where you got that from. Jesus is just not the Messiah because he didn't fulfill any prophecies, and the New Testament is a contradiction of the Old Testament.
Well, I think the claim to say that he didn't fulfill any prophecies is very much out there. He said that he would destroy the temple in 3 days' time, build it up, referring to himself as the temple.
And when was that written?
Sorry, what was that?
When was that written?
When was that written? Do you want me to? Sorry, I don't know specific dates.
Yeah, the earliest Gospel, Mark, was written in roughly 70 AD, maybe 60s.
Right, by his apostle Mark.
So long after he was already dead. So I wouldn't conclude that as a messianic prophecy. The messianic prophecies are the actual prophecies that were given by God in the Old Testament.
Yeah, the Old Testament, which is technically Jewish scripture, which I am Christian, I'm not Jewish. Therefore, I'd probably be better at arguing things that happened in the New Testament, which don't really refer, except you're talking about Revelations, which is the prophecies of the future to come.
Right, but the question is, what messianic prophecies did he fulfill?
Right, yes, yeah.
Right, so where in the Old Testament can I find a messianic prophecy that he fulfilled?
Sorry, I can't tell you specifically.
There would be a king that...
you got one? Or?
Well, he was prophesied to be a king.
He was.
A king would come to the Jews.
Okay, sorry, can you hear?
Yes, he was prophesied to be a king, I agree, but he was never a king, which is a big problem.
Well, he's king of heaven.
It doesn't say he's going to be king in heaven. It says he's going to be king in Israel.
He says he's king of kings.
I mean,
king of kings and Lord
based
of lords.
on the scripture,
I'm sure you believe that, but it says in Micah 5:2 that he's going to rule in Israel. That's a location.
Out of the house of David.
Right. So based on the scripture, we can tell that he was considered a king because of the fact that he was scorned in said way. He would put a crown of thorns on his head. He was dressed in purple robes and he held a scepter. And though he was crucified,
they mocked him
for being the king of Israel.
No, they mocked him for not being the king of Israel. Herod was the king in Israel. Antipas was the king in Israel.
So, but you can conclude that there was a connection with him and being a king of Israel.
No, there's not a connection. They were making fun of him because he wasn't the king. Also, Seth, thank you for the dragon. Being made fun of for not being a king doesn't make you a king.
No, I'm not inferring. But he was considered the king of several.
He was never considered a king in Israel. Not once. Not for a single day.
So, sorry, but I mean, you can't really conclude that. You can't conclude that there wasn't a person that entire time. Because, I mean, you first of all, you didn't live in that period.
Give one day in which he ever sat on the throne of King David.
He doesn't need to sit on the throne.
That's what a king does. Yes, the king is actually the one who administers justice and sits on the throne of the king. You don't get to be a king just because you say you're a king.
I mean, Caesar was also not sitting on the throne of David. He was sitting on a throne in Rome, and he was considered their king, their Pontius Pilate. He was the one ruling.
He was the king of the kingdom. And how do you know that he was the king of the kingdom?
Because it was written in the Bible that he was the king during that time. He was the one occupying Jerusalem.
Because he was the actual king in real history. He actually ruled and reigned over his kingdom, didn't he?
Yes.
Lone Wolf, thank you for the hands. Yeah. When did Jesus rule and reign in Israel over the Israelites?
All right. Regardless, I can't base a time where God did rule in Israel, but I mean, based on the belief, trying to make the statement that because God was determined to be a king in Israel, I'm not sure which prophet said that. It was prophesied that he would be a king, but saying that he was going to be the actual ruling king is up to like subjugation. You can change the wording and change the phrase. It's obviously written in Hebrew, in a mix of Greek, and it's possible that they weren't even using the proper word king. It's completely possible all these ways. I'm not trying to say that he wasn't the king. I also could make the point that some people probably viewed him as a king, and you kind of need to be viewed as a king to be considered a king in a similar way. I view him as
Just
king.
because somebody thinks you're a king doesn't make you a king. A king actually rules and reigns over a people group.
I would argue that he did kind of rule and reign. He preached and prophesied. People followed his rules in the world. Be kind to your neighbor, things like that. People still follow his rules to these days. If you consider them rules, I kind of consider them just ways of life. But
So was the prophet Samuel a king?
no, he was a prophet.
But people followed him.
Yeah, but the prophet Samuel was before the actual king of Israel, and he didn't.
Oh, there it goes. So there was an actual king on the throne other than Samuel.
Yes.
Right. And who was the king on the throne when Jesus was alive?
Caesar, Pontius Pilate.
Herod of Judea.
Yeah. You said, what did you say? Never mind. Sorry.
Okay. So Herod was the king, not Jesus. Jesus never sat on the throne for a single day. And the prophecies clearly state that he's going to be a king over Israel. For example, if we go to Ezekiel 37:22, the promise of sending the Messiah during the restoration period, it says, I will make them one nation in the land, on the mountains of Israel, and one king shall be king over them all. Never again shall they be two nations, and never again shall they be divided into two kingdoms. They shall never defile themselves with their idols and their detestable things, and with any of their transgressions. I will save them from all the apostasies to which they have fallen, and will cleanse them, and they shall be my people, and I will be their God. And my servant David will be king over them. They shall have one shepherd, and they shall follow my ordinances, and be careful to observe my statutes. They will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children shall live there forever. And my servant David will be their prince forever. So this is about an actual king. It's not about a spiritual king.
Sorry, could you scroll back up to the first part of that verse, please?
Yeah, I think we started in 22.
Never again will they gather into the quarters and bring there into. And can you point out the point where it actually says that Jesus is going to be the king?
It doesn't say Jesus is going to be the king. That's the point. It just says that there's going to be somebody from the line of David who's the king, and it says they're going to rule over the nation.
There were people from the line of David that were the king.
I'm sure there were, but it wasn't Jesus.
You were saying that they claimed specifically that Jesus was the king, but now you're going back on that. You're saying that he was
exactly the opposite. Jesus was never a king.
No, you said that they claimed that he was going to be a king. That you said they prophesied that he was going to be a king.
Yes, the prophets claimed that the Messiah would be a king, not Jesus.
Can you read that line to me, please, where it says Messiah is going to be the king?
Yeah, that's what Messiah means. You know what the word Messiah means?
Yes, the Messiah is Jesus. So he is.
No. What does the word Messiah mean?
The word Messiah?
Yeah.
I can't define that. I just know what it means. It's
the word Messiah is Mashiach in Hebrew, and it means anointed. It refers to either a priest or a king.
And Jesus was a priest.
He was not.
Could argue. I mean, not specifically a priest. He didn't go through the Jerusalem temple. One could argue he was priest.
He was never a priest or a king. He was never even anointed.
How do you know he was never anointed? Does it say that?
Why did they put on?
How do you know that he was anointed?
Why did they put on the crucifix, King of the Jews?
Because they were mocking him for not being the king. Do you understand? As he's being executed, they're rubbing it in his face that there's a guy who's claiming to be a king, but he actually has no kingdom.
Why did his wife tell him to let him go? That
his wife.
When they were.
Wait, Jesus' wife?
No,
not Jesus's wife. There was no wife for Jesus. We're talking about why was the ruler when they were going to condemn him? His wife came and said, you're making an error by punishing this man. I had a dream, and you are making a serious error by gonna crucify this man.
I don't know about that Bible verse.
Oh yeah.
But it's irrelevant to me. It doesn't. He's never a king.
He didn't come here to be a king.
The prophecies said he would be a king. I just read it. You want me to read it again?
No, it's not necessary for you to read again.
He's king. He's king and Lord. He's king in heaven.
No, he's not. There's no prophecy about a king in heaven. It's about a king on earth in Israel.
Interesting. Prophesying can be
You should
very
tell
much
you should tell the Catholic
subjective.
Church what you're saying.
Grandma.
I have.
Can we go back to the
I talked to a Catholic bishop a couple months ago.
Well, I'm sure you could get an earful with listening to them.
I'm sure I could.
So, could you could you go back to Noah's promise? That's kind of what I joined for specifically. I had a point.
Isaiah 56.
No,
or
Noah.
54?
The God promised Noah that he would never again.
Oh, Genesis 9? Is it Genesis 9 or 8? I always forget.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Yeah, it's
either.
Genesis 9.
Okay.
Give me a second.
For it.
There we go. Yeah, Genesis 9. We're starting verse 12, I guess. God said, "This is a sign of the covenant which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you. For all future generations I have set my bow in the clouds, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth."
Right. Okay. Sorry. Is that the end? Could you keep reading? Because that doesn't seem.
I mean, how much do you want me to read? Yeah. "When I bring clouds over the earth, and the bow is seen in the clouds, I will remember my covenant that is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh. And the waters shall never again become a flood to destroy all flesh."
Right. Okay. Thank you. That that line there, the waters shall never again become a flood to destroy all flesh. You can't disagree that did become true. Never again did God flood the entire earth. And there actually is.
It never happened the first time either.
How do you know that? I mean, there actually is scientific evidence that there was in fact a likely flood on earth. And not only does the Christian religion believe in that, many religions believe that there was a flood on earth, making it kind of a historic.
There was a regional flood in the ancient Near East. There wasn't a global flood.
And how would you know that specifically? Also,
because we actually have records of it.
Records from the actual time of the flood, which couldn't exist.
Yeah, we literally do. Yeah. And do you know that archaeologists have actually uncovered evidence that the likely cause of the flood was when the Mediterranean Sea filled the whole Nile region and met with the Persian Gulf? That's why there's literal settlements right now. If you go to the Persian Gulf, there are little settlements where water of the Persian Gulf is. They dove down there and found settlements from when the Persian Gulf wasn't there before. It used to be dry land. The whole region, the whole region flooded.
Yes. So the whole region did flood, but you can conclude that. Yes. Did you hear the sign? Or never mind. I'm not going to get into that.
There's no scientific evidence for a global flood.
There's no scientific evidence that there wasn't a global flood either.
But there's no scientific evidence that the tooth fairy doesn't exist. You don't establish something as being true just because there's no affirmative evidence that it didn't happen. I could just say that pigs fly, and you have no evidence that my pig doesn't fly.
What about the geology records that show the stratus of the rock structure?
I mean, it doesn't point.
The rock structure is layered.
Yeah.
And it moves. What about all that? That shows some flooding went on.
They don't. Those layers typically take hundreds of thousands of years to form, and geologists overwhelmingly reject the idea that there was a global flood. And the global flood also ignores a lot of really big issues. For example, how in the world did the lions have food to eat for 371 days? What were they eating?
What about the people that built the ark? Those scientists have a
You're breaking up. I can't hear you.
What you're saying.
You're breaking up. I can't hear you.
Ark they built.
You mean you mean the ark exhibit in Kentucky?
So that you can hear me first, please.
I can hear you right now.
He can hear you because he's reacting.
That's good. Okay, I'm gonna keep playing my video.
So, what ark you talk about? The one in Kentucky? What about it?
From philosophy and you on
We're having trouble
and
hearing you right now.
Despite whether or not the flood happened, I'd like to get on the question because God did start with
We're
food. And
having
with
a little bit of trouble hearing you guys. You're breaking up really bad.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you right now. Yeah.
Okay, I might just need to keep my video off. I was hoping that I could have my video because facial reactions are kind of important in a debate, but
No.
might have to keep it off.
Sure.
Can you hear me still?
I can hear you right now. Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to get back on the fact about the lions because God did say that Noah should stock the boat with providence to survive the journey.
Right.
So and then also
And
that
so
the lions were moving.
What were the
It's more.
what were the lions eating the whole time?
Well, the Bible doesn't say exactly what Noah did stock, but it did say that.
What
Noah
do
should
lions eat?
Meat,
flesh.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So how many living animals do you need to put on a boat just to serve its food to the lions?
Sorry, that's another thing that you're assuming. You're assuming that the lions were eating the entire time. It was a miraculous creation by God. God shut the boat. I mean, I know you don't believe in the miracles of the Jesus, but it's completely possible that a miracle did occur in which a circumstance where the lions were put to sleep for that certain amount of time and then woke up and again.
You know, you still have to consume calories if you're sleeping, right?
Sorry, you missed the part perhaps about miraculousness of the entire situation.
Oh, right. So you want me to believe in miracles again? Okay. So if God's just going to do miracles, then why do anything at all? Just make a miracle.
A miracle,
well,
like
he's
what?
God, not you.
No, that's what I'm saying. If you're just going to do a miracle, what's the point in having the whole Noah story? The whole Noah story is useless at that point. By the way,
really
how did the penguins climb down the mountain without stumbling and falling and killing themselves?
Sorry, that's really funny. Sorry, I don't know how to answer that question. Maybe they slid on their stomachs. That's just funny.
Yeah, it's a rough one. And how did the kangaroos get to Australia?
I'm sorry, that's really funny. I'm not. Sorry, I don't know how to verify those questions, and I can't really scientifically argue that perhaps there was different circumstance. Perhaps not the entire globe flooded. Perhaps it was just Israel. I can't really state anything like that. Perhaps it wasn't two of every beast of the land because it states the land, not referring to the entire world. It states the land, and perhaps the land was only referring to a site in Israel. And believing that most of the people originated from Israel and they were the sinners of the world, it would make sense that God was punishing them particularly. And never will I wipe out your people with a flood of water could infer that he did only wipe out a certain region of the earth, which would make things a little more probable.
But he says that he's going to kill everything that has breath in its lungs.
Breath in this lungs, but he doesn't state in which region.
It says, I will blot out from the face of the ground. Sorry, give me a second.
The ground perhaps referring to only his settlement area, because God did have a region, his chosen people, or according to the Jewish scripture, I believe that God loves everyone equally, but according to what we're talking about, the Jewish scripture, the Israelites were his chosen people. And there's perhaps circumstances where he was only punishing them. In fact, in many circumstances, he uplifts those who are sinning more. The Romans, for instance, they're serving different gods than him, something that he clearly doesn't like, but he uplifts them and puts them in a situation above the Israelites because he expects more out of the Jewish people because they are his chosen.
Right, but it says in 721, all flesh died that moved on the earth, birds, domestic animals, wild animals, all swarming creatures that swarm on the earth, and all human beings, everything on dry land in whose nostrils was the breath of life died.
And it specifically says on the earth. Can you Google what on the earth is in Hebrew? Perhaps because they're...
I assume it's like Ba'aretz or all Ha'aretz?
Because neither of us actually read Hebrew or Greek. We probably need to learn dozens of languages to be completely able to understand the Bible and all its metaphoricalness and interpretations. It has very much room for interpretation, and perhaps Earth wasn't referring to the entire globe, but was referring to that side. It's improvable. It's all hypothetical, but that is the situation that we're technically arguing, saying that we don't live in this time, and we can't argue something without hard facts that neither of us have. all we can argue is in metaphoricalness and
Right, yeah. So the phrase that's typically used during the flood is va'ako. So all of the, or all the would be va, the va conjunction means and, which is the beginning of most of the sentences because they don't have periods.
What version of the Bible are you reading from? Is it New King James or?
I'm reading the NRSV.
The NRSV?
Yeah.
NRSV. Okay, New Romans Version. Okay.
The New Revised Standard Version?
Revised Standard.
Yeah, I have the King James Version, and there are very many alternations between different versions, and in different languages, there's different pronunciations of the words. Different words mean different things in different languages. In fact, it's a big argument in the Catholic Church whether or not Jesus had any siblings, because the fact that
No, they don't argue at all.
No,
They
they do.
Didn't.
No, I mean, no, that's what the Catholics say, but that it also says that Jesus had brothers in the Bible.
There's no argument within the Catholic Church.
No, yeah, that's what I was inferring. There was an argument with Catholic churches and Protestants that Jesus had siblings, because the Bible doesn't say that he had siblings, and then the Catholic Church believes that Mary was a virgin her entire life. But the reason that situation happened in the first place is because the word sibling in Hebrew can also be used for the word cousin or uncle, close relative. So it's like it creates all this miscommunication, and because their language wasn't as adapted as now English and all our languages to this day, therefore it's completely possible that misinterpretations of the Bible, which still technically mean that their prophecies or what they're trying to communicate is coming true, just in a different way than what we can currently interpret, with our languages being so vastly different than what theirs was at their time.
What does that have to do with everyone on Earth dying?
Because there's quite ability. Because Earth, we don't know if the word exactly was Earth. That is what that is imprinted into our Bibles, but that could completely be different in Hebrew. That could be completely different in Greek. It could be completely different inferences. It's completely possible that he didn't infer every single person on this globe, which he didn't say globe, he said earth. And earth is also a word for dirt, which the dirt of Israel, his homeland, could have been the only inferenced. And it's much more likely and possible the animals on that specific peninsula, especially considering if you're taking in crater shifts over the entire world, that the animals in that peninsula were possible to be gathered into a single boat and then spread out after the end of the flood.
Sure, but the text literally says, all perished, all flesh that moved on the earth. Upon the earth is pretty important, right? So when we're talking about a specific land in Hebrew, when it uses the word eretz to refer to a particular land rather than the whole earth, typically you would see a conjunction with it. It might say Baha'eretz or Ba'eretz, which means in the land, meaning in a specific land, right? But when it uses like yes, all Ha'eretz, it just means all upon the land, anything that is on the land. So call all Ha'eretz.
Okay, so the land also subjective in a way, because it's actually kind of proving my point there. The land probably refers to the promised land, which is often something that the promised land being the Israelite area, Jerusalem, the area which his people would live forever in. Later in Zechariah, can't quote the verse exactly.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that the book literally tells you that nobody survived. It says nobody survived except for the 8 that were on the boat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nobody survived. It's completely possible that he was only referring to his Israelites as chosen people.
No. That's not what it says.
No entire earth. He says nobody survived. Nobody. The other people on the earth might not have been important in the relationship with what the Jewish believed at the time, which is what they were special in God's eye. And perhaps they infer that no other Jew or no other I guess Jew is the correct term. No other Israelite survived during that time. Using more modern terms for what they would have considered themselves back then, they would have been considered Jewish to themselves. But they no other. It's completely possible that they didn't even take into account the Gentiles, or what they would have been called at that time, because they weren't the chosen people. There is a possibility that people were still living and surviving.
There were no chosen people at the time of the flood.
God punishes his people, and that's not true. There were chosen people. What was that? Really?
Yeah, because he says, I will never destroy the earth again. He gives that promise. I'll never. And he destroyed the earth because of violence.
Yeah.
And he said,
Yeah,
Yep.
always punishes people, though. That's what it seems like.
he says the entire earth. He's talking about the entire earth. He's not just talking.
Should I go back on that argument then? Should I continue it? I kind of want to talk about.
The goal of the flood is to wipe out the wicked mankind. That's the goal of the flood, which means all mankind. That's why it says that only 8 remained.
Okay, so I guess maybe I should repent on that argument. Regardless, that's not really what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about Noah's promise specifically.
Sure. What about it?
That he won't destroy the earth again, because I feel like that into say, and you say that none. You did say those were none of the prophecies have come true, and I'm just curious how you think that God destroyed the earth with water again?
I don't think he ever did in the first place, but I'm gonna tell you a joke as an analogy, okay? This is one of my dad's favorite jokes. My dad used to tell me the joke. There was a guy sitting at the gas station just clicking his fingers, and somebody walked up to him and said, "Why are you just sitting here all day and night clicking your fingers?" And he goes, "Well, I'm keeping the elephants away." And the guy says to him, "There are no elephants within 1,000 miles of here." And he goes, "Yeah, I'm doing a good job, aren't I?"
Okay, funny.
There's no elephants that are native to America, right? So when the Bible says that God made a promise that he's not going to destroy the earth with a flood again, basically just a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's not something that's ever going to happen. It's physically impossible. It will never happen.
Sorry, kind of spaced. Oh my gosh. It's never going to happen, so you just think because
it's physically impossible. There's not enough water that can be contained in the atmosphere for a global flood to ever happen.
I feel like that's inconclusive because, I mean, we're right now worried about global warming and the fact that like the land is shrinking because the glaciers are melting.
Right, but we're talking about whether or not there's enough water to flood the entire world, and there's not.
What's this one?
Look at it. The following, that before Jesus was ever born, these were all prophecies that there was going to be Jesus.
Okay, so I have a list of all the prophecies that was made before Jesus' birth. The following predictions were thousands of the years before Jesus was born. Considering his birth, born of the seed of a woman, born of a virgin, seed of Abraham, seed of Isaac, seed of Jacob. Okay, those aren't necessary. The day Jesus was crucified, all these were predicted thousands of years.
Were they predicted?
Verses as well.
Right.
First of all, the day crucified, here are just a few. He was betrayed by a friend. This was in 1000 BC.
Right, but where are the predictions?
Proverbs 41:9.
Proverbs 41 is not a prediction of anything.
Sorry, what's PS
Why
right
not?
here? Is PS Proverbs or what's that?
Yeah.
Psalms is PS.
Psalms. My bad.
Psalms, yeah.
Psalms, PS.
So a prediction of the future is a clear form of speech.
Sorry, what are you saying?
They-
A prediction.
Yeah,
Why
so-
isn't that?
So a prophecy is like an actual form of speech, right? And we find that spelled out for us in Deuteronomy 18. For example, I'll grab it real quick for everyone to read.
Why-
It says, anyone who does not heed the words of the prophet, anyone who does not heed the words that the prophet shall speak in my name, I myself will hold accountable. But any prophet who presumes to speak in my name a word that I have not commanded the prophet to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet shall die. You may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not prove true or take place, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. So we should know that a prophecy is a clear form of speech. A prophet is saying X, Y, and Z is going to happen, and then we get to look and ask ourselves, did the thing happen, right? A prophecy is not just any random words on a page that we want to be a prophecy.
Okay, sorry. I have other ones though. I don't just have ones from
I want
Psalms.
to inject something.
Okay,
Why
sorry.
does why does the justice system use the Bible as a form of truth in swearing in people?
They don't.
If it doesn't hold. Yeah, they do.
No, they don't. When you get sworn into office, you have to swear on whatever holy book is relevant to your religion. There have been people sworn in on the Quran. There have been people sworn in on the Bible. There have been people sworn in on other holy books too.
Well, predominantly, if you're a U.S. citizen, and I think you are, predominantly in the United States, that's what we do.
Only if you're a Christian.
I'm sorry, I have more verses though. So he would be silent before accusers, which we can see is a very specific situation.
Where is that prophesied?
That's Isaiah 53:7.
Oh, great. Isaiah 53. I love that one. So have you read all of Isaiah?
No, I haven't. I've read all the Gospels.
I have.
Okay. I haven't read the entire Bible.
Well, Isaiah 53, I agree with both the Hebrew, the Jewish people, and I agree with biblical scholars that say that Isaiah 53 is about the nation of Israel. And I believe that because whoever wrote Isaiah 53 tells you exactly who the servant is on at least 8 or 9 different occasions leading up to chapter 53. So if you...
Sorry.
What's that?
What who the servant is?
Yes, the servant is identified on many occasions leading up to chapter 53. So you don't have to like wonder who the servant is. The servant is the nation of Israel.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was a little confused on what you were trying to get at there.
Right. So let me read a couple passages to you real quick. They're really short. I'll put them on the screen and see if you can see them. I don't know if you can see them, but I'm sharing my browser with you, I think.
Right. I can see them. I see Isaiah 41. I was talking about Isaiah 53, where he would be wounded and silent before accusers. Yep. And that's what I have written.
Right. And that's the nation of Israel. Okay. So the suffering servant is the nation of Israel. And God tells you in the passage, Isaiah 41, 8-9 says, "You, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you who I took from the ends of the earth and called you from its furthest corners, saying to you, you are my servant. I have chosen you and not cast you off." So in Isaiah 41, the servant's clearly Israel. Isaiah 43:10, he says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen." So again, the servant Israel. And then 44, 1 and 2, "Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I've chosen." So Israel's servant. 44:21, "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant. I formed you. You are my servant, O Israel. Do not forget me." Then 45:4, "For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel, my chosen, I call you by your name." Then 48:20, he says, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea. Declare this with a shout of joy. Proclaim it. Send it forth to the ends of the earth and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob."
I'm sorry, what are you trying to get at right now? I'm
sorry.
A little bit confused.
My point is, we know who the servant is. The servant is Israel.
Okay, all right. Sorry, are you going to read the 53
how did
now?
Israel get that name?
What
Sorry,
name?
what? Israel. Where did Israel originate from? Old Testament, remember who Israel was?
Yeah, Israel was Jacob. That was his second name.
Okay, and he says his servant Jacob, and particularly, I noticed in the first book, is my servant Jacob.
Yeah, which is Israel. Mm-hmm.
But also Israel could be still referring to Jacob as Israel's second name. But sorry, continue. I'm still very curious about what your main point is. He could be completely talking about Jacob, not Israel.
But Jacob's already dead.
That doesn't refer to anything. Jacob is alive in heaven, and according to what the scriptures believe.
Mm-hmm.
So you think the figure of Jacob is the suffering servant in heaven?
I don't necessarily believe anything. I kind of just want to hear what your point is at this point.
Jesus.
I'm just making that could possibly be a point. There's so many things up to circumstance and metaphorical interpretations, but what's your point? I'm really curious now.
Well, the point is, in 2nd Isaiah, that's chapter 40 to 55, the servant is listed as the nation of Israel, and the main theme of the whole section of text is that God is redeeming his servant from captivity in Babylon. That's the whole theme, right? So that's why the prophecy starts in 52, and you guys can see it, I believe. Let me put it on the screen real quick. It says, "Break forth, shout together for joy, you ruins of Jerusalem, for the Lord has comforted his people. He has redeemed Jerusalem. The Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations, and the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God." Now, we know what that means because the book of 2nd Isaiah tells us that the Lord has bared his holy arm on like 10 different occasions. And it's referring to redeeming them from captivity. That's why he says he has redeemed Jerusalem. Are we together so far?
King of Kings, Lord. Revelation 19.
Oh, we're not talking about Revelation. Is that what we're talking about?
King of Kings.
King of Kings.
So far in chapter 52, God is preparing them to exit the captivity, which is why the next verse says, depart, depart to go out from there, touch no unclean thing. Go out from the midst of it and purify yourselves, you who carry the vessels of the Lord. For you shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go out in flight, for the Lord your God will go before you, and the God of Israel will be your rear guard. So he's preparing them to leave captivity now, just like they left captivity in Egypt, except for this time they don't have to go out in a hurry. Then it says,
Right, they're not.
Right, yeah. So he says, see, my servant shall prosper. He shall be exalted and lifted up, and shall be very high. Just as there were many who were astonished at him, so marred was his appearance beyond human semblance, and his form beyond that of mortals. So he shall startle many nations, and kings shall shut their mouths because of him. For that which had not been told to them, they shall see. That which they had not heard, they will contemplate. And this is exactly what the rest of Isaiah says is going to happen when God redeems his people from captivity. It says the other nations will see your vindication, and they'll run to you. In fact, it says the kings of the other nations will bring you their gold. They'll bring you their silver and gold.
Okay, I'm sorry. I made a point and you never really got back.
Sorry, maybe I missed it.
I was talking about. So I have this paper here of all the prophecies that were thousands before Jesus were born that did become fulfilled, and they were
right. We're talking about Isaiah 53, right?
Yeah. Still,
Sorry, I'm just laying the groundwork to demonstrate that Isaiah 53 is not actually about the Messiah. It's about the nation of Israel. Right.
Okay. So, but why? When was the nation of Israel silent for accusers, or are you just completely saying that it never happened? And you're trying to point out, because I mean, they were wounded and bruised. So not the entirety of the nation of Israel. Those who was occupied, and verify whether being certain person or certain Israelites were one other occupants of Rome. But based off of Isaiah 53, silent before accusers.
I think you're trying to skip over the context. The context is how you know who he's talking about here, right? So he tells you, we already read it. The goal here is for them to leave Babylon. That's what this prophecy is about. And he tells you who the servant is. The servant is being redeemed from captivity. And then it says, the very last thing says, for that which had not been told to them, they shall see. That which they had not heard, they shall contemplate. Well, the very next line is a personification of those nations contemplating what just happened. Who has believed what we have heard, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? Well, elsewhere, God tells you the arm of the Lord is being revealed to these nations who held Israel captive. So this is now a personification of the nations speaking. When they see the thing happen, when the prophecy comes true, this is what they're going to say. And it says, he grew up before him like a young plant, like a root out of dry ground. Well, this is exactly what Isaiah says about the nation of Israel. If you go to Isaiah, is it chapter 60? Let me double check real quick.
In here.
Isaiah 60:21 is what I'm looking for. It says, your people shall all be righteous. They shall possess the land forever. They are the shoot that I planted, the work of my hands. So the root out of dry ground appears, by all accounts, in the book of Isaiah to be the nation of Israel, not to be a Messiah. Right? So the
okay, but
what's that?
About the Messiah.
Sorry, you're breaking up again.
Subjectiveness. Okay.
Sorry, you broke up for a second. What were you saying?
It's pretty obvious that he was referring. I think it's pretty obvious he was referring to the Messiah. It's literally like the silent before accusers and wounded and bruised, beaten and spit upon. That's his 56. It's just all too perfect in what the example of the actual Jesus story is, that it's just somehow like just by chance that Isaiah predicted this for all of Israel, and then those exact things happened to the Messiah as they were predicted. That's kind of a far out claim. You don't think so? That he's predicting all of Israel when those exact things happened to Jesus and are documented by Jesus by all the four Gospels?
They didn't happen to Jesus. So this is talking about being in the Babylonian captivity, which Jesus certainly was not in the Babylonian captivity. It says that they're going to be called from the land of the living. This is a very clear reference. We know in Jeremiah what that means. It means to be taken captive. Jeremiah quite literally refers to this. Being cut off from the land of living means they're going into exile. And there's other parts of the prophecy that simply could not fit Jesus. For example, it says in verse 12, "Therefore I will allot him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong." Well, this matches what Isaiah says about Israel. It doesn't match anything with Jesus. Jesus never divided the war spoil with the strong.
I'm sorry. We're still on Isaiah 53.
Yeah, Isaiah 53:12. So what you're saying is that because there are some things here that line up with Jesus, that we should ignore the context of all of Isaiah. We should throw all of Isaiah out and only read this one chapter. But I disagree with that. I don't think that's an appropriate way of reading it.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's just so perfect, though. It's like you're sometimes chance that Isaiah predicted exactly what happened.
You're breaking up really bad again. We can't hear you right now.
Correct.
We can't hear anything you're saying.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you right now.
Okay. So sorry, I'm trying to make the point that you do believe Jesus existed on this earth. He is a historical figure, and his existence, right? Though you don't believe he's the Messiah.
No, because he didn't fulfill any prophecies.
But you believe
we're losing you again. We can't hear you.
Hello?
We're having trouble hearing you right now. We can't hear anything you're saying, my friend.
Can you hear me?
Not so much.
Alright, I'm just gonna get back in.
No, you're breaking up really bad. Now we can't hear you at all. All right. Listen, Ann, I don't think your connection's strong enough to stay up, but thanks for coming in. Get when you get to a better reception area, let us know. Come on back. I'll bring you right back to the front of the line, okay? All right. So she gave it her all, guys. She tried. She meant well. She really did. We'll grab the next guest in the queue here. When I run this topic, I'm always curious if they're going to bring anything new to the table. You know, they typically don't. But I always want to give them the opportunity. You know what I mean? But let me grab a couple of super chats real quick, guys, and we'll move on to the next guest. It says, watching the nation, $10 super chat. Thank you so much. It says, I know I asked this before, but was wondering if you could enable closed caption for your lives for those who have trouble hearing. Sorry to bother you again. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for watching. So I figured out how to enable closed captioning. What I don't know at this moment, I have to figure this out. I got to do a trial run. I don't know if I enable closed captioning, will it force it to be on the screen at all times? Because if that's the case, then I've got to do a little more background work, because I don't want the closed captions to be on everybody's screen for all time. So I got to do like a little pilot test run to see what happens once I enabled the in-stream closed caption. But I am working on it. I promise I'm working on it. Don't worry, I didn't forget about you. And also, Brothel Guy, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, I want to write a historical fiction about Jesus being a Roman soldier, Mary's child, that reformed the religion that would kill his mom. He didn't know the religion, raised in Rome. But gentled Judaism, Gentile. I think you mean, but led. I'm so sorry, I'm not making out that word. But listen, I want to read the fan fiction. When you get some of the fan fiction written, let me know. Send it over to me. I'll buy a copy of it. I'd love to hear it. And make use of the work of Celsus. Celsus talked quite a bit about how there was a little bit of mystique around the virgin birth. Brandon Humphrey, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, what always bothers me was if an alien race came down and offered a book to us, we would delve and examine it completely. However, the vast majority of Christians cannot be bothered to read all of it, or to read it at all. Yes, that is the wild thing, that they will claim to believe in the book, but they won't actually have read the book. And also, Atheist Bulldog, Dugald, thank you so much for the $10 of Venmo. Dugald says, hail Doug, and reset your live goal. Sorry, guys, I didn't know my live goal was lagging, but I'll definitely take care of that. We've got the Star Guy, Lion Servant in the box now. How you doing, Star Guy?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. I'm good. Yeah, all right.
So, Star Guy, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm 41. I'm a believer, yeah.
Fantastic. And do you believe that Jesus fulfilled the Messianic prophecies?
Yeah, I also believe there's certain ones that he hasn't fulfilled yet, like Isaiah chapter 63.
Sure. And which ones did he fulfill already?
Obviously the Isaiah chapter 53, starting with verse 5, going down to 12.
Well, that's not true. Isaiah 53 is about the nation of Israel. I literally just went over this with the previous caller.
Okay, but in Romans chapter 5, verse 6, it does confirm that he's talking about Christ.
No, it doesn't. It just confirms that Paul doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay, let's have a read. Of Romans chapter 5, verse
Why do I
6.
care what Romans says?
It says, for when we were yet without strength, in due time Christ
died. Why do I care what Paul
ungodly.
said?
Because Paul met Christ on the way to Damascus, and he was sent to the Gentiles to graft in the Gentiles into Christ.
Oh, that's doubtful at all. I don't believe any of that. He contradicted Jesus. Jesus says that the law of Moses was going to stand forever. Paul says that it was done away with. I definitely don't believe this guy met Jesus.
Well, if you don't like Jesus, then you won't like Paul. You won't like Paul's teachings.
No, I'm saying that Jesus and Paul disagreed.
No, they don't.
He did. Yeah, Jesus said to follow the law forever.
No.
Yeah, you want me to read it for you?
Paul disagreed with Isaiah chapter 5.
No, he disagreed with Jesus.
He definitely agreed with Jesus.
I'll just read it for you. But, it's okay. I don't expect that you guys have actually read the book. It says, do not think that I have come to abolish the law of the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus wants you to
Christ himself.
Yeah, Jesus wants you to do the law, which means Paul was wrong.
Yeah, but Paul doesn't actually say don't do the law.
Paul says the law was done away with on multiple occasions.
No, he doesn't. He says
Romans chapter 7 and Galatians chapter 3.
Yeah, but you have to understand Paul his writings are hard to be understood.
I don't think they're hard.
So he was talking to the Gentiles with regards to certain laws, and the Israelites had another apostle over them.
Sure.
So that's where the confusion comes in. But
so I'll just read it for you. Paul says in Galatians chapter 3:23, now before faith came, we were imprisoned and guarded under the law until faith would be revealed. Therefore, the law was our disciplinarian until Christ came, so that we might be reckoned as righteous by faith. So Paul's saying that he no longer needs the law, which means he's contradicting Jesus. No, usually they want to argue for that the law is done away with. They usually don't argue for the opposite.
No, the law's not done away with, and Paul didn't advocate for the law to be done away with, and I can actually verify that with Romans chapter 11.
So it says,
I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? God forbid, but rather through their fall, salvation is come unto the Gentiles for to provoke them to jealousy, which is talking about the Israel. Go to verse 1. He says, I say then, have God cast away his people? God forbid, for I also am an Israelite of the seed of Abraham of the tribe of Benjamin. So Paul's more Israelite than you, mate.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're not talking about who is an Israelite. We're talking about whether or not the law was done away with. And Paul clearly said that it was. He says, before faith came, we were imprisoned and guarded under the law until faith would be revealed. Therefore, the law was our disciplinarian until Christ came, so that we might be reckoned as righteous by faith. So he's saying the law is no longer needed. It was only for a time period.
It was grace, because obviously certain laws is punishable by death, right?
I don't think you understood anything I just said. Paul is saying that the law was temporary.
No, he's not.
We'll try this
I'm going to
again.
give you an example.
All right, what is the word? What is the word?
Let me explain why.
No, I'm not going to. What does the word until means?
Romans 6:15 says, "What then shall we?"
Try this again. When it says guarded under the law until faith would be revealed, what does the word until mean? What's the definition of the word until? They can never stay on task.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What does the word until mean? What is the definition of the word until?
Until means up until, like until, you know what I mean? Until means until.
Is until a permanent or a temporary state?
Temporary.
Temporary, okay. So when he says that they were under the law until faith, is that permanent or temporary?
It's not saying that it's temporary.
We'll try this again. When he says that they were under the law until faith came, is that permanent or temporary?
You've got to read it in context. He's saying
it's funny. He says until faith came. Is the until permanent or temporary?
It's permanent.
So the word until is permanent here.
Yeah.
No, definitionally speaking, that's not what the word until means. So it says, therefore, the law was, that's past tense. The law was our disciplinarian until Christ came. He's saying that it is no longer our disciplinarian. The basic words, my man.
I think it's disingenuous to try and use Paul against Christ when Christ.
I'm just reading the book. You don't like what Paul says.
No, I like what Christ said. You said it already. He said he came to fulfill the law, and then the whole topic was.
And Paul disagreed.
Can you show where Christ has fulfilled the law, and then we've kind of ciphered off down here. But I just want to give a few examples in the Old Testament where he did fulfill those. But you've gone into Paul because obviously that's
you went into Paul, not me.
I don't want to go into. Yeah, I did go into Paul, but you're going too far into Paul. I just wanted.
Oh, right, yeah. You brought up Paul, and now you don't like it that I'm examining the teachings of Paul that disagree with Jesus. I know. I'd be uncomfortable too if I was in your shoes.
No. Obviously, you're taking it out of context.
What I take out of context? Paul quite literally says that the law was done away with.
One of us is for Christ, the one of us is Antichrist.
Also, Romans chapter 7, I guess you haven't read this one either, says, do you not know, brothers and sisters, for I am speaking to those who know the law, that the law is binding on a person only during that person's lifetime. Thus, a married woman is bound by the law to her husband as long as he lives, but if her husband dies, she is discharged from the law concerning the husband. Accordingly, she would be called an adulteress if she belongs to another man while her husband is alive. But if her husband dies, she is free from that law. And if she belongs to another man, she is not an adulteress. In the same way, my brothers and sisters, you have died to the law through the body of Christ, so that you may belong to another, to him who is raised from the dead, in order that we may bear the fruit of God. So you're dead to that law. That law is no longer your husband.
No, he fulfilled the law. So
we're talking about the words of Paul. I don't know why you can't stay on task here.
But why are we speaking about Paul when the topic is Christ? Jesus fulfilled zero Messianic.
All right. Well, you brought up Paul. If you want to pivot back, we can pivot back. Okay. So, what prophecy did Jesus fulfill?
Okay. So we've gone into Isaiah chapter 53, which you said you've gone through already with somebody else, which is fair enough. So Messiah would be a sacrifice for sin.
That's not in the book.
Messiah would be seated as God at God's right hand. Psalms chapter 68, verse 18. And Psalms 110, verse 1.
Psalm 68 is not a prophecy.
But what does he say?
Psalm 68 is not a prophecy. It doesn't matter what he says.
Well, it
Nope. They're so predictable. It's wild to me that they think random psalms are just prophecies because they want it to be prophecies. I always have this hope that they're going to bring something interesting, and they never do.
Psalm 68 verse 18, thou hast ascended on high, thou hast led captivity captive, thou hast received the gifts from men, yea, for the rebellious also,
Yeah.
that the Lord God might dwell
Are those
among
predictions
them.
for the
when
future?
So we know that God dwelt amongst us.
We'll try this again.
When-
Are any of those predictions for the future?
Christ already fulfilled that.
Are any of those
So, yes,
predictions
some of
for
them-
the future?
Well, some of them are. I said that in the
Okay,
beginning.
and how do you know that they're predictions for the future? Because there's not a single future tense word in here. You ascended is in the past tense, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you know about if something's in the future or something's in the past? How do we know?
Well, if it's in the past, it's already happened. If it's in the future,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
going to
exactly.
happen.
Yeah, if it's in the past, it already happened. This is already in the past. He's talking about things in the past. He's not talking about things in the future.
Okay, so
So it's
with
not a
regards to
prophecy.
what then? Okay, so when it says that the chariots of God are 20,000 and the Lord is amongst is amongst them in the verse before, when did that happen?
It happened when they battled for the promised land. And also during the Assyrian captivity. Well, the Assyrian
Yeah,
invasion.
and also
Says,
when God led the
with
children of
mighty
Israel out of
chariotry,
Egypt, right?
twice 10,000, thousands upon thousands, the Lord came from Sinai into the holy place, into the promised land. So these are all
Okay.
past tense verbs. These are things that already happened. They're not predictions for the future.
So when did he say this happened? Sorry,
He didn't say when. He
verse
just says it
18.
happened.
But when did 18 happen? Verse 18, 68 and 18.
18 says, you ascended the high mountain, leading captives in your train and receiving gifts from people, even those who rebelled against the Lord God's abiding there. So this is clearly the battle.
Yeah, that's a different.
Have you bothered to read the Old Testament?
I think you've got to read it.
Have you bothered to read the Old Testament?
Yeah, I've read all
Okay, have you read all the battles that God waged on behalf of the Israelites?
Of course, yeah. I am an Israelite.
Okay. Did God war on behalf of the Israelites? Yes or no?
Yeah, he's going to do it. He's doing it again. That's what the obs are here
Okay,
for.
fantastic. So then these are just events that happened
So you
in
know
the
about
past.
Isaiah chapter
There's
63, how he's gonna be
psalms
running
about
through
things that
Bosra.
happened in the past.
You know it's coming for you, that was in it. You know that, don't you? You know
No,
your time's up soon.
nothing in this Bible is coming for me.
Revelation 2 and 9. I know the blasphemy of them that say they are Jews
Nobody's
and I'm not. I have a
interested
synagogue of Satan.
in your nonsense
You have a synagogue of Satan,
prophecies.
do it. But yeah. Well, of course you're not, because you're Antichrist.
I am the Antichrist. Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody who denies
I am
that Christ
I
came in
am
the
the
flesh,
Antichrist.
no, you're part of the system.
I'm not part of the system, but I am the
Yeah,
Antichrist.
you are. You don't believe in Christ.
I'm one of many
You're denying
antichrists,
that
which is why you're out
denying that
here
he came. You're
literally
denying that he
crashing
came
out
in
like
the flesh.
like an infant, like a little child.
No, I'm crashing
Do I need to
out.
call
I'm
your
just saying-
mommy?
I'm
Do you
just
need to
saying
get
it's
your
true.
nappy changed?
You're
Are
talking
you
over me.
chafing right now?
You're not authority over me. You're not greater than me. If you
I
wanna
literally
talk over
am
me,
the
I can talk
authority over
you.
you.
No, you're not. You're not even a real Israelite.
Look, I can just mute you whenever I want. Do you know you're in my house right now? It's wild that they come into somebody else's live and they act like this, and then they pretend like we can't just mute them and kick them out when they act like children. So
But you don't like what's being said because it's facts.
did you actually want to have an adult conversation, or did you want to quote like bullshit Bible verses that have nothing to do with the topic?
You can make your point. I'll make my point, and I'll listen to you. But don't cut me, and I won't cut you.
Fair enough. Okay, so show me a prophecy that Jesus fulfilled.
There's many. I've got some more for you here.
You don't even have one yet.
Psalm chapter 16, verse 10.
Psalm 16 is
And
not a prophecy.
49, verse 10.
Psalm
Messiah
16
would
is not a
resurrect from the
prophecy.
dead. Was David?
I don't know
was
how
King
many
David
times
a
we have to
prophet?
go over this. A psalm, a random psalm, is not a prophecy unless something in that psalm says something's going to happen in the future. A prophecy is not just any text in the Old Testament you want.
A prophecy is written by prophets. Are they not? Is King David not a prophet?
No, not every word that somebody writes is a
I'm
prophecy.
not saying every word. I'm
So
not saying every
you
word.
can't just say that a psalm is a prophecy because you like what it says.
You can't just say
A
that
psalm is
because
a
you don't
actual
agree in
predict.
Christ,
A
that Christ
prophecy is an
was the
actual
Messiah.
claim about things happening.
So let me just get this straight then. Every time I pull out a scripture, you're just going to say, "Oh, that's in the past. That's not a prophecy."
No, what I'm telling you is that a prophecy is a clear genre of speech. You can't just say any passage from the Bible is a prophecy because a genre of speech has a genre. Just like history is history, a psalm is a psalm. A prediction for the future is a prophecy.
Yeah, and the Bible is a prophetic book, and
No, it's
most of
not.
the prophets, it definitely is.
The Bible is a collection of books. Some of it history, some of it mythology, some of it prophecy.
Yeah, so it's got prophecy in there, so it's a prophetic book.
Sure, so take me to an actual prophecy then.
I am doing, but you're just refuting
Psalm
and saying,
16
no,
is
that's
not a
not an actual
prophecy.
prophecy. All right, Zechariah chapter 12, verse 10.
There we go. There's
So
a prophecy. Finally. Holy shit. Had to take 15 minutes to get there. All right, what about Zechariah 12 got fulfilled? Of course, he's got to Google it because he doesn't know. He's not going to like this one.
I've got my Bible open, so I'm not even trying to Google right now, but that's the hands piercing one, that's the note I made.
Sure. Have you actually read the whole chapter? Do you know what happens? You haven't read the whole chapter, have you?
Yeah, of course I've read the whole chapter. I've read the whole Bible.
What's the chapter about? Give me the cliff notes before I read it to you.
Give me a second.
Yeah, you got to look it up.
Yeah, I've got to open my Bible. Yeah, 100%.
You don't just know it? How do you know it's about Jesus if you don't know the Bible?
Listen, the Bible is a huge amount of volume of text. Obviously,
Chapter 12 is about the final battle against Jerusalem. It says all the nations of the world are going to come to battle against Jerusalem, and God's going to give them victory.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so let's go ahead and read it. It says, the word of the Lord concerning Israel, thus saith the Lord, who stretched out the heavens and founded the earth and formed human spirit within it. See, I'm about to make Jerusalem a cup of reeling for all the surrounding peoples, and it will be against Judah, also in the siege against Jerusalem. On that day I will make Jerusalem a heavy stone for all the people. All who lift it shall grievously hurt themselves, and all the nations of the earth shall come together against it. So this is the final battle, right? Saying, and God's going to grant them victory. It says, the Lord will save the tents of Judah first, and the glory of the house of David and the glory of the inhabitants of Jerusalem may not be exalted over that of Judah. On that day, the Lord will shield the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so that the feeblest among them on that day shall be like David, and the house of David shall be like God, and like the angel of the Lord at their head. And on that day, I will seek to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem. And then he says, and I will pour out the spirit of compassion and supplication on the house of David and on the inhabitants of Jerusalem. So all of this is happening after all of the nations of the world come against Judea and are defeated, which means until that happened, until Armageddon happens, this chapter didn't come true.
Okay, keep reading, because obviously we're going to get to verse 10, aren't we?
Yeah, we started verse 10. I will pour out a spirit of compassion and supplication on the house of David and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so that when they look on the one whom they've pierced, they shall mourn for him as one mourns for an only child, and weep bitterly over him who, as one weeps over a firstborn. On that day, the mourning in Jerusalem shall be as great as the mourning for Hadad Rimmon in the plain of Megiddo, and the land shall mourn, each family by itself. The family of the house of David by itself, and their wives by themselves, and the family of the house of Nathan by itself, and their wives by themselves. The family of the house of Levi. So all the Israelites are going to mourn at the end of this. Yeah. Did any of this happen?
No, because that's a future prophecy.
So this wasn't fulfilled in Jesus then?
Well, Jesus is bringing the judgment in it.
But he didn't do any of this, did he?
Well, scroll up a second.
We'll try this again.
Why does that say mourning for the first one there?
Has this prophecy been fulfilled, yes or no?
Well, yeah, because you see where it says, when they look upon the one whom they have pierced, who is that talking about?
It's Yahweh.
The pierced Yahweh.
It's-
How? How could you pierce Yahweh?
It's either Yahweh or it's a ruler or a warrior of some nature that died in battle.
Which warrior? That's not. Nah, that's
there's,
Paul.
there's
that's
two.
Paul the bottom there.
So there's two traditional interpretations of Zechariah chapter 12 is that there's going to be a fallen leader or a fallen warrior in battle that they're going to mourn over. My interpretation, which you can also find in academic teaching, is that the one who is pierced is a reference to Yahweh himself, being grieved over how wicked Israel was.
No, that's not cutting it really for me. For most believers in Christ,
we'll try this again because you've already admitted that nothing in this chapter came true.
Yeah, well.
Okay, so
so
clearly Jesus didn't fulfill this prophecy, did he?
Well, he's already been and gone. He's been and gone now, so he fulfilled that part of the prophecy.
No, he didn't fulfill the part of the prophecy. The prophecy is not about a guy being pierced. The prophecy is about a battle at the end of days, and then all the nations of Israel are going to come weeping and mourning because of their past behavior.
But he is that one who's going to be bringing the judgment, isn't it? And that's why you don't like him.
Well, no, I don't like him because he's fake. He's not real. He's every bit as real. He's every bit as real as every other mythological figure. I have no problems with Jesus. I have problems with Christians to get up here that haven't read the book, and then they make accusations against me saying that they know my brain state and they know what I'm thinking, and that I'm somehow just like some hardened atheist that hates God. But the reality is you're just clowning yourselves because you're demonstrating that you don't actually know what's in the book.
You've got a good understanding of Scripture.
I do, and you don't. Isn't it weird that the Holy Spirit can't actually equip you? The Holy Spirit can't actually equip you in knowing what the Bible actually says. Isn't that weird that Christians don't know what's actually in the Bible?
I'm not a Christian.
Oh, I'm sorry. What are you?
I'm an Israelite from the tribe of Judah.
You're fucking black Hebrew Israelite. You guys are embarrassing.
Yeah, Christ was black.
No, you're not.
So when I looked at the
you are not.
How come they didn't look like you?
You are not
a London Museum. When I went to the London Museum,
you're not a black Hebrew Israelite. Also,
I went to the museum and saw the archaeology.
So I think what I'd like to do then is
Assyrian captivity.
I'm going to entertain this guest, but while we're waiting for this guy to quit crashing out, do me a favor and send out a request to Sebastian Cole for me. Let Sebastian Cole know that we've got a live one on the line, and we'd love to get Sebastian in here to talk to this particular guest as he's crashing out. So, anyways, Star Guy, are you prepared to have an actual conversation, or are you just going to crash out?
Not European.
All right, that's not my question. Are you prepared to have a conversation, or are you just going to crash out?
They were not from Caucasus Mountains, were they?
We'll try this again. Are you prepared to have a conversation, or are you just going to crash out?
From no caves, were they?
All right, so where are your papers? How do I know that you're Hebrew?
Prophecy.
No, where is your lineage recorded?
You know who we are.
Where is your lineage recorded?
You know who we are.
I know you're a liar and a fraud.
You know who the real
You're an embarrassment to your ancestors.
You are not an Israelite. You can't.
I never claimed to be an Israelite, and neither are you. You're not an Israelite. You are a liar and a fraud.
I'm speaking against the Messiah. Don't do that. Your judgment's coming.
You're the Messiah?
No.
You're a joke is what you are.
Real Messiah.
So where are your papers? How can I know that you're Hebrew? I want to know that you're Hebrew.
Beyond you.
Listen, you can curse me in any language you want. It's useless to me. You're just embarrassing yourself.
Will judge those like yourself, and you know that's coming quick.
I can't wait. I can't wait for your fictitious judgment. Bring it on. I'd love to have it. Bring it.
Yeah, you'll see the chariots of the Most High real quick.
I'm not concerned whatsoever about the chariots of your Most High God.
You should be concerned about the chariots of the Most High.
So did you just come up to cry, or did you actually want to have a conversation? You're just going to crash out the whole time, or?
Yeah, you're not the authority no more, Esau.
I am. Look, I can mute you. Look, I can just keep muting you over and over again. It's almost like I have authority here and you don't. Isn't that wild?
Jacob is the end. We are at the end. We are at the Jacob is the beginning of Esau. By Esau,
Let me know when you're done crashing out.
Esau's done.
That's it? Just more threats?
No, not threats. You know what's coming. Judgment.
I can't wait. Bring it on. When's it going to happen?
Yeah. You'll see.
I can't wait for it. When's it going to happen?
Yeah. It's going to bring peace to the world. It's going to do that.
Is Jesus going to come with your papers finally so we can validate it for your Hebrew?
He's going to recompense. He's going to recompense the captives. You just read it.
I can't wait. I'm waiting for it.
Yeah.
Is he going to bring a rapture with him?
No.
Because I've been waiting for a rapture. I want to get you fuckers out of here.
No rapture. There's no rapture.
I can't wait for you guys to be gone.
Yeah, well, that's not going to happen, is it? We was here in the beginning. We'll be here in the end.
You literally can't wait.
Alpha and the Omega.
Listen, you can quote any mythical slogan you want to. It's just embarrassing at the end when you're wrong.
It's not really.
The more toes the more toes you stand down on, the more embarrassing it is when you fall over. If you want to stand 10 toes down on the fact that you're a fake Hebrew Israelite, you're welcome to do it, but you're just an embarrassment to your entire lineage.
Well, you know that Esau was born red and hairy. That looks like you, man.
I know. I am got red skin.
Yeah, so yes, so Esau,
and I've got hair. You
so
know I don't. I don't care on account that I don't believe that Esau was a real person, right?
Well, that would be just convenient, wouldn't it?
It would be convenient. Yeah, your book is a book of fiction.
So the Bible's a fictionist book now.
Yep.
All of a sudden, good work.
It's fiction and you're gullible.
Good work, mate. But you're studying a fictional book so we could disprove what? God.
So I can demonstrate how silly you people are.
Like God. That's what I'd rather look like God than the devil.
You don't look like God.
How do I? The original man was black.
God's immaterial. What's the matter? You forgot your Christian doctrine? God's immaterial. You don't look like God.
We were made in the image of God. You forgot that.
Oh, okay. So only you were made in the image of God.
Hold on. What was the first man?
The first man was theoretically Adam, and he was placed in the ancient Near East, which don't look like you. The ancient Near East is a color between your color and my color.
So why is it all the oldest paintings of Jesus were black?
They aren't
depicted as black.
They aren't.
Why does the Bible say he had hair like wool and feet like burnt brass?
Because as it turns out that some people have hair like that. Hey, how you doing, Bash? Good to see you.
Because he turns out that
how are you? You guys doing okay?
Yeah, we've got a black Hebrew is like literally crashing out and uttering end time threats in the box. I figured you might want to.
You can't degrade me.
I figured you might want to have a conversation with him.
Okay, actually I would, and I've got this new. I've got a new idea. Justin, have you heard of the final experiment that they just did for flat earthers?
Yeah, it's a great one.
I think that's so wonderful, and I feel like finally we can put this to rest. We can make a hypothesis, test it, and then we will know this. And so I would like to offer this as a final experiment to all my Hebrew Israelite brethren. I am here to offer to you, bro, Star Guy, and 4 of your brothers, 4 of your Hebrew Israelite brothers. I would prefer if they were not like sibling brothers, but like, your fictive kinship brethren. I will pay for all 5 of you to get DNA tested. Okay. And then I will let you guys pick the West African of your choice. So in all, I'm offering to pay for 6 total DNA tests. If your DNA does not come back as specifically related to that specific West African, I will become a Hebrew Israelite and serve the God that you serve. But if it comes back that you are just as West African as them, then that hypothesis should have proven that this whole Hebrew Israelite thing is a farce. Star Guy, would you be willing to take me up on that offer?
He has actually muted me. So I don't need a DNA test to verify that I'm an Israelite, because I don't see them having to take a DNA test to verify their Israeliteness. And unless you can get a DNA sample from either Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob, then we can't verify that anybody is an actual Israelite, unless you've got an actual original DNA sample from one of our prophets.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I think that's fair. I think I'm actually appreciate that as a response. So what you're saying is that you cannot verify that you're an Israelite.
I
Thought I
can
heard.
verify. I can verify that when I look at the phenotypes of the original Israelites and I look at the description within their records, and when I look at the archaeology, they look like me and not like the brother who's on the screen making a mockery of me and you.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you verify that you are Aramean.
No, I verify that we're from the Israelite tribes of Judah.
No.
Being
Hear
of
what I'm asking.
Jamaican descent, yeah,
Hear
predominantly
what I'm
they were
asking.
taken from two tribes
Bro,
in
don't hear what I'm asking.
Africa.
Hear what I'm asking. Jacob himself is described as a wandering Aramean. His mother is also an Aramean. Okay.
I
Jacob
understand
is
those things,
Israel.
but
Wait.
you
I
have
wasn't
to
done. I wasn't done.
okay,
Jacob
okay.
is Israel, right?
Yeah.
And so that means that the Israelite people are an Aramean people. The Arameans are Caucasoid people. They are Caucasian. The Aramean area is literally the base of the Caucasus Mountains.
Are you talking about area or are you talking about genetics? Because
I'm talking about genetics. Now, keep in mind, now what you told me was, wait, bro, wait. We got to pick a side first, because you said not to talk about genetics because we cannot verify. You said this. We cannot verify through genetics through the original prophets. You said that. Okay. So then you said, no, I'm going by the description given in the scripture. I say, okay. Okay. So I'm going by the scripture that both Jacob and his mother are Caucasian. They are from the base of the Caucasus Mountains. That's where they're from. And that's where their families are from. So it's not that they wandered up that way. That's where they started.
Sounding like a real Uncle Tom right now, brother.
No. I don't have an uncle or a Tom.
Yeah,
I'm neither uncle
listen,
nor a Tom.
Where does it say in the Bible that they were Caucasian?
That they were Aramean? I'm so glad you asked. Give me just a second. I'm going to pull this up for you, okay? Hold on 1 second.
All right. And this is why I know they don't go to no museums or try and actually look at the archaeology of the people that left their own records or other people's depiction of them when they had them in captivity. Because they definitely do look like no Caucasians.
I have no clue who you're talking about.
Yeah, you won't do. You won't know who Zepho is.
26 and 5. Let's start there.
What's the passage?
Deuteronomy 26 and 5. Deuteronomy 26 and 5.
I bet you don't know who the Idumeans are either, do you?
So Idumeans, I know exactly who the Idumeans are. But
yeah, so who are they?
They're also Caucasians.
Yeah, good.
Okay. Right, and they are the twin brothers. Okay, let's keep going. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, because one's referred to as a goat and the other one's referred to as a sheep.
Right. But sheep's okay.
Sheep's got woolly hair, haven't they?
We're not discussing. Goats have woolly hair too. But let's get to here. 26 and 5 says what now?
It says, you shall make this response before the Lord your God. A wandering Aramean was my ancestor. He went down to Egypt and lived there as an alien, few in number, and there have become a great nation, many and populous.
My daddy Jacob was a wandering Aramean. Ain't that what they say?
What book and chapter, sorry?
That's Deuteronomy 26 and 5. Right before your favorite chapter 28. 26. Yeah. That's 26 and 5.
That's
right?
5.
And he said, this is what you should say to God. So don't just say this at random. Syrian army. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yes,
yeah, depends on how you read
it. That's not Caucasian. Syrian.
It most definitely is. Where do the Caucasus Mountains end?
No. That's not.
Right, okay. Keep in mind, when I say Caucasian, I don't mean white. I mean those from the Caucasus region. Right. The Caucasus region. Right.
You're talking about a region, but now
the Caucasus region. Yes.
About genetics, bro.
No, we're not talking about genetics. You already said to me, hands down, we should not talk about genetics because you cannot get a sample of your forefathers' genetics. Did you not say that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So we are not talking about genetics.
So you're trying to allude them as being Caucasian. I'm saying just because they're saying the Syrians here,
Syrians or as it says in the King James, an Aramean.
Yeah, but Armenians are people.
I didn't say nothing about Armenia. Did you? I didn't say Armenian. I said Aramean.
Aramean.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So, but Armenia is also close to the Caucasus. But nonetheless, stick with me. Stay with me. Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. All right. A wandering Aramean. And his mother was an Aramean. Okay, all right. So not only was he Aramean, his mother, and she made sure that Jacob, when he married a girl, she said, please don't marry none of these Canaanite women. That would just hurt me. Don't marry none of these Hittite women. That would just hurt me. Make sure you go back home to where I'm from. Get you some girls from up there. You know what the word Laban means?
Yeah, white.
Huh?
White.
White. Ain't that fun? She said, make sure you go up there and get you one of them Laban girls. Go up there, make sure you marry. And he married 2 of Laban's daughters, Caucasian women.
Where are you getting
Are you
Caucasian
confessing
from?
to be Caucasian?
Where are you getting Caucasian from?
Because they're from the Caucasus region. That's what Caucasian means.
No, we're talking
That's
about
what that
bloodline
means.
or ethnic. When we're talking about
Caucasian means
ethnicity,
you're from the Caucasus regions.
so Aramean means Caucasian.
No, the Arameans are
You're talking
Caucasian because
no,
Arameans are from the Caucasus region.
bro.
Aramean doesn't mean Caucasian, but they're from the Caucasus region.
I think you misunderstand. I think you're going somewhere else.
No, I have
Christ
not.
and the
Justin,
Christ and the
Justin,
Israelites.
I am American.
He's really struggling to
Isaac,
understand the
Jacob,
argument here.
and the 12 tribes.
Maybe
Yeah, I am.
an illustration will help. Do you see on the screen there is a list of regions here? Do you see where it says Syria? Well, it was on the screen. There you go, Syria. You see how northern Syria is touching the Caucasus Mountains, and the Caucasus region actually goes all the way down through here. This is called the Caucasus region, all of it. So if you're a wandering Aramean or an Assyrian, you were quite, in fact, part of the Caucasus region. It means you're Caucasian.
You are a Caucasian. Okay. Are you confessing to be a Caucasian, Uncle Thomas?
No, I'm not.
I'm sorry, my dad. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not.
Okay. So you're not confessing to be
because
a Caucasian.
you're focusing on that scripture when Abraham came from Mesopotamia.
Handsome.
No,
Handsome. Listen to what I'm saying. What you said was you are from the tribe of Judah. Let me make sure that I'm getting this right. Okay. You said that you were from the tribe of Judah. We're talking about Israel. Okay. Israel. Okay. All right. Israel is definitely a wandering Aramean. All right. Just because you got a black great granddaddy don't make you black. Even if you're saying that Abraham could have been a Crip from LA. Just because you got a black great granddaddy don't make you black. Okay. Now back to what I'm saying. Okay. Jacob was a wandering Aramean, Caucasian boy.
Brother,
he went home and married 2 Arameans, Caucasian women.
How were the Israelites depicted themselves in history?
Are you going to actually listen to what Bash said or no?
No. I know you've got your little mini in there.
What I'd like you to do is actually respond to something he's saying rather than pivoting to a new topic. Are you capable of responding to anything he said?
Why what you?
Try this again. Are you capable of responding to anything that he's just said?
Yes.
Okay, can you please do that?
Okay. My brother, what is it you would like to ask me?
I'm asking you if you are saying that you are an Aramean.
Yes.
Okay, so you are a Caucasian.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Arameans are Caucasians.
Yes.
And we just showed you this.
Yes. But
okay, so you are saying that you are Caucasian.
Know who they are. We know what race the Caucasians are today, and that region, the Middle East, didn't used to look like how it does now.
Actually, it did.
Actually, it doesn't. Because when I went to the London Museum and looked at the actual archaeology there,
what picture were you looking at?
Hold on, let me just make a point. There was a picture of ancient Elamites there.
Elamites.
Yeah? Elamites.
Okay.
Yeah, and they were black-featured, woolly head.
Are you from Elam?
No.
Okay, then we're not talking about Elamites, are we? Are we talking about Elamites?
I also looked at King Darius and the Persians.
Are we talking about Persians? Who are we talking about?
We're talking about Middle Eastern people.
No. We're talking specifically about Arameans.
You're talking over me. Why are you talking over me if you're genuine?
Because you're talking about something that I didn't ask you about. I didn't ask you the color of the Persians. I didn't ask you the color of the Elamites.
Let me get my point out because you saw afraid.
Wait. Justin, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are Israelites Persian?
As far as I'm aware, no. They got conquered by the Persians once, though.
Okay. Are they Elamites?
Oh, they're certainly not Elamites.
You guys are not trying to.
The kingdom of Elam was not in Israel. No,
They were. The point is they were.
So when we're discussing
black.
Israelites, is there any reason that we should be talking about Persian
My
people?
point is,
no, I wouldn't think so. Elam is over by Sumer. So
by Sumer. Okay. So is there any reason that when I'm discussing Israelites with this man that he should be discussing Persians or Elamites with me?
No, I have no idea why he would be talking about ancient Elamites since they're nowhere near ancient Israel.
It's Middle
Okay,
Eastern.
okay. So back to you, Starboy. I would like you. I'm sorry, Star Guy. I'm sorry. The song got stuck in my head.
Yeah.
I don't mean
boy,
to call you
don't call me boy like your master would like that.
That's right. I apologize for
boy.
that. That was real. That was a legitimate mistake on my part.
Master, love you for that.
Honestly, I'm honestly sorry about that.
Back as well, don't worry.
No. I'm sorry about that. I'm honestly apologizing. That was the song was stuck in my head, and I apologize about that. Star Guy. Honest mistake. I do apologize. Okay, but we're not talking about Elamites or Persians. Okay, we're talking about Aramaeans. So, are you saying that you went to the London Museum and saw ancient Aramaeans?
Yes, I saw ancient Israelites.
Can you tell me the piece of archaeology that you saw?
Why are you not letting me speak about?
Because I want to know what piece of archaeology you saw, so we can pull it up.
It's called the Lachish relief.
The Lachish relief has nothing to do with Aramaeans.
It's to do with Israelites. I'm claiming to be an
Israelite. The Lachish relief
you're the one that showed that Jacob was a
no handsome.
Just be clear, the Lachish relief is a carving in stone. There's no colors on it.
No color on it.
Yes, but you can see clearly what they look like.
Handsome. What did I ask you? Let me ask this one more time. You saw Aramaeans.
I saw Israelites.
I'm asking about Aramaeans first.
Yeah, but why are you focusing on Aramaeans? Because
Jacob is an Aramean. Jacob is Israel.
Jacob had 12 sons, didn't he?
Yes, and he had them with Aramean women, did he not?
So are they not going to look at the father?
Yeah, they're all going to be Aramean.
Their mother and father were Aramean.
So the 12 tribes are going to look like their father, aren't they?
And their mother, and they're both Aramean.
And their mother, yeah. So
they're all Aramean.
Why on the Lachish relief are they Negro phenotypes? Why are they woolly haired?
They're not.
And thick lips and broad nose.
Let's pull it up. Let's pull up the relief.
This is devil, yeah.
Let's look at it.
So they got straight hair.
Let's just look at it.
Yeah, go and pull it up.
Okay, all right. And not all white people have straight hair.
And then keep that picture of that brother. Keep his picture up. The guy who's speaking right now, the Edomite.
That man ain't from Edom.
I'm not an Edomite.
Please. You're from Esau, man. Stop playing.
That man is not from Esau.
Esau's emblem is the eagle.
That man ain't from Esau.
No, I'm not from Esau.
Okay.
He's not Middle Eastern at all.
Not represented all three culture. Okay.
I'm mostly Irish, by the way. If you couldn't tell by my red beard.
Okay, well, if you're Irish, then you'll have some Israelite blood in you. Then Hibernia.
No, I don't. Okay,
so we'll call Hibernia first. All right, whatever.
This is the part of the Lachish relief. Which part do you want to hone in on?
You've got black DNA in you, man. You're one of us. You
want to hone on the hats? You like the fuzzy hats?
When people came here, they said no blacks, no Irish, no dogs. You're one of us anyway. So
these guys.
Show me what part of this is Negro. Show me the part of this that's Negro.
Screaming. They're not Israel. They're not Israelites. But look, screening.
I don't know if I can make it any bigger. I can make it smaller.
Get some more pictures of the Lachish reliefs, but that's not a very clear picture.
It's clear on my screen.
Which one's an Israelite? Which one's a Syrian there? Because that could be just any.
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, when I went there, they were clearly very.
Let's see if we can find another part of the relief. Let's see. Maybe there's another picture of it.
Oh, sure. What about this one?
Yeah, got that one. Go back to the one where they were flogging us like what they do.
You don't want to see the one where they're getting flayed alive?
Yeah, zoom into that.
Which one?
You can clearly see the afros.
Okay, let's go to that one.
Go to that one where go to that one where go back a second. Go back. No, go back a second.
I don't know if you know this, but that one isn't a very descriptive word. You need to tell me what that one means.
Okay. All right, go back a second to where there were multiple pictures. Bottom left.
Down here.
Yeah, please. All right, zoom into that. Yeah, scroll back up.
Oh, did we pass it?
When they're bowing down to the floor, praying to the Most High. That's them.
They're not praying to the Most High.
Okay.
They're paying homage to the king.
Okay. They're paying homage to the king. Okay, zoom into them.
I mean, this is as big as it'll probably make it.
Okay. Well, I've seen them live, and they don't look like.
I can open it in a new tab and zoom in on it.
That's woolly hair. Yeah. That's an Afro hair and Afro beard. And I'd
Yeah,
love
are
to.
you aware that ancient Babylonians had hair very similar to African styles?
Yeah, but they don't fulfill the prophecies in Deuteronomy chapter 28.
That's irrelevant. We're talking about how some people in the ancient world had similar hair. So,
Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you the whole.
do you know any Egyptians?
My point was the area was black.
Do you know any Egyptians? Have you met any Egyptians?
Of course.
Okay. Have you seen their hair?
Yeah.
Are they Middle Eastern, Mediterranean, or black? What are they?
These are obvious
It's an
questions.
easy question. Are Egyptians Middle Eastern, Mediterranean, or African American?
And that's the evidence right there.
We'll try this again. Are Egyptians Middle Eastern, Mediterranean, or African American?
Relevant.
It is relevant. So I'm explaining to you that in the ancient world, there are a lot of people that had similar hair types, and they weren't all African Americans. I know this.
They were not. None of them were African American because there was no fucking African.
I know.
Americans.
Sorry, there were no. Yeah, sorry. Not everybody in the ancient world had black hair, as you might call it.
Yeah.
My ex-wife and her family are all Egyptian, and you would be very hard pressed to tell the difference between her hair versus anyone else in the ancient Near East, and even a number of people that would have been considered more African hair. There are people in the Egyptian, not clan, but family of people that have hair that you wouldn't think is Egyptian hair because it's incredibly dense and curly. But there's a wide variety of hair in the ancient Near East. So just because we've got some curly-haired picture in a relief doesn't mean that they're Israelites.
They don't look like.
Right. Also, I would like to say this.
They're not Israelites.
Wait. Let me just get this one sentence out. I promise I'll listen to you. Okay. I want to say this.
That's some part.
You're making a wait. You're making a claim. Well, I want to make sure you understand. You're making a claim that you are an Israelite because somebody on a carving has a haircut.
No,
this is your claim to fame here, Hanson?
I'm making a claim that I'm an Israelite because the West African tribes that we were taken from and ended up in the Americas keep customs that are attributed orally to
what tribe you from, bro?
As in new moon celebrations, as in circumcision on the 8th day, as in keeping of the Sabbath.
Where you from, bro? Where you from?
Why do you just keep talking?
Because I want to know what tribe you're from. I want to know what tribe you're from. I want to know what tribe you're from. What tribe you from?
Why is it when
what tribe you from? If you answer the question, I can shut up.
Yeah.
If you just ask where you from,
if you allow me to answer, then I'll answer.
Okay, well then answer. You don't have to do all this. You can just say I'm from.
I said already. My people. I come from Jamaica, and now in the UK.
Okay, but what West African tribe you from?
We was taken from
what West Africa?
Two tribes, and the main tribes were taken from all over the west coast, of Africa.
What tribe?
You ever heard of Bilal al-Sudan? Bilal al-Sudan.
Huh?
Yeah, what is that?
I'm asking what tribe are you from?
Yeah, I'm asking what is Bilal al-Sudan?
That's a Muslim guy. But what tribe are you from?
No. Bilal al-Sudan is a region that was a Hebrew kingdom in West Africa.
No, I'm asking what tribe are you from?
I'm from the Ashanti, which Ashan is one of the sons of Judah.
Wait, you're an Akan man. You're from Ghana.
I'm a Maroon, and the majority of the Maroons come from Igbo, which the Jewish people have already come to verify that they're Israelites. And Ashanti.
Wait. No. Wait. You're Ashanti, like you're from Ghana, is what you're saying?
Khan.
Okay. And you're saying that the Akan people practice Sabbaths?
Yes.
When? Name a Sabbath. Name an Akan Sabbath.
So on the Saturday they have a different name for it, but it's their day of rest.
What's it called?
I forget the name.
The Akan people.
Yeah, Akan's actually in the Bible, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so I'm asking you. Okay, that's cool. I'm asking you. You're saying that you're an Akan man, and the Akan people believe that they are Hebrews. Is that what you're saying?
No, yeah, they're not.
Akan was never in Africa.
Igbo is not Akan. Igbo and Akan are not the same people. Igbo people live in Nigeria.
Yeah, I know that,
Okay,
but
okay. We're talking about Akan people. Don't mention Igbo people to me anymore. I'm asking
brother,
about Akan people because that's where you said you from.
listen. The reason why you don't want to focus on Igbo is because they've already
You
been
said you were
verified to be
Akan. Why are we talking about
Israelites.
Igbo people?
Yeah,
Akan people, where you're from, because we're talking about you being an Israelite, not
yeah.
anybody else. You.
Hold,
You said that you're Akan.
hold on. Listen to what I'm saying to you very clearly.
Uh-huh.
We're two tribes that are mixed predominantly in the Maroons. Yeah, we've got three: the Native of Jamaica, the natives. Yeah, the Igbo tribe. Do you know about the Igbo tribe?
I know a lot of Igbo people.
Do you know about their ancestry and claim to Israelitism?
No.
All right, you need to research that.
Okay, I will.
Research that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll do it. But I'm talking about the Akan people right now.
Once you've gone into the Igbo, also look at the book Hebrewism of West Africa by Joseph J. Williams.
Right, I'm with you on that. But I'm asking you about something very specific.
Who studied the Jamaicans and the West Africans?
Bro, I'm asking about something very specific. Justin, am I asking about Igbo people right now?
It's wild because I heard you ask a very specific question like 4 times and he just ignored it.
Yes. Okay. So I'm asking about something very specific, and you are talking about everything but what I'm asking you about. Okay. I want to talk about the Akan people because I happen to be an Akan man.
Right. Okay.
So you're about to teach me something about me that I would really like to know. Okay. So tell me about these Akan Sabbaths again, handsome.
So you don't on the Saturday you have I think it's called. Let me find the name of it. I'll get the name of it. 1 second. Because I don't want to. Bear me a moment.
I assume it's only a matter of time before he tries to tie the Akan people with Akan from Joshua 22.
Oh God, not.
You know what's happening. You know what's coming.
Yeah,
this is why I want to know about this.
So that is the same. That is the same people.
Oh, there he goes.
It's not the same people.
We know it was coming.
It's not the same people. It's not the same people. Okay. The Akan people have been in West Africa, in that particular land in West Africa, for more than 72,000 years. Okay. All right. So
there's no oral tradition that they came from the east or from Egypt or from.
We definitely came from the east. We definitely came from the east.
Yeah,
that's not even an oral tradition. That is a verifiable fact.
Yeah. So we know that Israel's east as well, isn't it?
Say it again for me.
Is Israel east as well? Because Israel is attached to Egypt. Last time I checked.
But listen, to what I'm going to tell you. Listen to what I just said.
Israel attached to Egypt.
It is. But listen to what I'm going to tell you.
Mocking then?
No, I'm not mocking. Hear what I said. The Akan people have been in West Africa for more than 72,000 years. Okay. So what you're talking about happened at best 3,000 years ago. They had been gone for 69,000 years. Okay. That's why I wanted you to listen to me. Okay. All right. So again, now teach me about this Akan Sabbath again.
Okay. So Akan, I'm sure that is one of the cities in southern kingdom of Judah.
I didn't ask if it was a city somewhere. I'm asking you to teach me about an Akan Sabbath.
So what you'll know better than me. So is there
no. You said no. Justin, did I say that the Akan people had a Sabbath, or did he say it?
He said it.
Okay, I would like you to give me further information about a claim that you made. Please teach me more about this Akan Sabbath.
I want to hear about it too. I'm waiting with bated breath.
So as far as I know, that it's the day of rest, is a Sabbath. They keep the Sabbath.
No, read it to me. You said you were going to pull it up. Read me about this Akan Sabbath.
Give me a second.
Yeah. I don't want to get a DNA test. I see a dude on a picture with a low cut.
That's all you need. Well, his hair looks like mine. We must be related.
What? Specifically, we related by the same daddy. What?
Yeah. So if I go bald, does that mean I'm related to
everybody that's bald?
Everyone that's bald, yeah. Like what?
You related to all the bald people?
Apparently.
Yep, that means you're specifically you related to Elijah because they told him go up that ball head.
That's right.
Yeah.
Shit, I'm Hebrew. Oh my
Now
God,
you-
I didn't realize I was Hebrew all this time, Bash.
There you go. Now you're a Hebrew man.
There we go. All right. Well, I'm already my forehead's starting to recede, so it's going to happen.
It's happening. You are becoming more Hebrew by the day.
I'm taking on the mantle. It's coming.
Gosh. It's happening in your shondo. I like this.
Oh boy. I can't wait to see the ancient document that talks about this.
I'm so looking forward.
So if I'm not if I'm correct, what is the name of the of Saturday in?
You read it. Read it to me. What does it say? What does it say? What does it say?
Memonida.
Okay, and what does that mean?
Which is the birthday of the supreme sky god Aman.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what gets done? You tell me what gets done on that day.
No. You said you were going to teach me about a Sabbath. I'm here waiting to
according
hear.
to Hebrew custom, the Sabbath is a day that we set aside for the Most High. Yeah, we don't do anything on that day. It's a day of rest. And from what I get to understand, that is something that
we
they
know what
can
the
do.
Sabbath
If they
is in
don't-
the Bible. We're asking
No,
about
I'm-
the ancient tradition from West Africa.
I'm answering the question because he's saying, "What is?" You tell me, teach me about the Sabbath.
We know about the Sabbath.
I'm saying the reason why we're claiming to be Hebrew Israelites is according to the prophecies of what we're experiencing here in the West.
No, that's not what you said at all. Now we on prophecies. We have now jumped four times. You didn't say a word to me about prophecy. This is your first time saying the word prophecy to me. You said no. Star guy, don't do that. That's not fair. That's not fair. Justin, was that the? I've been on here for about 20 minutes. Has he said the word prophecy to me yet?
Not to you, no. In fact, I'm
Okay,
getting dizzy watching these goalposts move places.
Okay. You hadn't said a word to me about prophecy yet. Now, if you'd like to talk prophecy, we could do that. But if we move to prophecy, I demand that we stay there until we have fixed it. Because you brought up Sabbaths, and those, you haven't shown me anything about a Sabbath. You brought up a haircut, which is pointless. You still haven't dealt with the fact that Arameans are Caucasoid people. You still haven't dealt with that. Okay, so now we're moving to prophecies, which I'm okay with. I'm okay with this. But once we get here, you're going to have to stay here with me, okay?
Okay, let me ask you this then, brother.
Now tell me about your prophecies.
Because what you're trying to basically say is what I'm saying is bogus. There's no way that people in West Africa are linked to the Israelites. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
No. What I'm saying is now we move to prophecy. Do you want to go back to West? Pick a place to talk,
bro. Right. Well, I'm saying that the people that went on from West Africa to the Americas are predominantly Israelites. That's my claim.
Okay. And what makes you think that?
Okay, so oral traditions according to the Igbo, yeah, the Jewish people.
You're not from Igbo people. You're a Khan.
No,
you said that.
No. But there's a mixture. There's not just one tribe that went to the Americas, you know.
But you said that you're a Khan, and there is no oral tradition of the Akan people saying this.
No. I said I'm Ashanti and Igbo.
Ashanti are Akan people. Ashanti are Akan people.
But you're just focusing on Ashanti. But I'm saying
Ashanti are Akan people. Akan, Ashanti, the same folk.
I know. What? Calm down. Why are you getting a history?
Okay. So we're talking about Ashanti Akan people. We're not talking about Igbo people. We're not talking about Igbo people.
Because you know the history on that. Okay, cool. Let me ask you, yeah? Is Judah the fourth son of Israel, yeah?
Say it again for me, Hanson.
Is Judah the fourth son of Israel?
Is Judah the fourth? Yes, Judah is the fourth son of Israel.
Yeah. So how would you say that? How would you say that in Hebrew?
That Judah is the fourth son of Israel?
No, how would you say the word Judah in Hebrew?
Yahudah.
Okay. What is the day for Thursday in your language?
Yada.
Say it again.
Yada.
Thank you. Say it again.
Yada.
One more time.
Yada.
Yeah, you know what the links are. You play
dumb. No, wait. Count the days a week. Count the days a week. Count the days a week for me. Count the days a week for me.
You play dumb.
Okay. I did that. I said that for you 4 times. I said that for you.
Bro.
No. I'm with you. I'm with you. Okay. Count the days a week for me.
That because one word sounds like another, then there must be a relationship.
Go on, boy. Go.
No, don't call me boy. You told me not to call you boy.
No, you call me boy.
I said it was an accident. I apologized for it too. Okay. Don't do that.
So there's no
I'm trying to be very respectful to you. Okay. Count the days of the week for me. What's the first day of the week?
There's 7 days in the week.
What's the first one? What's the first day of the week?
Sunday,
Okay. All right. What's the second day of the week?
Monday,
Okay. Third.
Tuesday,
Okay. Fourth.
Wednesday,
Okay. Fifth.
Thursday.
Okay. So, but what does 4? You remember how you tried to make 4 into 5? You remember how you just tried to make 4 into 5 because fourth. You remember how you 4? Okay. 4 isn't 5. 4 is not 5. And having words that sound alike or that are cognate to one another doesn't mean your language is okay.
There's no roots there. There's no connection. There's no connection there.
Absolutely not.
Completely disconnected.
Do you know
We have no-
that up the street from me,
roots.
there is a Thai a Vietnamese restaurant up the street from my house called Bitch Nigga. It's called Bitch Nigga. It's BICHNGA. The place called Bitch Nigga. Does that mean they from Atlanta? Does that make them from Atlanta? Because they got a restaurant called Bitch Nigga.
Look how you giggled. Look how your friend giggled when you said that.
Because it was funny.
I'm
It was
laughing.
funny.
I'm laughing
Yeah,
at
go on.
you.
Yeah, of course
Star
it
guy.
is.
It was funny.
Yeah. Go on. Make your point.
Yeah, okay.
It was funny to me, but yeah, it's funny.
It was funny. It was funny. It's just a joke. We can laugh at jokes, but that's a true statement. Okay, all right.
Okay.
So back to what I'm saying. Okay, all right. So you found a word that sounds like this word.
Yeah.
Okay, that by no means indicates an oral tradition that Akan people are from Israel.
Okay. Let me ask you this then. Yeah. Can you put on the camera?
Why are you asking me questions? You're supposed to be explaining something to me.
I am doing.
Okay.
I'm going to show you. Have you seen the picture of the Ashanti priest? Let me put on my camera. Can you allow me to put my camera on, please?
You can put your camera on. I'm not preventing you from doing it. Also, I'm really
I'm
confused
trying to put it on,
because
but
I
it
looked
says I
up
need to get live access.
the Akan calendar from West Africa on the Wikipedia page, and the day of the week isn't what you said it was. I'm a little confused.
He understands it. Me and my brother knows what he understands where I'm coming from. You don't worry about it. Yeah,
I'm just saying that it doesn't match up with what you said.
My brother understands what I'm saying. Yeah, there's a picture of a Ashanti priest, and he's got a breastplate on. Yeah, and it's got 12 jewels on it, representing the 12 tribes of Israel. Yeah, have you seen that?
How do you know it represents 12 tribes of Israel? Is the question.
Okay, well, what does it represent? That breastplate?
No. I'm not asking. Let answer my question first, and then you can answer. Then I'll answer yours.
Okay.
How do you know that it represents the 12 tribes of Israel?
Because the traditions and the priesthood is very, very similar to the Old Testament.
Oh, okay. But that's not what I asked you. I asked if they were similar. I asked you, how do you know that they represent the 12 tribes of Israel?
Well, we know that according to 70 AD, historically, the children of Israel fled into Africa after the Roman.
Right, but the Akan people had already been in Africa. They had been in West Africa.
Yeah,
I keep telling you, for 72,000 years.
Yes. However, there were Israelites that still went into that area, wasn't there? After 70 AD?
No, there weren't.
Okay.
No, there weren't.
So there weren't Israelites going into Africa by way of Egypt and
they went into Ethiopia, and most of them went into South Africa, and then the rest of them went into.
So there's a lot of Israelites in Africa, isn't there?
But what does that have to do with the Khan people? What does being on the same continent don't mean you're the same people?
Hold on. Is it so far fetched that the people that are claiming
it's not so far fetched? I'm asking you. I asked a very specific question.
You're not trying to let me logic.
No, because you keep changing the subject. You're not being fair, handsome. Handsome, listen. Hold on. Hear what I'm saying. Okay, some Israelites did escape into Ethiopia. Some of them went back into Egypt. The Elephantine Jews actually went into Egypt. Right, lots of people moved into Africa. Okay, there is a literal genetic trace of the Limba people of South Africa. The Limba people of South Africa have it. Wait a minute, having what we call the Kohanim gene. Okay. So their claim to being part Israeli is genetically verified. Okay. They carry what we call the Kohanim gene. Okay. All right. This is verified. Now, you said to me early in this conversation that you didn't want to talk genetics. You purely wanted to talk narratives. Okay. So if we're going to start at a narrative, then you have to walk me through said narrative. You can't just say, well, this looks like this. My conclusion is that, or it's not so far-fetched that it is that. It's not so far-fetched that people came down here from Mars and took shits in volcanoes.
Bro, you know that
Okay.
the evidence that we have is way more crucial than that. Yeah.
Well, all you said was it's a man with a low haircut and a dude got 12 rocks on his
No, I
chest.
didn't.
That's all I heard.
What did Genesis chapter 36
And
verse 27 say?
Your
I didn't just say that. I
your
did say those
nonsense
things.
about the days of the week doesn't line up either. I mean, I looked it up. Here's Thursday.
Yeah, what does it say?
Yahuwah.
Yeah, well, it sounds like Judah to me.
It sounds
But
roughly.
I can see
It sounds vaguely
it
familiar
sounds
if you
roughly.
slur all the
It's-
consonants together. But also, what
Can you
other
say it in Hebrew?
what are the
Can you say
other
Judah in Hebrew?
what are the other tribes here?
Can you say Judah in
Are
Hebrew?
any of these? We already did it. Are any of these tribes
Yeah,
Israelite
it sounds
tribes?
the same.
We'll
but
try
you
this
could- you're gonna be
again.
disingenuous.
What does this sound
So
like?
anyway, Genesis
What does
chapter
this sound like?
36 verse 27.
We'll try this
Can
again.
you-
What does Monday sound like? Which tribe of Israel is Monday? None of these names of the week are actually named after Israelite tribes. You're clinging on to one nonsensical interpretation that it's named after the tribe of Judah, but these words actually have meaning in the original language.
What does Genesis 36 and 27 say?
So you're not
We're
going
not talking about Jesus 36.
not going to address what I'm talking. Try this again.
Let's say the days of the week has.
Okay, so the days of the week are listed here in the language you're referring to, and they don't actually have anything to do with Judeans or anything to do with the Israelites. So why is it that you think one day of the week was named after the tribe of Judah, and then all the rest of the names of the week have nothing to do with Israel?
There's
Man,
Israel.
Yawada
There's Israel.
means a woman.
But
That's
can I just make a point?
Go
As
ahead,
the
make a
Israelites traveled through Africa, they left their names all the way through Africa. You know, even
They did
Malawi.
not.
They didn't.
If you translate the
not.
name Malawi from Swahili to English, it will come up with the Levites. When you go into Yaoundé, the capital of Cameroon,
Let's find it. Let's Google that real quick. Say that again. Malawi means Levites.
Yeah, from Swahili to English, Malawi means the Levites.
Oh, okay, let's look that up real quick.
What does English have to do with it?
No, just let him look
The
it
ancient
up, please,
Hebrews
and stop
didn't
trying to
speak
be a demon,
English.
man. Let him look it up, please.
They were wild.
Okay. And again, I guess them Vietnamese people is some Crips because they call people bitch nigga. That don't even make motherfucking sense.
More coolish, man. Stop being so embarrassing, man.
You're embarrassing.
Yeah, you're the embarrassing one.
I'm the embarrassing one, but I'm not trying.
Yes,
I'm not
because
saying
first and
bitch
foremost,
nigga.
keep
I'm
in
not
mind,
saying
keep in mind
bitch
why you
nigga
do this.
to
You
make
still have not dealt with the fact, because we wanted to talk narratives. You still have not dealt with the biblical narrative that both Jacob and his wives are Caucasian. You haven't dealt with that yet.
Listen, the Syrian, yeah, the Hebrews, they're not Caucasian.
They are not.
Hebrews are
They are Caucasian, and I showed you this on a map. Now, if you're saying that all the Syrian people are Hebrews, then we have another problem that we're about to run
I'm not saying
into.
that.
Are you sure you want to say that?
Listen. Yeah, the Syria is an area, right? You've got different.
Syria is an area,
Just
yes.
like where you America. There isn't just one ethnicity in America, is there?
There sure
But
is.
when
There
we're
sure is.
talking about the bloodline of Jacob, it's
okay.
not Caucasian.
It is.
Hebrew.
It is.
You understand that, brother?
No, it is.
Thank you. That's my point.
No, it is. It is.
So that's so.
No,
Don't
no,
matter
it
about the
is.
area.
It
It don't matter
is.
about the area because there's different bloodlines in the area.
No.
That's my point.
The Arameans are a group of people in Syria.
And
Yeah, okay. That's a bloodline. Aramean. Okay. They live in Syria.
No.
Right? But they are Arameans. And Arameans are Caucasians.
Listen, we're talking about Israelites right now. Yeah.
No, we're not. We're talking about Arameans right now.
Okay. But
Okay. Stop, bro. Stop. Arameans originate from the Caucasus Mountain region.
Okay. We got said that. Let's say they're from
The
the
people
Caucasus,
who
right?
originate from hear me out. People who originate in the Caucasus Mountain regions are called Caucasians. That's what that means. That your original people are from the Caucasus Mountain regions.
So,
That's what makes
the
you
Bible
a
says that-
Caucasian. That's what the word Caucasian
When the
means.
Bible says that
Right.
The word
So
Caucasian ain't in the Bible.
Jacob came
Listen to
from
what I'm
Canaan.
saying.
so he
Jacob
Listen to
was
what I'm saying.
he can't listen to what you're saying. Also, if you look at the screen, your last talking point before you pivoted is wrong. According to the history of Malawi, it says the name Malawi does not mean Levi. It does mean flames. So
Did you do the Google translation?
there's a lot of bad information here.
Yeah, so the Google translation says it means Levi, but the AI
From what language to what language?
says that it means fire. Okay, can we go to Genesis
We
chapter
don't
36?
care what
verse
it means in
27?
the original language.
Okay, you don't care.
I mean,
you
what it
don't
means
care
in
because it don't
English.
fit your narrative. It doesn't fit your narrative. All right. Okay.
The name
Can we go
Malawi
to Gen-
wasn't created
Okay,
in
just
English.
back
So I don't know if you
back
know
on
this,
that.
but it doesn't matter what Malawi sounds like in
On the
English
Quran, go to
because
Genesis
as it
chapter
turns out,
36.
Malawi was unrelated to the English language.
Okay.
It means
Okay.
flames.
Okay. So where are the Levites today then?
They wherever they want to be. That ain't gonna do with you.
No.
We're talking about
No,
you.
give some evidence. I don't want to hear wherever they want to be. Give some
I said they
evidence
are
where
wherever
on
they want to be, and I can prove that by saying wherever they want to be, they
wherever
are.
they want to be. Okay.
Wherever they want to be. They're not
I'm
with
saying
you.
I'm saying they're in the diaspora. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
You're
I'm saying they're not.
wherever they are.
Okay. So
Okay.
back
Let's
to
go
what
to
we.
Genesis
Keep
chapter
in mind. Keep in
36.
mind, bro. Keep in mind.
Read, you know, because you said
Let
I
me
can't
tell
quote the
you why this is
Bible.
so frustrating.
Can we just
You're
go
not
to the Bible?
claiming to be a
Can
Levite.
we go to
You're not
Genesis
claiming
36
that.
and 27?
I don't care where Levi is. That has nothing to do with
Can we
you.
go to Genesis
You
26
said
and
that you are.
37?
You said that you are an Akan Ashanti man. I'm asking you to connect the Akan Ashanti people back to Israel. You have danced so much. You got to have corns on your toes. You have danced around this. I've been asking very direct questions. You have answered none of them.
So what direct question have you asked that I haven't answered?
Also, just to follow up
Tell
on
me, I'm gonna go back to my original. My original one. You made a claim that said that the Saturday of the Akan people is a Sabbath. I asked you to tell me more about that. You haven't said a single word about that since.
and before he unmutes, I did check the translation into English for Malawi, and it just means flames. So
No,
I don't
said
know.
from Swahili.
So I don't know why the
I said from
language.
Swahili to English. Why have you got checked?
Why would we do Swahili?
That's what I said from the start. It's
Why do we
Swahili
care about
African
Swahili?
language. It's a Bantu language. That's why. Why have you got checked?
It's a trillion Bantu languages.
Yeah, so but my point was on Swahili.
As long as you pick the languages that are irrelevant and you translate it
I
into
hope
another
all the
irrelevant language,
listeners
then
are
it
watching how
it has
defective
some
these guys are.
mystical meaning.
They're lying. They're liars. You're lying how you're doing things. Can you go to Genesis 36 and 27 just on my point?
No, because you keep lying. I asked you to tell me about
Can you
this.
go to
I asked
Genesis
you about this
36 and
Sabbath.
27?
No.
Not
Now
until
read
you
it for you. The children of
not until you
No.
demonstrate the Sabbath.
Bilhan.
Tell me
and
about the
Zohar
Sabbath. Tell me
and
about the
Akan.
Sabbath. You made that
Akan's in the
claim.
Bible, man. Stop
I didn't
lying.
ask you about a con being in the Bible. I
Akan's
asked
in
you
the
to tell me about
Bible,
the
man.
Sabbath.
Stop lying, man.
What
You're lying.
lie did I tell? Name a lie I told.
Akan is in the Bible. You're
I
lying.
said a con was in the Bible. You asked me that. I said yes.
Yeah, no, you didn't.
What
Your
does that have to do
boyfriend
with a
said that. You're
Sabbath?
gonna go to Akan, say Akan's in the Bible, and go.
I not one time did I say. I know the word
Why
of
you
con is
on
in
his
the Bible.
cock so
Handsome.
hard, man? Calm down.
I know that the word that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Baby.
So why was you mocking then? When
I
said
didn't
Akan
mock.
was in the
When you
Bible?
said a con is in the Bible, I said yes.
Yeah. So it's
Okay.
Judah, isn't it? I said
No,
I'm Judah. That's the whole point.
Do me
Look
the
at you
favor.
lying
You're
now,
doing it again. You're doing it again.
backtracking.
You're doing it again.
Akan is Judah.
Tell me about this Sabbath.
Mouth, man. Stop taking his nuts out of your mouth, man.
That's okay. Just tell me about the Sabbath.
No, man. Let's talk about Akan.
Let's talk about. I'm talking about the Akan Sabbath.
Let's
That's
talk
exactly what I'm
about
talking
Akan
about.
being the sons of Judah, man. That's what I want to talk about.
Handsome.
I
There are
claim to
lots
be
of people.
Judean,
I
and
got a
you
friend
laugh
named
with your
Joshua. That don't
with
mean
your
he a
white-
Jew. Okay, okay, but get back to the Sabbath. Okay, tell me about this.
Get back
Akan
to
Sabbath.
Judah, man.
That's how we get in there. We're gonna start at the Sabbath and work our way backwards.
No. We've moved past the Sabbath, man.
No. That means you lied to me. Either you're going to confess that you did not have that information, thus you told me something that you did not know to be true, which is a lie. And if you will confess to that, we can move. Did you lie to me?
You know Saturday is a day of rest.
Did you lie to me?
No, the day of is a
Okay,
day
then
of
give
rest.
me the information about the Sabbath.
What was the lie?
You said that the Akan celebrate a Sabbath on Saturday. Tell me more about this.
Is it a day of rest? Sabbath means rest, doesn't it?
No, it's not.
Yeah,
Akan
it
people
is.
work every day.
Okay, so they don't have a day of rest. Okay.
Yeah, they work every day. And if you've ever
Okay.
been to Ghana, you'll know that.
Okay.
Okay. So tell me about Sabbath.
Okay, so they don't have a Sabbath. They don't have a day of
Okay,
rest.
so now that means you lied to me, correct? Because you said it was a Sabbath. You lied, correct?
I read in a book that's what it was.
What book? Pull the book up. Pull the book up.
It's called Hebrewism of West Africa.
Okay. Pull up. That's a very famous book. Okay, pull it up real quick. Pull it up. You can Google it.
I don't have it on me right
Google
now.
it and read it to me.
Okay, so let's go back to my.
No. I don't want to go back to that.
Let me go back to Akan.
Pull it up. No. Pull it up.
I want to pull it up if I can get it.
You want to just stick to the Sabbath because you think you've
I
got.
want to stick to the Sabbath and the Akan people.
But
Yes.
I want to stick to the point that Judah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna get to that. But we started here. We're gonna get that. I promise. I promise we're gonna
West
get that. I promise.
Africa and the tribe.
Okay, we'll get that in a minute. But we're gonna start here.
What was the name of the book?
Hebrewisms in West Africa.
Hebrewisms.
Yeah, pull it up.
Okay.
Yeah, and then look at the Sabbath and look at the Ashanti tribe. You pull it up.
Hey, baby.
I don't like how you look like to make a point, but when I'm making a point, you cut me off. Disingenuous.
You're trying to change the point.
No, you're trying to change the point. My point
I have
is
not
that
moved at
Israelite,
all. I've been
you
talking about
laughed.
the same
You
damn
can't-
Sabbath.
You can't disprove
I've been
I'm
talking about the
Israelite.
same damn Sabbath for God knows how long.
Yeah, and then I showed you archaeological proof of how they looked. and you
That ain't got
dismissed
nothing to do with archaeology. I'm asking about a Sabbath.
said it was a haircut. Like he cuts. Like
I'm talking about a Sabbath. I'm talking about a Sabbath. What is a Sabbath? I do get my hair cut on Saturday sometimes, so I guess that is tangentially
we all
related.
know what black people look like when we see them.
Baby, that a haircut does not a black
Just
person.
cry, man. Just cry.
I can show you a
And we
white
all
boy
know
with
that
waves and a
I
haircut.
just do that.
You ever heard of John B? Okay. But point being, back to the Sabbath.
Right. So
The
I've got the book open. Can you tell me what page I need to turn to? Oh, we're still talking about the Sabbath part, but
Yes, we're talking about Sabbath.
if the Sabbath is not in this book, then we're not reading the book. So I want to know in the book where it talks about the Sabbath.
I already told you that I don't have the book with me,
I've
so
got
why
it.
would you do that? It's genuine.
The book, he has the book. Just tell him where it is.
Yeah, you've got the whole book.
Yep.
Yeah, go on then. Speak on the Ashanti and the Hebrewism of Ashanti. Go on, read it out.
I'm asking you what page can I find the Sabbath?
Read the book. Read it. You've got the book.
You want me to
I
read
don't have the book.
You want me to
have it.
read all 462
Esau, read the
pages?
book, man.
You want me to read all
You
400
read the
pages
book,
on the
man.
live? That's wild that you think that's going to happen.
The book, man. Show the book. You show the thing.
I'm asking you what page. Where can I find the page?
Okay. So is it true, brother, yeah, that the Akans knew Yahweh before so-called the introduction of Christianity in Ghana?
Doubtful.
And in fact, the Akans call the Saturday by a new name of Jehovah. Akan is called this day Memenida, which means me means I, ne means am, and de means day. Thus Memenida, which I am the day. Isaiah 43 and 25 and countless
You know,
quotations.
no one knows
in
what
the
you're
Bible.
reading from right now, right?
Hold on. Isaiah 43 and 20.
Nobody knows what you're reading from right
Hold
now.
on.
So what
Hold
we'd like
on.
to do is
This
know
is
what
from-
you're.
This is
What we'd like to do is know what you're reading
from
from.
my notes. This is from my notes. This is from my notes.
Oh, so just
okay?
stuff that you
I've
wrote
got-
down. So just a lot of trust me
Yes,
bros.
from the books that I've been.
But
that I
you
have
forgot
at
to write
home,
down the
yeah?
page number.
But you're cutting me off because you don't want me to make my point.
I'm
And so my
literally
brother can
asking
see
you
where I'm
for
coming
the
from.
source.
First of all, you know you're not bloodline.
We'll
like
try
me.
this again. I'm asking you for the source
I'm-
so
you're
that we
cutting me
can
off
read it
because-
together. My goal is to read the source with you.
Listen, I'm not. It's not something you can read along because I'm asking him to verify if this is true from my notes. Yeah. So, and I said that in the beginning before you cut me off like a demon.
We'll try this again. I'm asking you to know where your notes came from. Where can I find the origin of your notes?
I
'Cause
told you the Hebrewism of
as
of West Africa.
it turns out, I can't just look at your notes and know where they're at in the book.
Well, this is the point. Yeah, I'm asking my brother who knows that he knows his own culture, doesn't he?
He does. That's why he
he's gonna
knows
be
that you're up here
so
lying.
He's going to be verifying. So I've got some questions to ask if there's any correlation here, because my claim is that I'm an Israelite, and he's just admitted that
Your
there
claim
are in
is
the
foolish.
Bible.
You're clearly not an Israelite.
No, it's not. My brother admitted
You've
that
been
Akan is in the Bible.
you've been proven
And
wrong on
Ashanti are
every
Akan,
point
right?
that you've raised so far. You've
No,
been
no,
literally
no.
embarrassing yourself
My
and your
brother
ancestors
confirms that Akan
quite
is
literally
in
the entire time you've been up here.
my claim to Judah stands.
Welcome back, Vax.
Hey, how are you? I'm sorry about that. I was trying to look and see if I saw anything about an Akan Sabbath. I was trying to Google it while I was gone. I don't see this, and so If you could just tell me what.
So I'm asking you. I'll ask you again, bro. Yeah, is it true that Saturday is Memeneda and Me means I, Ne means and Da means there? Thus Memeneda, which I am there. Is that correct?
Let me check into that. Hold on one second.
Thank you. If Jesus looked like you, he would have been foreign, but so you're not foreign because you don't look nothing. That's why you don't. That's why he's in the holy center. The dark people are in the dark. You don't like the image of. You hate that. Yeah. Yeah. Big up my brother though. Godly brother. The image of. Yeah, man. You got it.
I can do this all day. I don't know if you know this, but I have power over the mute button. Every time you come in here and say nonsense, I'm just going to keep muting you. Welcome back, Bash. Oh, we had him for a second.
Back because I'm still looking for this. I don't see this, but give me one more second. Let me go look it up.
Sure, yeah. Hold on. Don't worry. The guest is just crashing out. It'll be okay.
Yeah. Not really. It's funny to me.
That's right, Hazen. He really does. He really wants to utter all kinds of prejudice against me. He's dying.
Memeneda just means Saturday. From a Tweed dictionary to just means Saturday. Memeneda just means Saturday.
So what does me mean? I am. It doesn't mean I am there.
Okay. The word, you ever heard the word dogma? You ever heard the word dogma?
Yeah.
Okay. You know what a dogma is?
Yeah.
Okay. What does the word dog mean, though?
Dog's an animal, isn't it?
A dog is an animal. What does ma mean? Right? That's a mother. So does dogma mean son of a bitch? Doesn't. Right? Just because dogma doesn't mean son of a bitch.
No,
that's not what it means. Although dog is a word and ma is a word, dogma doesn't mean son of a bitch.
No, I get what you're saying, but I'm asking you to verify what the breakdown of the word is.
But you literally did. You just said, what does me mean? Okay, but the word Memeneda means Saturday. That's what that word means. You are now taking that word apart, like I just took apart dogma, and trying to make a sentence out of a word.
That was another guy named that actually broke that down like that to me. So
say it again. Say it one more time. I didn't hear you. I promise. I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah, it was a guy named brother that brought that down to me, and he also
Ghanaians lie. Ghanaians lie.
Yeah, you probably lie too.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I'm just saying when I looked at the references, that's not what the references said.
Okay, cool. Well, let's you asked me to prove a bit more on what the Sabbath, where the correlations are.
Yeah, but even if the Sabbath meant I am the day, that has nothing to do with a Sabbath. Even if Saturday means I am the day, that has nothing to do with a Sabbath.
You're rebuttaling that, so you're saying that there's no correlation, which is fine.
I didn't say it was no correlation. That's not what I said at all. What I said was tell me more about this Sabbath. What you did was say that Saturday means I am the day. That has nothing to do. Those two things aren't related.
Okay, well, you had to research it, so I'm glad you got some clarification.
I just did. I did.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so I've got I'm just showing you all the links between the Akane, Shanti, and the Bible. Yeah,
that didn't link at all. I am the day does not link to a Sabbath.
It just Kwame in the is the name of Saturday.
We've got a friend from Ghana here that wants to chime in.
Yeah, that was good. Bring him in, please.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Hi. You all right?
Good. So I'm gonna say right off the bat, I'm atheist, but he's kind of right.
About what?
So there are Ghanaians who do believe that they have some ancestry to Jews.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Now, miming it up, did that
We can't hear you
direct
right now. You're really far away from the phone.
hold on, let me take my ears off.
The question is whether or not they actually do, not whether they think they do.
Yeah, of course they do. They know who they are. Don't insult their intelligence.
We're not insulting their intelligence. We're insulting yours.
Yeah, you don't do that. You don't do that to the European people that claim.
Yes, I do.
Yes,
Yes,
I
I do.
Yeah.
If a person
let
from
me hear-
Ireland told me that they were from Ghana, I would tell them they're a fucking liar too.
Okay, well, look for the people that keep the customs.
So, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah. So the direct translation from Miminida is "I am that I am." Day.
Praise the Most High. Hallelujah.
Not according to the book that he's referring to.
No,
Yeah,
it
I
did,
know.
It did. It said the same thing. I am.
It's "I am that I am." Day. That's the direct translation.
Exodus 3:13.
So that is day. In tree, all of our names are associated with something. Like how he was saying Yawada.
Mhm.
He was translating it wrong. Because the male and female name for being born on that day is Yao and Ya. So the day is called Yawada, means Yao's day.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just based on the name.
What's the word day?
Da.
Da means day in the language?
Yes. So the Miminid is I am that I am. So it's basically the Miminida is I am that I am day. So there are some Ghanaians who take that and say that because before the Christians got to Ghana, that was the name that Ghanaians were using. So there are some Ghanaians who say that there must be some Jewish influence in our culture. Now, I can't say for sure if there is. That's not what I'm trying to say, but I can say for sure that especially because of that name that we have for the Sabbath or Saturday, there's a lot of Ghanaians who do believe that.
Notice my whole point, and I'm glad you brought that up. Hear me out.
Love you, bro.
Even if that is true, I gave a really good example. Right up the street from me, there is a Vietnamese place called Bitch Nigga. It really exists. I can show you a picture of it. Right. So a Vietnamese restaurant right up the street from me says BICHNGA. Right. Okay. All right. That don't mean they from Atlanta.
What are you talking about?
No. Hear me out.
What are you talking about?
Hear me out. A loan word, a loan phrase, a loan word or a loan phrase by no means indicates, and I mean by no means indicates ancestry.
But I'll say this. I'll say this though. The Ghanaians that I know who feel that way don't think that we as Ghanaians were Jewish. They think that Jewish people came down to Ghana and maybe brought, like how white people brought Christianity to Ghana. They feel like Jewish people brought some of their culture to Ghana a long time ago. Not that Ghanaians are Jewish.
Okay. And my man's claim here, and this is why I keep doing this, my man's claim is that he is somehow an Israelite by blood.
So
also, I'm really confused about the translation of some of these words since I don't speak the language, but every time I go to the internet to translate the words for me, they don't mean what you guys keep saying. It says here that the Akan name for Saturday translates to birthday of supreme or sky god.
Yeah.
He just told you the name of that sky god.
So that's gonna go, if you go back far enough, right? Whatever reason that name was given, everything normal religions are just based on really cultural stuff. So there's not going to be a name for the sky god. It's just going to be a god.
How in the world do you know that it's the Hebrew god?
No, no,
He's,
I'm not saying it is, because I don't believe that we're Jewish, right? But what I'm saying is that that name is not in question. Like Miminida is simple. I am that I am, dude.
and can I
Well,
just say,
no, I just want to
say
make sure
something?
that we're clear
Can I
on
just say
this,
something?
because I guess I'm
I want to
confused
say,
because the internet
what
translation
did
is
God say his
different.
name is?
I
What's God's
understand. Can I
what's
use
God's
the word?
I'm
name
sorry. So
in the Bible?
is the Wikipedia page for the Akan calendar wrong?
No, no. The words there are correct.
Okay.
Everything's spelled right. But the definitions
It's
the
AI.
the definitions are kind of, I don't know. They're made more palpable for people to take it in.
Understand
But
exactly.
but if you're a Ghanaian and you hear Miminida, you know, because even though like what you were saying about dogma is true, we do like our like every part of a word a lot of times means something.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be very likely that it's just by chance. But again,
Can I just say, brother? You know your
I'm just
breakdown of
I'm
the
just
word.
I'm just I'm just I'm just bringing this information because these are kind of things that on our side of being, atheists, dealing with people like this, you have to come with the right information. Otherwise, they're just going to say that, oh, well, you didn't know this, so you must be wrong. You know. So I mean,
We're
this
making a
is
lot of connections here, and that's why I have to thank God. Yeah. But in Exodus 3:14, Moses asked God, "What is his name?" And God replied to Moses,
Sorry, I
"Why
was
did you
listening to you before the star guy cut you off. What were you saying?
no. I'm just saying that the reason I wanted to kind of just come and say this is because we gotta come with the right information, so that they can't people on the other side just can't be like, well, because you don't know this and I know it, you don't know anything, right? You got to be wrong. So he's right in that aspect, but he did get a lot of stuff wrong. But I will tell you, Miminida, the direct translation is "I am that I am." Dave.
Which is weird because I can't seem to find that anywhere. I guess I'm trying to figure out where can I find those definitions, because when I go to like even the Wikipedia page for the
So
language, it disagrees.
Miminime means I am me.
So it
That means
doesn't
I
mean
am
birthday of the supreme God.
no.
Okay, so like why do you think that whoever wrote this article was wrong?
I don't know. I
you
honestly,
should you
I,
should know
I
his own
honestly,
language?"
honestly, I just don't know. I don't know why they put that. I've never in, I've never heard that definition for Saturday. There's two names for Saturday: Miminida and Kwesiada. Kwesiada is another name for Saturday.
Like,
Which
what does
proves
that
that you
mean?
can't
What,
always
what, is,
rely
what does
on
that
the
word mean? Like,
internet for answers.
if you had to translate that one, what would that one mean?
Kwesiada is for Saturday. There's two names. If you're a boy, your name is Kwesi. If you're a girl,
Quasi.
your name is Ama. So Kwesiada is basically just saying Kwesi's day.
How do you say mum in Hebrew? Amma. There's
So
a lot of correlations, you
the
know.
the
There's a lot.
reference, the information here seems to be coming from 40 Days, the Akan calendar, Africa Journal of the Institute of African Institute. So like
Oh my
if I've
gosh.
got a guy on TikTok telling me a word means something, and I've got somebody from the Journal of the International African Institute telling me that words mean something, I think I'm going to go with the scholar. And this is just me as a third party. I don't know the language. I don't know what these words mean. All I'm saying is that I'm more likely to
Like, see the
believe.
colonizers disrespecting us.
I
Like,
mean,
you see
I
the
mean, I
colonizer
mean,
disrespecting us.
listen.
Like, you see
I'm
the
not.
colonizer disrespecting us, man.
No, I'm not going to take it as. I'm not taking it as disrespect. I understand what you're saying, but
No, disrespectful.
like the from my culture, right? The way we talk and the
Tell
way
him again.
the way our words are, there's usually a meaning for everything.
Sure, I believe that.
And and
Yeah, I believe that too.
and what I know, and I mean when I was really young, I had an uncle who brought this to my attention, right? And he's Christian, so he wasn't he wasn't bringing it to my attention to say that, you know, we're Jews or we're whatever. He was bringing it to my attention just to, the reason he brought it to my attention was to say that we knew God before the Christians brought God to us. You know, so he was using that as an example. But I'll tell you, I've heard it. I've heard that definition, and I've heard some of the stuff he's talking about since I was a little boy.
Okay. Here why I'm picking on this. Here why I'm picking on this. I'm picking on this for a very specific reason. A Christian folklore is a thing, right? Or like, because basically this is what my man's handing me a whole lot of. I'm talking to my brother. Just chill out. You gonna have your chance, okay? All right. A folklore, a folk way, right? A folk way, like the way people talk about a thing or how they nail things in their cultures. That's one thing. That's one thing. But if you're laying out for me, like if you say quasida, okay, and I say, well, what does that mean? And you say it just means quasi's day. What does quasi mean? Right? Because for whatever reason, when we got to Memoneda, we were very, very specific to talk about what every word in that meant. Right? Okay. So if I were just trying to say, oh, I'm me, if I was telling you I'm me, would I say Memone? Is that what you're saying? Like, I am me. How would I say that?
If you were to say I am me, you would say, well, one of the ways you can say is minimi.
Okay, minimi. I am me. Okay, all right. So
or
now
you can
instead
say
of just
me am me is also I am me.
I am me. Okay, so but I could say minimi, right? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
that would be more kind of focusing on your name, like it would be more like if somebody said, "What's your name?" and then you would, that would be "I am me" kind of thing.
Okay. All right. Okay. But if I'm like if you was like you know how like some people like he's him, like that, I am me, I am the one, I'm me, right? Okay. How would I say that how would I say that?
Minime would work.
Okay, all right, okay. So I could say I am me, minime. All right, okay. You're saying to me a Christian, not a Jew, but a Christian person takes a sentence that we could use to say I am me, which technically is to say I am that I am. I am the one that I am. Right? Okay. Right. That's literally what I am me means. I am the one that I am.
God's name.
Right. Say it again for me, handsome.
That's God's name. I am that I am.
I know. Okay. All right.
So I will say the direct translation is I am me, right? The way I've had it said to me is I am that I am, but the direct translation is I am me.
Right. Okay. This is what I'm getting at. That's my point. Okay. The direct translation is I am me. Okay. All right. Now, a Christian person might read the sentence I am me and say I am that I am, because I am me does mean I am the one that I am. That's exactly what I am me does mean. Okay. Follow me.
Right.
Okay. Okay. All right. But because they have a Christian leaning and they've heard the phrase, I am that I am, they would have a bias to translate I am me to I am that I am, because that aligns with something they read in Exodus.
You're right.
Right. Okay. All right. And if I can find a reason, in as much as my man has found a reason to say, oh, there's a picture of a man with a low haircut, that's me in the Bible. Okay. In as much as we are literally grasping at rocks to place ourselves in a situation, because we are looking for any and every reason to try to put these folk in this book when they aren't there. Okay. But I am me is not the same sentence as I am that I am. Because if I say I'm me, like if you say, well, who are you to tell me da da da? I go, I'm me. Okay, I'm me. I'm not claiming that I am God. I'm not saying I'm Yahweh. I'm just saying I'm me. Okay, all right. So the sentence I am me is not the same as I am that I am. It's not the same. Right? And we keep trying to force this in there. That's not the same thing. Now, it could be a cultural relic. In other words, how am I trying to say? It could be a folk way. For example, where I'm from, there is this mythical character where I'm from. And I say he's mythical, but his name is Boo. Okay. And here we swear by Boo sometimes. Right. So like if you really want somebody to believe you'll say on boo, right? Or right. So people swear by boo. Now, if you ask me, well, who's boo? I don't fucking know, bro. It's just what you say when you're being serious. Right? Okay. So if somebody where I'm from says on boo, it has a certain cultural meaning that says, okay, he's trying to say something that is serious. But it's not that boo exists or that boo is some god of truth or not, right? This is just a part of a cultural gathering. Okay. All right. The same thing is true about a Christian. If there's one thing I can tell you that Christians are going to do is they are going to make everything about them. Right? They're going to find Jesus in everything, including the Old Testament. Right? Okay. They're going to find Jesus everywhere. Everywhere they see, they look at God. I watched Jamie Foxx just the other night tell me that God gave him a stroke. Because you're going to find God in everything you look for, man. Okay. It seems far more likely that that's what's happening here.
Look,
it's pretty weak. That's pretty weak, to be honest.
No.
No. And let me tell you why it seems far more likely. Let me tell you why it seems far more likely.
Bash, I agree.
Because
I agree.
of all.
I
Because
agree.
it's not that Ghana has a copy of the Torah. You get what I'm saying? So however the Torah would have made it to them would have either had to be by word or by letter. Right?
Yeah.
They didn't make it up in Ghana. We know that. Okay. The Torah was definitely in existence before 70 AD, right? So if all of a sudden Ghanaians had the Torah, which is where the sentence "I am that I am" is from, then somebody should find that copy of the Torah.
That'd be the oldest copy ever
Well,
existent.
I mean,
we are the Torah. The Bible says that we are the people, and this is why.
I want to make sure we're really clear on what Bash is saying here, because it's a very important point. You're basically suggesting that there are words that appear in the Bible. They're like biblical words, and because these biblical words that they are somehow reproduced within the original language of your culture, that they were taken from the Bible. But the culture that these words stem from are far older than the Bible, which means, if anything, the Bible borrowed it from your culture, not the other way around. Did I adequately sum that up, Bash?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll tell you. You made a great point because I've never thought of it in that way, because I've always used the revised translation of "I am that I am" versus the specific translation of "I am me," and that's always what's been in my head. So
it's just funny. It's just funny. It comes on a Saturday as well.
But I am me seems more random than "I am that I am." It's very likely that it's just a coincidence. And even the Ghanaians that I know who feel that it is a relation to the biblical God don't think that they're Jewish. They just think that Jews came to Ghana at some point and brought some culture in. So at the end of the day, Ghanaians don't think they're Jewish. I don't think I'm Jewish either. I don't know any Ghanaian who thinks that they're a spawn of Isaac or
this guy down
anybody.
here does.
Yeah.
The guy in the bottom bottom right hand of the screen thinks he is.
There's certain traditions, there's rituals that are equal to it: circumcision, division of the tribe into 12, blood sprinkling on the altars and doorposts, marrying of the brothers' wives after death, separation and purification.
No, Ghanaians. Look. The largest tribe in Ghana is the Kandi Ashanti, and we're just one. And then there's a bunch of smaller ones, but it's nobody is trying to make it into the 12 tribes of Judah.
No, they separate. Obviously, the division of the tribes. Yeah, do you practice circumcision?
I just came to talk about the one thing. I'm not a specialist on anything else.
All right, just based on what you know about your culture, though, do you practice circumcision?
The only people I know who practice circumcision regularly are the Christians. Okay.
What about blood sprinkling upon the altars?
You know that the Egyptians practiced circumcision before the Israelites, right?
Yeah.
Like circumcision is not a cultural thing in Ghana. It's if anything, it's related to more people who
religious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What about marrying of the brothers' wives after death?
That was common in almost all the cultures of the ancient
No, I'm
Near
asking my
East.
brother. Let him answer. Let him answer. I just want to ask him. Can you let him answer, please?
No, that's not a cultural thing.
There's nothing in Ashanti that do that. No.
Not culturally. I'm not saying that I'm not saying there aren't Ashantis that do it, but it's not part of the culture where it's like, okay, your brother died, you need to take his wife kind of
No, no,
thing.
you don't need to, but it's something that does happen though in your culture.
I mean, anything can happen, right? I mean, people could drink orange juice every Saturday, but it doesn't mean
I get it. I get it. I'm not saying everybody does it, but some people do it, right?
I'm sure some people do it. Some people take multiple wives.
Yeah,
Some
yeah.
people
Okay.
have one wife.
Okay.
So,
What about? Thank you for verifying that. What about separation and purification after childbirth?
no, I don't know anybody who does that.
Okay. What about uncleanliness or after childbirth or after during menstruation?
I don't know. I don't know anybody who does that.
Okay.
Maybe
What about new moon celebrations?
Look, I don't know anybody who celebrates anything Jewishly in Ghana.
Okay.
I don't like anything Jewish in Ghana is not like a cultural thing that everybody does or even that is discussed. There aren't sects of people in Ghana.
Yeah.
I should say there aren't any large sects of people in Ghana who consider themselves to be Jewish and try
Well, I
to
don't consider myself to be Jewish either. It's just a suffix to
you know
mean
what I
something
mean.
like.
You know what I you
I'm
know
not
what I
something like. I'm
But-
saying
but
we're
you
the
know what I mean.
originals. I'm
You know
saying
what
we're
I
the originals.
All right, so I just want to clear one thing up, make sure we're all on the same page. Star Guy, you don't live in Ghana, right?
No, I don't live in Ghana. No,
Where do you live?
I live in the UK.
And you're probably wrong. Where do you live?
Oh,
What do you
I
mean?
live in Florida.
Okay, did you ever live in Ghana?
I was born there.
Okay, so you're actually a native from Ghana. Star Guy, are you a native from Ghana? Have you ever lived there?
No.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to believe that what you're probably wrong is saying is accurate, since he's actually from Ghana and you're not.
Yeah, that's what he hasn't disagreed with some of the points I've made.
He literally
But
has.
yeah, I
It went right over your head.
Several of the points.
Went right over your
He's
head.
disagreeing with the main point that you're making.
What's the main point that he's making? Because obviously he's an atheist, so he's not
That,
going to
that
agree
the
with
Akan people are Israelite. That's your main point.
Listen,
He's disagreeing with that
All right.
vehemently.
Are you saying that the Akan people are 100% not Israelite, bro? Just for the record.
I'm saying what I'm saying.
I came because there was a question about Miminimidida, right? About the Sabbath, the name for Saturday, right? Because I wanted to make sure that we didn't just say, you know, oh, this is not 100% true, because then you're gonna leave saying, oh, these people just don't know anything, and because they don't know this one thing, they're wrong about everything. I didn't want that happening. But the
So I
fact
was right about that.
But the fact of the matter, well, kind of, Bash kind of made a good point. It's not I am that I am day specifically, is I am me day, basically.
All right. So there is some validation to some of the claims I'm making.
Maybe.
No, he did not. No.
It's okay. It's okay.
He disagreed with more than he agreed with. What he said is that his uncle told him this story this way. I explained why he would tell said story that way. Your claim is that the people of the Akan Ashanti folk are Israelite. He does not agree with that.
Let me ask you this then.
I don't know any Ghanaian who thinks that they're an Israelite.
Okay, because we know according to Jeremiah 17 verse 4, it says that the Israelites would lose their
Constant
heritage.
pivot.
No, it's not a pivot. Because
No, it is a pivot because you said the oral tradition of the people. This is what I'm saying.
It says in Jeremiah 17 verse 10 that these people would discontinue from their heritage that I gave them.
The Israelites.
Right? So the Israelites would
Let's try this again. Jeremiah is writing to the Israelite people. Are you aware of this?
Of course.
Okay, fantastic. And where do you think those Israelites are?
Scattered in the four corners of the earth according to scripture.
Wrong.
Why am I wrong? It says that they'll be scattered. Do you want me to read it for you?
So Jeremiah quite literally is writing to the Israelites that are both at home, both before and after they go into the Babylonian captivity. Are you aware that when they went into the Babylonian captivity, that was a specific location, that the Babylons didn't send them to America or Canada or Great Britain or to
Egypt was the first
or to China or to Russia or to South Africa. They took them to Babylon. You know that, right?
Yeah, I'm aware that.
Okay, just checking. Okay, is Babylon the four corners of the earth?
Recurring theme. Slavery is a recurring
Try
theme.
this again. Is Babylon the four corners of the earth?
Slavery is.
Try this again. Is Babylon the four corners of the earth? It's not. Okay, fantastic. Just making sure. Okay, so Jeremiah is writing to a specific people group that are both in Palestine or the ancient Levant and also in Babylon.
Why are you telling me something I don't know?
Because he's not writing about your people.
So who's he writing about?
He's writing about the Israelites, who aren't your people.
So could you prove that? Could you prove that I'm not an Israelite?
You can't prove that you are Israelite. First of all, we've just spent the whole last hour demonstrating that your claims of being an Israelite is foolish.
Can you prove that I'm not an Israelite?
Can you prove that I'm not Chinese?
You said I'm not an Israelite.
We'll try this again. Can you prove?
I can't.
No one can give you verifiable evidence without a DNA test that you're not something. Just like you can't prove that I'm not part
Chinese. But you said you didn't want a DNA test. Yes. This is why I started this by saying, let's do a final experiment and we can do DNA testing. You said you didn't want to do that, but I can prove to you that you are not an Israelite. I can prove that to you if you will go back to my final experiment.
Okay. Let me ask you. Ask you then. Respectfully.
We'll just do it for the last time. Are you willing to accept Bash's invitation to do a DNA test? Yes or no?
I will pay for it all on me.
So are you good at, listen to me, yeah?
It's a yes or no.
Yes. I want to know the answer to the question first.
I'm not doing no DNA test.
Okay, so he's not going to do the DNA test.
That you're not an Israelite.
Okay.
DNA test to verify against
so he's
who?
not an Israelite then. Okay, that's all we need to know.
What would you be verifying the DNA sample with?
I will be verifying a DNA sample with the migrations of human migration. That's what DNA does. We're sampling where people were when.
Where people were. Which people?
Yeah, where people were when.
Which
right?
people?
Okay. So any group of people.
No, the only way it would work is if you had the DNA of an
yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
An ancient
DNA
Israelite
tells you. Yeah, bro. DNA will tell you where your DNA is from,
ancient
where it
Israelite
mutated from. But no, listen. It also comes with a molecular clock, so it'll tell you how long that DNA has been in a place. When did they move there? Right? When this mutation happened?
You are a liar.
I am not a liar. The whole reason we started doing DNA was so that we could map human migration.
You can't prove.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Okay. How about this? Just submit to the test, and then we'll just read whatever it says. And if it disproves it does, if it don't, then it's just my money gone.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if you're aware of this, Bash, but you know they DNA test the ancient mummies that they discover, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I am a descendant of King Ramses III. I can show you that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So we can get old DNA. We can get old DNA. Okay. So we can find the people who live. But
do you know that DNA sampling is illegal in Israel?
That ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Why is it illegal?
That ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I didn't ask you to test a Jew that lives in Israel.
We're to tell you why.
What they got to do with the fuck I'm talking about? I'm talking about you. It's illegal where you are.
It's not illegal to test people's DNA, and also it is true that ancient burial sites in the Levant, in Palestine, in Lebanon, Jordan, and Syria, all of these locations have had ancient bodies dug up and DNA tested, all the way going back to the Bronze Age. So we literally have ancient DNA testing. We know how people migrated. We've been testing the DNA of people we've discovered through archaeology for decades.
Okay. So that being said, we can find out who was there when. Okay. That being said, if you'll submit yourself to a DNA test, we can find out if you're from those people.
What's the code then of the people? Say Isaac. Who have they got and what's the DNA code?
Say it again for me.
Is it E1B? Is it E1B1A, for example? What is it?
No. What I'm asking is, will you submit to the test, and then we can figure it out after it's over.
Yeah, because
I submit to the Most High God. I don't submit to you guys.
Okay, I'm just a test. The test. I'm not asking about your God. I'm asking about a test.
No, man, I submit to not.
Okay, so then you don't want me to disprove it. Okay, and that's different, and that's fair. That's fair.
He's scared.
But you asked me if I could disprove it, and the answer is yes.
He's really scared.
Why would I be scared when I look at the Bible?
He's terrified.
Okay, but let's just look at your DNA.
Right. So
your DNA should.
it's been pretty widely
it's the
tested.
one
The
who's scared.
genomic
He's the
history
one
of the
who's
Bronze Age in
I'm not
southern
scared,
Levant
bro. You're the
is
one who's scared.
an article you can turn to if you want to read about this particular topic. But there's been extensive testing
like wool,
of the
feet like
DNA
burnt brass.
from ancient people in the Bronze Age from the Levant. So we know pretty well what we're matching modern DNA up to when we're determining where people came from.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Justin,
When
thanks
you
for
type in
having me up.
images
I
of
don't think
ancient
I'm
Israelites, what
going to
comes
be
up?
useful anymore.
I'm sorry, say that again.
But thanks for having me up. I think I'm not going to be.
Hey, thanks so much for
much
coming up, man. I
anymore.
appreciate you.
All right, man.
All right, cheers.
I'm gonna get out your way too. Listen, if I really want to know why he won't just take it. Let's just take the test and see if it matches with the ancient Levant
He's
DNA.
scared. I'll chip in too.
No,
I'll
man,
pay
I'm
half
not
of it.
I'm not scared. I'm not scared.
Boom.
Bash will
You
pay
do
half.
the
I'll
test.
pay half. It's free for you.
And then if we wrong, you can just go, see, I told you, you guys were wrong. I am an Israelite. Nah. And I told you.
Why would it matter to you whether I'm an Israelite or not?
Because you're lying right now.
How do you know I'm
That's
lying
why
now?
it matters.
You're gonna
I
like,
want
have
to
you
know
got the
if you're
test
telling
results?
me the truth. That
Have
matters
you
to
got
me.
the test results?
Say it again for me.
Have you got the test results?
No, you won't give us
What
your
about test
DNA
results?
yet.
So
Yes.
how do you know that I'm lying?
It sounds like you're lying right now. This is how we'll verify if you're lying. Bye. Where we going?
I don't know. Do you think he just left?
You,
He's still
you haven't
here.
been able to verify a single word that you said. And when you can't verify things, that's what makes me think you're lying. Right? Okay. But we can end that thought right now because you asked a very specific question. Can you prove that I'm not an Israelite? I said yes. Huh? Say it again for me.
You're lying. You haven't got the test
Say it again
yet,
for
so
me.
you can't say verbatim
I'm
whether
sorry.
I'm an
Okay, I
Israelite.
misspoke. I think you're lying right now.
Yeah, you think.
I think I'm lying. Right. And so, but keep in mind what the point is. The point is for us to verify if you are lying. Right. You said you can't disprove it. I said, yes, I can.
All right. So did black people go in slave ships?
What they got to do with DNA? Stick to this.
Well,
Stick to this.
He can't. He's got to
I
do
know.
endless
I know people
pivots.
go into slavery. Okay. People went into slavery. Okay, great. They went. Okay, all right, that's great. But okay, that's not what I'm asking about. I'm asking you to prove that you aren't a Israelite, and I can do that. But I do need your help. Right. But I will prove to you once and for all that you are not related to those people.
Slavery is a reoccurring
I'll
theme
volunteer
in the
to a
Bible.
DNA test too. I'll demonstrate that I'm not from Esau.
I will give you mine. I already took mine. I'll show you exactly where I'm from. Right. Okay. So we'll volunteer. We'll prove that he's not an Edomite. Right. Okay. We'll prove that you aren't an Israelite, and I'll show you that I'm not an Israelite either. And yes, I can prove that, but I do need you to put your big boy pants on and say, I'm willing to stand on that. If you're willing to stand on it, if it's true, just show us that it's true.
All I need to do is keep the commandments and the laws and statutes and
I keep the commandments. I'm not worried about you. I want you to keep the commandments. That ain't gonna do what we're talking about.
Do according to scripture.
I'm okay with that. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. Last part of this, I'm gonna let this go because we taking up too much of just in time. I'm totally okay with whatever religion you choose to keep, bro. I'm okay if you keep the Sabbath, the laws, the statutes, the commandment, the mitzvahs, the mitzvahs. Bro, literally keep whatever traditions you like. That is not why I'm up here. I want you to keep all of that. I want that to make your spirit man happy. That ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I am here. You asked me if I could disprove that you are an Israelite by blood. And the only way to do that is to test blood. If you think that what you're saying is true, if you really believe that this is true, hold on. I'm gonna hear your response, I promise. Stand on it. Let's test it and find out. I could be very wrong. I could be so wrong. And I would be so embarrassed. I would have to just openly apologize and say, bro, I had that so wrong. And I'm okay with doing that. Right? I'm willing to put my own money up to be dead wrong. Right? All I'm asking you to do is just prove that you're right. You don't think that's fair? You don't think that's fair?
I don't think that's fair, no.
Okay, why is it not fair? And I'm gonna get out of the way. Why is it not fair?
Do you know why? Do you know why? Mm-hmm. Because at the end of the day, what is it gonna matter if you can't get a sample or tell me what the actual prophets?
We can. I can show you the sample. But keep in mind, I can get a sample.
Send the link for everybody now in the group so I can see it. Send the link.
Say it again for me, handsome. One more time.
What you'll be matching my DNA against? Show me what you match it against. Show me.
We'll match it against ancient Levant Bronze Age burial sites.
Yeah, who? Like who? From where? Where? Show me.
Ancient Levant Bronze Age burial sites. So we'll just go dig up. There are people who have been dug up in Israel.
You can't just walk up in Israel and say, "Give me a sample."
Bro, no. They had this is already stored, handsome.
Yeah. So who are you going to for that? How are you getting that?
Geneticists, the same people we're gonna get our blood done with.
Okay, so you're saying that you can get a DNA sample of one of the prophets right now, yeah?
Not the sample, the information from it.
Oh, so how do you know it's true? That they're not lying?
How do I know what you're saying true? Stop doing that.
Just listen. All you have to do is type in ancient Israel and have a look.
We'll try this again. So I don't know if you were paying attention the first time it came up, but archaeologists and biologists have taken the remains of human beings living in the Bronze Age in the Levant, that's where Israel is, and have tested their DNA as well as DNA from people from the surrounding areas. So we know the DNA information from the time period that we're inquiring about. So that's what we're comparing it to.
Okay, and I'm comparing all the archaeology that I've seen pertaining to ancient Israelites.
But we're not talking about we're talking about blood, and the only way to know about blood is through blood.
Carries the phenotypes. It carries your hair. It carries his skin.
Listen to what I'm saying. If I just said me and you are, if I said that you were my dad, if I said, I'm on here with my dad, would you got melanin in your skin, you got hair like mine.
But brother, you put in so much effort into, you're not an Israelite, but you don't have that same energy for the white man.
Yes, I do. Yes, the fuck I do.
No, you know you don't. Man.
Yeah, he does.
Fuck I do. If a white man told me he was from Ghana, I'd say, prove it, you lying bitch. Yes, I do. Okay, all right.
If you see your black brothers and sisters saying, listen, we can parallel with what's going on here.
I didn't ask if you could parallel. We're not talking about parallels right now. We're talking about blood.
We can relate to the history, and you got West Africa.
I didn't say you could relate. I told you to keep your traditions. Didn't you hear me say that? Start over. Star guy. I said, handsome. I said, keep handsome. I said, keep your traditions. Keep your traditions. I want you to keep the laws, the statutes, the mikvahs, the mitzvahs. I want you to do all of those things. I have no problem with you doing that. If that makes you happy, I pray it brings your soul peace.
My blood has got nothing to do.
Say it again for me. Say it again.
What's in my blood ain't got nothing to do with you. If I want to claim,
no. The reason that it does, let me tell you why. It does. It wouldn't have anything to do with me. It wouldn't have anything to do with me until you make a claim and ask me if I can disprove it. You said I couldn't.
I asked you. Listen. I asked you. Your white friend was the one telling me I'm not Israelite. So I said to him, "Prove it." And he got you. Then you do.
But keep in mind how I started the whole conversation. Bro. Justin, were you here at the beginning of this conversation when I said I have a final experiment? You remember this? I asked off the top, "Hey, I would like to prove this so that I can know what is true." Right? Okay. So when you said, because I asked you about that, you said you didn't want to do that. And I was like, okay. But then when you brought it back around and say, you can't prove that I'm not, well, this is the point of the experiment in its overall. The point is so that we can know. So you don't have to be going around saying something that you can't prove either. You got correlations, you have tie-ins, and that's fine, that's great. And I'm not against it. Even if we find out, hold on, bro. Even if we find out that you are not an Israelite, that shouldn't change anything about your worship of Yahweh. Worship him till you're tired. I don't care about that. None of that's what's important here. Okay? What's important here is blood. It's just blood.
Bro, nothing to do with anybody else but me and God. That.
Well, then why are you talking about it to us?
Because I can make that claim based on what we've experienced as black people.
But what's that? No. I'm asking why are you telling us?
Because that was the initial point that I was making. That I'm a true.
Why were you making that point? For what? If it has nothing to do with us, why are you telling us?
I can't remember. But
okay. Well, then do us this favor. Okay, and I'm sure Justin will agree. Never tell us things that don't concern us. Justin, would you agree to that?
I agree to that. Yeah.
Okay. Star guy. Do you agree to that? To never tell us things.
To tell you anything pertaining to you. I tell
you were to me. Then why are you talking to us? Then? If you weren't trying to tell us anything, why are you talking?
Yeah, he brought it up, if I remember correctly, at the point of the conversation where he was getting utterly roasted, and then he was so upset that I was roasting him that he went to that he's the rhetoric of I'm just Esau, I'm the Antichrist, and that he's part of the chosen people and he's Hebrew Israelite, and then I decided to call him out on it.
Okay, so and I took away too much of just this time, but from here on out, if it's not related to us, do not tell us because you're wasting our time.
Okay.
If you don't care, if you don't want to know, that's fine. I can't make you want. I can't spark your curiosity.
Topic at hand, yeah. The Bible says
No. Okay,
Christ's
I'm gonna get out the way,
depiction
Justin,
is hair like
because
wool
clearly
and
we
feet
don't talk
like
about this.
Bash, thank you so much for being here, man. I really love and appreciate you.
I love and appreciate you too, brother. Have a good one.
Yo, Bash and Justin, I got something to tell y'all. I want y'all to, I want to see if y'all notice this real quick. Now, the thing about it is, y'all run a deconstruction situation, right? And if y'all notice, a lot of Christians initially, because they got ashamed of what Christianity represent, a lot of them all of a sudden started claiming that they were spiritual, right? That became a trend. That's why you got to ask them if they believe in the God of the Bible, just to find out they're really Christians, right? Now the new trend is because people like y'all are forcing these people to read their Bible and get to know the Bible, and now they're reading it enough to know that this Bible is basically talking about Israelites and stuff like that. Now the new trend is people are trying to drop the Christianity and now claim Hebrew Israelites just so that they could align with the Bible.
Right.
Do y'all see that trend happening, or is it just me?
No, I see the trend too. That seems to be the case. But
okay,
I'm going to keep making them read the Bible. Maybe they'll eventually read it enough to realize it's false.
Exactly.
God makes us read the Bible.
Yeah, but that's a good point, Mass. I appreciate that.
Indeed. Oh, and the thing I wanted to talk to you about was I'm practicing doing like a little show. I'm trying to create like content on atheism,
Mm-hmm.
and I just wanted to know if I could use your voice in the
want.
All right, appreciate it. That's it. And I wanted to show you like the color grade and the quality of the stuff that we're gonna be doing. So I'm gonna try to write a couple of scripts, and if you have any ideas, throw them my way, and we'll try to work it out.
Absolutely, I can't wait. Yeah, anything you need, I got you. Okay.
I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna be in the comments.
All right, cheers. Thanks for being here. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Big dubs for Mass. Great friend of the channel. We have Ann coming back. I wanted to get to Ann before I got time to go to bed. Because Anne's been waiting very patiently for that last conversation to get through. Welcome back, Anne.
Welcome back, Anne. Oh, Grandma, you're still in the frame. Do you want to be in the frame? Hello?
Yeah, welcome back.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thanks for being patient.
Yeah, no, it's just I have this like whole list of all the prophecies, and I'm just like I want to see like if you can like disclaim all of them, because a lot of them are from Psalms, and you didn't want to do the Psalms one, but there's also Isaac, Ezekiel, Daniel, even some Genesis and stuff. But one I thought that was kind of cool was the Zechariah 11:12 through 13
about being scattered.
I have here I actually have it pulled up right here. I got a Bible. I can read it out loud. It's sorry, let me find it real quick.
Oh, about the 30 pieces of silver?
Yeah, yeah.
Have you read Zechariah chapter 11?
Oh, I read it when I was waiting a little bit because I wanted to talk to you about it.
Great.
It's this, and it should I read it or sorry?
Go for it. Yeah.
And it was broken in the day, and so the poor I am not on the right chapter. Sorry. Mm-hmm. 1 second. Zechariah 11:12 through 13.
Mm-hmm.
And I said unto them, if you think good, give me my price, and if not, forbear. So they weighed for my price 30 pieces of silver. And the Lord said unto me, cast it into the potter, a godly price that was prized of them. And I took the 30 pieces of silver and cast them to the potter in the house of the Lord. And then I also have it written down that Matthew 26 through 14 through 15 says that the exact same thing happened. That Judas, they're referring to when Judas betrayed Jesus, I believe, took the pieces of silver and that's right. Yeah.
So we've got two problems with this particular prophecy is that it's not actually about the Messiah or anybody related to the Messiah. This is about God giving judgment on the wicked shepherds of Israel. So if you go to Zechariah chapter 8 through 12, we find a repeating theme of the leaders of Israel being bad shepherds. And there's a couple prophecies related to shepherds. And this is one of those prophecies. It's a performative prophecy. I'm going to put it on the screen so everyone can see it. And I think you might be able to see my browser already. In verse 4,
yes, I can see.
Verse 4, it says, "Thus saith the Lord my God, be a shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter." So this is a command given to the prophet himself, to Zechariah. It says, "Those who buy them kill them and go unpunished, and those who sell them say, blessed be the Lord, for I have become rich, and their own shepherds have no pity on them." So now he's saying, listen, even Israel's own shepherds are not good. They don't have any pity on the people of Israel that are being taken advantage of. It says, "For I will no longer have pity on the inhabitants of the earth, says the Lord. I will cause them, every one, to fall each by the hand of a neighbor, and each into the hand of a king, and they shall devastate the earth, and I will deliver no one from their hand." So on behalf of the sheep merchants, I became a shepherd. So now this is the prophet saying. The prophet is saying, I have become a shepherd now in this prophecy. I've become a shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. I took 2 staffs, one of them named Favor and the other named Unity, and I tended the sheep. In 1 month I disposed of the 3 shepherds, for I had become impatient with them, and they also detested me. So I said, I will not be your shepherd. What is to die, let it die. What is to be destroyed, let it be destroyed. Let those that are left devour the flesh of another. I took my staff Favor and broke it, annulling the covenant that I made with all the peoples. So it was annulled on that day, and the sheep merchants who were watching me knew that it was the word of the Lord. Then I said to them, if it seems right to you, give me my wages, but if not, keep them. So the shepherd here is actually Zechariah. And Zechariah is doing a performance where he is temporarily a shepherd over the people of Israel. And he actually quits. Like halfway through it, he's like, no, I ain't doing this. So he quits and he says, but listen, if you give me my wages, if it seems right to you, you can give me my wages. But he doesn't take the wages. He throws them back because he didn't actually earn the wages. So this isn't like a prophecy about anyone betraying a Messiah. This is a performance by the prophet himself, giving judgment on the people of Israel.
Ask him why he thinks like that.
Well, my grandma wants to know why you think like that, because it just seems so particular that the 30 pieces of silver would be noted and then given to the potter, which is exactly what happened with what Jesus. It's just so accurate, seemingly.
The other references to 30.
Well, it doesn't say anything about a potter here. In verse 13, it says, I took the 30 shekels of silver and I threw them into the treasury.
No, it said, verse 13, and I took the 30 pieces of silver and cast them to the potter in the house of the Lord. I'm reading out of the
King James.
The King James version. If you go look at that, it says the exact words. I cast them to the potter in the house of the Lord. Different versions use different words, but I'm not lying about that. Those are the exact words.
Sure, I believe the King James says that. I'm reading the NRSV, which is a really good translation, and it doesn't say potter. And I would be curious why there were potters in the house of the Lord.
I'm not sure. Well, it's just so like
they threw.
It's just so perfect. Like if you think about it, exactly what happens. It's quoted like thousands or 500 years apart. This one happened in 550 BC, and then Matthew said it in it doesn't tell me when Matthew said it. I don't know, to like 78 AD probably.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just so perfect, and I just don't understand how you could try to say that it wasn't that. It just feels like it is.
See, because you have to pay attention to the actual context of the prophecy. Nowhere in the prophecy does it ever mention a Messiah or anyone betraying a Messiah, does it?
No, not really. It's just the exact number of coins, the exact place that the coins ended up. It just seems like, like I know. Yeah, I just don't understand how it can't be seen that way.
In the passage, it's referring to a shepherd that casts off his wages. So was Judas ever a shepherd?
This was a bookkeeper.
Right, yeah, he was the treasurer, right? So this is about an actual shepherd ruling over the people of Israel, or at least governing over the people of Israel. It has nothing to do with anyone betraying a Messiah.
I mean, wasn't Jesus often compared as the shepherd of his people?
Yes, yes.
It kind
The
of just
good
seems like it's
shepherd.
all connected. The good shepherd,
I
like my
am.
grandma said.
He refers to himself as I am the
He
good shepherd.
refers to himself even as I'm the good
Yes,
shepherd.
yes. But did Jesus throw the money into the treasury, or did Judas?
I don't think either of them did that. I think it was Judas threw it onto the temple floor, and then they took the money and what did they do with it? Buy a potter's field.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is a contradiction in the New Testament that we don't need to cover right now. But the fact of the matter is, what we don't have is an image of a Messiah being betrayed by somebody. We've got a shepherd who quits his duty because he's upset with the flock that he has to watch over. And he does it again, actually. There's another performance in the same chapter, starting in verse 15. It says, "Then the Lord said to me, take once more the implements of a worthless shepherd, for I am now raising up in the land a shepherd who does not care for the perishing, or seek the wandering, or heal the maimed, nor nourish the healthy." So the judgment of this chapter is on the nation of Israel and for the wicked leaders. There's nothing in here about a Messiah.
I don't know. It's I'm reading out of the King James version while you're reading out of this different version. It just I'm just like transfixed at how different the wording is. Like and it just leads me to think about all the misinterpretations that could be happening between the two of us, just simply based on the wording and then the lack of the language. Because I'm sure our versions are even so far off of how it was originally read, and so I'm just like not even wondering if it's even fair to make the argument that this was impossible to be inaccurate based on simply just wordings or a lack of it was specifically mentioning the Messiah based on like just misinterpretations.
Can we ask him his goal? What is his?
My grandma also wants to know what your goal is.
What are you not a Christian or what?
I think he's an atheist.
You're an atheist?
I was an atheist. I am an atheist. I was a Christian for 20 years, and I've got a degree from Bible college and seminary. So I'm pretty familiar with the Bible and the original languages. So that's why I'm not a Christian, because it's clear that when we look at these prophecies, they're not actually related to Jesus.
So, but you have a Methodist with this podcast background, United Methodist.
What about it? I'm not Methodist.
I mean, it says that in your information with your podcast, it's mentioning United Methodist.
No,
it was, yeah.
I read it.
Well, maybe it was the Google then. I'm not really.
It said it's related with your podcast.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't have a
podcast.
Well, whatever you call, what do you call what you're doing right now?
Deconstruction Zone.
Yeah, my channel is the Deconstruction Zone. It's possible that somebody else who's a Methodist has a channel that's related somewhat similar, but it's not mine.
What do you call what you're doing right now? It's not a podcast. It's a what?
We just call it like a live stream.
Oh, okay. But what is your goal? What is your point?
My point is to spread truth.
And that will give everybody to become.
I think society is better when they believe things that are true.
Which is that there's no creator?
It doesn't matter what it is. I just think that whatever the truth is, people are better off for knowing it.
And who claims to be the truth? Because isn't that ironic?
Well, the Prophet Muhammad claims to be the last great prophet. Is he true?
He claims to be truth?
He claims to be the last great prophet of God. Is he the last great prophet of God?
Of God?
Yeah.
Well, we're talking the Trinity.
We'll try this again. Muhammad claims to be the last prophet of God. Is he the last prophet of God?
I don't think so. Is he?
Muhammad, I mean, he's got a beginning and an end, you know?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, just because someone claims something doesn't mean it's true.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Book of Mormon makes wild claims.
Man, I mean, where do you think your destiny is going to be eventually?
I'm going to be worm food. I'm going to be fertilizer.
Oh, you do? You think that you're just created to go back into the earth and be a worm?
Yep.
Yeah.
What I'm saying too, Lily. You don't have to decipher and pick it apart. I mean, really. I mean, you were conceived and born, and you're to enjoy this life. What gives you your right and your wrong?
Oh, easy. I think right and wrong are subjective. I think mankind has kind of developed their sense of right and wrong by watching, observing, and seeing what happens in society when we behave particular ways. But I definitely don't think the Bible can be our source of right and wrong. The Bible says that you can own slaves, says that women don't have rights over their own sexual reproduction. It says that you can stone people. It says that people who never committed crimes can be punished for other people's crimes.
But that's not what Jesus. Well, the Bible recorded what history was doing at the time. I mean, that's what
God said. You can own slaves. Clearly, He says you can do it. He gives them instructions for doing it.
Well, that's not what Jesus says, though.
Is Jesus God?
Yeah, he claimed to be God.
He is.
If Jesus is God, then Jesus said you can own slaves. Leviticus 25:44. As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves.
That's the Old Testament.
I'm sure it is. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So you can make slaves.
Well, I don't believe that. Yeah.
I mean, Jesus came to set people free.
Did he set any slaves free?
Possibly.
Yeah, I believe so.
Sure.
Where
in the Bible can I find Jesus setting slaves free?
He says he wants everybody to be free.
But he didn't free any slaves, did he?
Freed people from their sins.
And in the regards, well, Martin Luther King, I mean, he was a biblical man, and he was trying to be set free. And
Martin Luther King got nothing to do with Jesus.
I mean,
I think he renounced some of his claims were because of Jesus, and he was.
So was Jefferson Davis. Have you ever read Jefferson Davis's speech over the southern states that broke away to maintain slavery?
You're talking about our political people?
No. The president of the Confederacy. Do you know who Jefferson Davis is?
Okay, yeah. I know that they used the Bible to both decline and to use agreements to use slavery, but I feel like we're going a little bit off topic right now. I kind of want to.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So this paper, it's really cool. My grandma had it. She's pretty smart, but it's broken into these different sections. It's concerning his birth, concerning his ministry, the day Jesus was crucified, and his resurrection and ascension. A lot of them are Psalms, but there's a decent amount of like Isaiah. I wanted to talk specifically about some of the. Sorry.
It's okay. Take your time. Away Zulu, thank you for the balloons. I appreciate that. Sorry, go ahead.
There enters Jerusalem on a donkey, 550 BC, Zechariah 9:9, and then the ministry of miracles, 700.
Should we read Zechariah 9 for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So Zechariah 9:9 is part of a larger prophecy, but it says, rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he. Humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem. And the battle bow will be cut off. And he will command peace to the nations. His dominion will be from sea to sea and from the river to the ends of the earth. So
sorry, before we get into it, your translation said he will have peace to the peace to the who? To the.
It says he will command peace to the nations.
Mine says he will command peace to the heathens, and his domain shall be from sea even to sea, and from river even to the ends of the earth.
Right. That's a good point. The Middle English word heathen typically refers to like the non-Jewish people, the nations. So we have a word in Hebrew, the goyim, which just refers to non-Hebrews.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
sorry.
So heathens aren't referring to like non-believers; they're just referring to non-Israelites. You know,
Gentiles, basically.
Exactly. Yeah. So it says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion! Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem! See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off. And this is
because it was you were making the point that he never was a that like this was basically like proof that he was supposed to be a military conqueror, and then you was basically saying he never did that.
Right, yeah. So according to this text, he's going to be an actual king, and he's going to defeat Israel's enemies.
It's just it's kind of like it's restating, or it's like saying the opposite of what it said before, because the line before says he's going to ride into town on a donkey, and the next one's saying that
yeah, well, the ancient kings did ride donkeys. So for example, in the time of Saul, remember what Saul rode? Saul always rode a donkey.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So at the time when this text was written, donkeys were still pretty popular. If you had lots of money, you could get a horse, but it wasn't necessarily that was always going to be the case. But it was the case that riding a donkey was more humble than riding a horse.
Yeah, that's what I inferred, because it seems like on Palm Sunday it's inferred that he rode on like a lowly donkey when he could have had better options. Like that's
sure. Yeah, he could have. Yep, he could have got a horse.
Is name Danny?
What's that?
Is your name Danny?
No, it's Justin.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I think we researched the wrong thing. Sorry.
Yeah, there must have been something really weird there that I read. But do you know Scott Hahn?
Mm-mm.
I'd like to see you talk with him. Sure. I mean, you made a reference that you've went toe to toe with theologians that were Catholics. There's that I would definitely think that you would have to get some debate homework behind to contend with it.
I mean, I'll debate anybody. It doesn't matter to me.
No, I'll try to set you up with some of these people,
Mm-hmm.
because I mean, I'd hate for you to live eternally in hell.
Okay.
Well, that kind of brings up a really weird issue, which is, it seems odd to me that God is going to send people to hell for merely believing something or not believing something. Isn't that a weird criteria?
I agree.
Yeah,
it does seem.
Like if hell was a punishment for bad behavior, then why does it depend on what we believe? Shouldn't it just be dependent on our behavior?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, because then it's also like the relationship with Jesus. It's like we'll say that I didn't know you,
Mm-hmm.
and what you were saying before to me, how it's like God is the ultimate judge, and people that go to hell will believe that
God is perfect, and He's
yeah,
and the Ten Commandments. I mean, that's what they use in the court system. What gave them that basic law?
Well, the Ten Commandments aren't in the court system. The 10th commandment says not to covet your neighbor's slave.
Well, the basic 10 Commandments aren't talking about slaves. Not to covet your neighbor's wife,
Sure, but those are pretty common prescriptions. Like we find them in the 42 Confessions of Ma'at from Egypt. We find them in the Hammurabi Law Code and the law codes of Eshnuna and Lapitishtar in the Middle Assyrian and the Middle Babylonian law codes. These are pretty common stuff.
The thing is, it's so unique is because it's the 10 Commandments versus like the other laws written by kings cover just so many little things. Like you can't do this on this certain day, like that. And then the 10 Commandments were like the first moment in history where it was 10 things that you couldn't do, and it was just like it was almost like a unique kind of pretense with that. And it's kind of like the first time they showed up alone. So I feel like some reverence should be appreciated towards them as kind of.
Well, and how many rulers went to their death? That Jesus claimed he died for us, and that's one thing I've heard people say is how.
Simon Bar Kokhba did.
Huh?
Simon Bar Kokhba did.
And who is?
Simon Bar Kokhba was a Jewish Messiah after Jesus that was actually accepted by the Hebrew people. In fact, he was written about by Rabbi Akiva as being the Messiah, and he actually ruled and reigned over Israel for a period of about 3.5 to 4 years. We even have coins with his face and name on them. And
where do you get?
What's that?
Where do you get that knowledge?
Because you went to Bible school.
Went to school.
You went to school and you learned in a Christian college, learning to be a theologian.
Yeah, you have to study. You have to study history. You have to study the culture. You have to study the language. Like I took Greek, Hebrew, and then I even took Akkadian. Like I took ancient Babylonian.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Do you speak Hebrew then?
No.
I can read Hebrew pretty decently. I can't do modern Hebrew. Modern Hebrew is different than biblical Hebrew. I mean, I probably could. It'd be really slow. I remember like how to read Greek, but I forget a lot of the definitions, so I have to look up a lot of definitions when I read Greek. But I could typically I can pick up my Hebrew Bible behind me and go to a coffee shop and read it without too much trouble.
How long of a period was it where you
I'm sorry, we missed your question because you were breaking up on us.
How long period did it take you to realize that you were walking away from Christianity?
Well, I wasn't really walking away from Christianity. Like my brain state of being unconvinced was a slow process. Probably took me about 10 years to get to the point where I just didn't believe in it anymore. And there was a lot of reasons why. I think that one of the first reasons was recognizing some of the contradictions in the text that couldn't be reconciled. So I used to do Christian apologetics when I was younger. In fact, probably when I was about Anne's age, I was doing Christian apologetics the same way I'm doing atheist apologetics now. And I used to go through and I made it my life mission to prove all the contradictions of the Bible wrong. And it turns out there's a bunch of them that you can't prove wrong because they're legitimate contradictions. So then I started studying like the Hebrew manuscripts and trying to figure out why are there contradictions. And it turns out there's even more contradictions in the Hebrew manuscripts than we have in English. And the manuscript evidence for the Bible is pretty poor. It's not good. And we don't even know which manuscripts we should be reading for the Bible. We're kind of guessing at it. And the New Testament makes it even worse because the New Testament constantly is quoting from a Greek text. And our Old Testament is being translated from a Hebrew text, which is why if you take the quotations of the Old Testament that show up in the New Testament and compare them to what's actually in the Old Testament, they typically don't match because the New Testament authors couldn't really read Hebrew. They kept quoting from the Greek text. And the Greek text is a really bad translation of the Hebrew. And they cut out a lot of important stuff. So like 25% of the book of Job is missing from the Greek text. The book of Jeremiah in the Greek Septuagint, there's like a half of chapter 7 is completely gone. And there's about 10 chapters that show up in a completely different place in a completely different order. And it's really bad when you compare the textual witnesses. So that was problematic. But I think the straw that broke the camel's back for me was just really studying the Old Testament in depth and realizing that none of the prophecies about the Messiah ever got fulfilled, and they never will get fulfilled.
What do you think that goes on with this universe and the creator that developed the systems we have, the years, the seasons? What is all this?
Well, I don't think they were created. You know, I think that's just the state of the planetary system that we live in and the universe that we live in.
And the heart works and how your eye works and how your heart beats. And you think all that just came through evolution and sort of made itself, huh?
Sure, yeah, for sure. I think evolution is a pretty good explanation for that, and I think the best evidence that we have for the evolutionary train of man is endogenous retroviruses. So we've got snippets of virus DNA that shows up in our genome. All human beings have them. We share hundreds of them, and as it turns out, a bunch of them we find in the great apes, and this is the wild part. These retroviruses that we share with the great apes, the vast majority of them don't show up anywhere else in the animal kingdom whatsoever. They're nowhere to be found. And the idea that we would share even 2 of them with the apes would be good evidence that we came from a lineage where we had shared DNA, but we actually find hundreds of them that don't show up in the animal kingdom. And so,
you study.
What's that?
Sounds like you study a lot.
I do study a lot. My actual formal training was in electrical engineering. I'm an engineer by trade. That's what I do to make money. But
my PhD in that.
Yeah, I mean it's a really good field. It's not as exciting maybe as biology, but it's a really good field. But the fact of the matter is, like, we have explanations for everything that we see around us, and I think the God hypothesis becomes less and less likely because we would then have to explain. If God created the world and he fine-tuned everything to be the way that it is, we would have to come up with explanations for why over 100,000 people a year are randomly executed with natural disasters, and then another many thousands are executed, via, being born with bone cancer. Like St. Jude right now is full of children born with leukemia and various types of cancer. This is not something that would be consistent with a God that is all loving.
Sarah, do you hear those noises?
It is. Another person.
Oh, sorry. If there's, give me a second. There's one more person in the queue behind you guys. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. I want to talk to you about this one. Openly appears in Jerusalem.
I'll sign up.
All right, we took care of it. We had somebody in the queue, and the problem with the queue on YouTube is that when there's multiple people and they're talking, they can hear each other, and it messes things up. But I dropped them.
I think it's really advantageous that you've come on and you've shared your knowledge and your goals, and that you seem fair enough to hear both sides. And I think you're going to cultivate good stuff to come from your goals, and that you're open. You're probably open to letting somebody convince you, God loves you and cared for you, and that it is. I mean, you're probably open to that if you could go back that way, But maybe. But I appreciate your generosity and the way you handle your live stream and stuff. My granddaughter wants to talk again. She wants me to quit talking.
No, it's fine. No, you're right. If there was solid evidence for God, I would believe, obviously.
Yeah.
And were you going to say something?
Oh, sorry. I hear this person. I don't know. Sorry.
Oh, they came back. Sorry, Noah. Sorry, Noah. We're on the last guest for tonight. After Anne's done, we're not going to take any more guests. It's past my bedtime, but they're so delightful to talk to. I kept them on.
Thank you.
See your words.
Sorry, some people are rude to you. I think it's just I think it's not a really good representation of what we're trying to do. It's like God is love.
You're really professional with the public. I think you are.
I appreciate that. I try. It's not, it's not always easy because like I've been live now for 6 hours, and so when you get like a couple hours deep into debate and you've got people that are yelling at you, sometimes you really want to yell and shout back at them.
Well, you just delete them.
Well,
you just tell them,
I don't know. I think I heard some people telling you you're going to hell and stuff like that. And I just believe that's just against the entire.
There's no need for that.
Because it's like you're still a child of God, even if you.
Yeah, even if you don't want to be.
I mean, that's what we believe.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Anyway.
And when I was a Christian apologist, I never would have talked to somebody like that. My youth pastor growing up told me, you can't carry truth over a broken bridge, and your bridge is your relationship with the people. And so I understood that, like, if you want to convince people of your position, you actually need to treat them appropriately. You can't just treat them like you're a jerk.
Hope that you believe me.
Yeah. That's true. Okay, go. Lily.
Okay, sorry. There's one more. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to keep you too long, but there's one that was concerning his ministry. It was he openly appears to Israel 483 years after the rebuilding of Jerusalem commenced. It's 600 BC, Daniel 9:25, and then it's recent Luke 19:28 through 40.
Yes. So Daniel 9 is one of my favorite books of the Old Testament. So I apologize ahead of time. I don't think you're gonna like what I have to say about it, but everything that I'm going to say is well rooted in history and the academic study of the Bible. And I think Daniel chapter 9 was actually about the Hasmonean or the Maccabean revolt. So there's a couple reasons why I would say that this is not about the Messiah. I think it's a failed prophecy about what's going to happen after the Maccabean revolt. And here's why. I'm going to put it on the screen, although I think you might be able to see it already, but put it on the screen. You go to the very beginning of the prophecy in chapter 9. I'll wait for you to get there.
Yeah, sorry.
She's going there.
I don't know all the books.
How you do?
Well, I used to. Which one is it again? Daniel?
Daniel.
Can you help me here?
Prophecy of Daniel. I don't have my glasses on. Let me get my glasses.
Sorry, you can read it. Sorry, I know you're trying to get away.
Go ahead, yeah.
No, it's okay. It says, in the first year of Darius, son of Ahasuerus, by birth a Mede, who became king over the realm of the Chaldeans. Now, I'll stop there for a second. So the setting right now, is that it's already after King Cyrus freed everybody in 539 because we're at Darius. This is kind of a bit of a problem because Darius the Mede isn't a real person that shows up in history. He seems to be confusing a different Darius that does show up later. He's Persian. And this is a good indicator that who's ever writing this isn't actually alive at the time that they're claiming to be alive, because they keep getting details wrong about the 6th century, and they should know the 6th century pretty well. But they get details right about the 2nd century. They get everything right about the 2nd century. So, for example, there's no Darius the Mede. And it also says, and you know this very well in Daniel, that Belshazzar is the son of Nebuchadnezzar. That's not true either. He's the son of Nabonidus. King Nabonidus was 4 kings away from Nebuchadnezzar. There's 3 different kings between Nabonidus and Nebuchadnezzar. And we've got lots of archaeological evidence to demonstrate this. So the starting point is, who's ever writing this, they don't know what's happening at the time of Daniel. They keep getting details wrong. But to the prophecy itself, it says, I, Daniel, perceived in the books of the number of the years that according to the word of the Lord to the prophet Jeremiah must be fulfilled for the devastation of Jerusalem, namely 70 years. And this is another good indicator, because Daniel is now saying, or whoever's writing is now saying, that I'm reading the words of Jeremiah and I'm interpreting what Jeremiah has to say. So the rest of the chapter is about Jeremiah's prophecy. And Jeremiah, as you know, wrote this roughly the same time that they were being taken captive. And he prophesied that they would be captive for 70 years. Remember Jeremiah 25? He said they'd be captive for 70 years and then they'd come back?
Yeah.
Right. So then he says, I turned to the Lord God to seek an answer by prayer and supplication with fasting and sackcloth and ashes. And I prayed to the Lord my God and made confession. So now he's pleading on behalf of his people. And one of the questions that I think we need to ask ourselves is, why is Daniel praying right now? Because what seems to have happened is Jeremiah's prophecy has failed, because Jeremiah's prophecy was that they'd be captive in the land for 70 years, then they would come back and they'd be completely restored back to their former glory. But that didn't happen. So Daniel now is trying to figure out what's happening here. Why didn't we get restored? And then he says, he prays for his people, he intercedes for his people, and he says, all Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. So the curse and the oath written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out on us because we have sinned against you. So this is the very important part leading up to this. He says that there's another curse in the law of God that's been poured out. Well, we know what this is. This is in Leviticus chapter 26. In Leviticus 26, God foretells that they're going to disobey the covenant, and then God's going to have to punish them. And then he says, if they don't turn from their ways, I will multiply their punishments by 7. So now Daniel is thinking, oh my goodness, we're not going to be in exile. We're not going to be punished for merely 70 years. It's going to be 70 times 7. We're going to be punished for 490 years. So that's kind of the layout of the prophecy so far, is he's realizing that their time of punishment is actually going to be 490 years and not 70 years. Are we tracking so far?
Yeah, I'm here.
Well, sort of. It's right here.
We're doing our best.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So that's why we get to the interesting stuff, like in verse 24. So he says, right, yeah. 70 weeks are decreed for your people and your holy city to finish transgression and to put an end to sin and to atone for iniquity and to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal up both vision and prophet, and to anoint a most holy place. Know therefore and understand, from the time that the word went out to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem, until the time of an anointed prince, there shall be 7 weeks. And for 62 weeks it shall be built again with streets and a moat, but in a troubled time. So we can pause there. So he's saying that there is going to be a rebuilding, and after 7 weeks, we're going to have an anointed prince. It's Mashiach Nagid in Hebrew, means an anointed leader of some nature, right?
It says here, until Messiah the Prince.
Yes, because you're reading in the King James, and the King James Bible is trying to insert their own theology into the translation. But it doesn't say that in the Hebrew language. It doesn't say the Messiah. It just says Mashiach Nagid, which means a Messiah leader, a anointed leader.
I don't know. Well, what mine says here, is it all right if I read it out loud to you?
Yep.
So Daniel 9:25, know therefore and understand that from going forth of the commandment to restore and build Jerusalem unto the Messiah, the Prince, shall be 7 weeks, and the 62 weeks, the street shall be built again, and the wall, even in troublous times. And it just seems so, how could you argue that's not the Messiah when they use the word actually Messiah?
Because he just explained why.
Why? Because he makes the different version?
He said the King James interpreted the Hebrew, or how would you say, Jeff?
Yeah, so the word Messiah in Hebrew is just Mashiach. And when you're talking about the Messiah, it's going to be HaMashiach, which means the Messiah. So you add the HA pattern to the beginning of the word. That's typically how you would say the in Hebrew. But it doesn't actually say that in Hebrew. It just says Mashiach Nagid, which means a ruling anointed person. Now, most people interpret this to be either Joshua the high priest or Zerubbabel. Both of them fit into that category because we know that the leader, like the king or the prince, was anointed, and we know that the priests were anointed, right?
Right, okay.
Okay, so the general consensus among scholarship is that after the first 7-week period is over, they're referring to when Joshua the high priest was anointed a high priest when the temple was dedicated in 516. So they started rebuilding the temple in 520, and they rededicated the temple in 516 BCE. And the first high priest was named Joshua. But it could also, like I said, be referring to Zerubbabel, who was the leader, the governor of sorts of the people that returned from the Babylonian captivity. But it says they're going to rebuild Jerusalem, right? Until the time of an anointed prince, there will be 7 weeks. And then it says, for 62 weeks, it shall be built again with streets and a moat, but in a troubled time. Which we've probably read Nehemiah and Ezra. We're kind of familiar with that whole narrative about how they're trying to rebuild the place, but the natives are giving them trouble. It says, after 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing. And the troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. Its end shall come with a flood, and to the end there shall be war and desolations decreed. He shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, and for half a week he shall make sacrifice and offering cease. And in their place there shall be a desolating sacrilege, until the decreed end is poured out upon the desolator. So this is where it gets really interesting, and this is really part and parcel with what we read in First Maccabees. Have you guys read through the apocryphal books yet?
I have a little bit. The Catholics have those books.
Well, you know, the original King James did too. So I've got actually an 1823 King James on my bookshelf behind me that still has it. Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's old too. I love it, but it's too old to read anymore because the pages are, they're going to fall out of it. But up until the late 1800s, even the King James Bibles had all the apocryphal books in it.
I heard that before.
Yeah. So if you read First Maccabees, it details the story of the Maccabean revolt. And every detail we read here in Daniel chapter 9 shows up in the Maccabean revolt. It even talks about how the second anointed person here, how he gets cut off. That's Onias III. He's the last anointed priest that was elected by the Israelites to be the high priest, and he was cut off by Antiochus Epiphanes IV, and he was replaced with his half-brother Jason. And Jason made a deal with the Greeks that they would no longer offer sacrifices inside of Israel, and they would make swine sacrifices on the temple even. And
wow.
And there was an agreement. So there was an agreement for 3.5 years, approximately 3.5 years, between Jason and Antiochus Epiphanes that they wouldn't offer the traditional Hebrew sacrifices. That's why it says, after 62 weeks, an anointed one will be cut off and shall have nothing. And the troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. And that's actually what happened. That's what Antiochus Epiphanes did. He came in and he took everything out of the temple. He took all the gold, all the incense pans, all the cups and the utensils. And then he offered a pig on the altar of God. Then it says he will make a strong covenant with many for 1 week. and for half of the week he will make the sacrifices and offerings cease. Well, a half a week in Daniel's time period is about 3 to 3.5 years, exactly what Antiochus Epiphanes did. And then it said, in their place will be a desolating sacrilege until the decreed end is poured out upon the desolator, which again is what happened to Antiochus Epiphanes. He put a statue of Zeus inside of the temple. So, and this interpretation might sound new to you, but it's actually not new. For example, if you turn to the writings of Josephus, have you read Josephus?
I have somewhat, yes. A lot of people quote him.
He's good. So I've got a copy of Josephus with me, and Josephus talks about this time period as well. He says, this desolation came to pass according to the prophecy of Daniel, which was given in the 480th year, for he declared that the Macedonians would dissolve that worship for some time, referring to the prophecy of Daniel being fulfilled by Antiochus Epiphanes. So it seems pretty clear that the prophecy was about Antiochus Epiphanes, and it was written in the middle of the Maccabean revolt about Antiochus Epiphanes. And the best evidence for this is the first 3 chapters of Maccabees, and then I would also read the 4th chapter of 2nd Maccabees. And then here's the other thing that I think, right? I don't think that the New Testament authors believed that this was actually about Jesus in the original context. I think they believed, do you know what dual prophecy fulfillment is?
Not really. Never. I don't think so.
I mean, I can guess dual means double prophecy fulfillment.
Double, double.
Yes.
Double meaning.
Yes.
Prophecies are
Yes. So a lot of Jewish people were upset that some of the prophecies kind of almost came true, like the parts about them being punished keep coming true, but the parts about them being restored to their former glory didn't come true. And they also believed that sometimes the prophecies of God could repeat themselves. And so they already knew, they believed that this prophecy already came true with Antiochus Epiphanes, but they believed that it could come true a second time. And they believe this about a lot of the prophecies. But I think the smoking gun, that they believed that this was actually a prophecy that was going to happen again, rather than a prophecy that actually terminated in Jesus originally, is that, remember in Mark chapter 13, when he warns his disciples what to do when they see the surrounding armies encircling the city?
Yeah. Well, what did they
Mark,
say?
what is it?
Mark 13.
Yeah, in Mark 13, I'll pull it up real quick.
13.
I believe it's Mark 13.
Mm-hmm.
Let me grab it.
Interesting. He knows all this knowledge and doesn't believe any of it.
Sorry, can you hear that?
Huh?
I think you heard you say that.
Oh, that's okay. I'm not
okay.
afraid to say it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it is interesting.
It is kind of.
It's a lot of research to.
It's just, I feel like you could argue the opposite so good and like bring people, to Christ.
Right. So there's a really interesting saying that Jesus does in Mark 13. Oh, I thought I had it on the screen. Let me put it back. Oh, sorry. Give me a second. There we go. It's on the screen now. It says, when you see the desolating sacrilege set up where it ought not to be, which is exactly what Daniel said, right?
Okay.
Owe Zulu, thank you again for the train. I appreciate that. He says, when you see the desolating sacrilege set up where it ought not to be, let the reader understand. Then those in Judea must flee to the mountains, which is a kind of, you might not notice that really well. That's not a thing that really stands out. But when you read through the book of Maccabees, when they set up the desolating sacrilege in the temple under Antiochus Epiphanes, Judas Maccabeus issues a command. It says, everyone who is with me was standing up against the Greeks, head to the hills with me, run to the mountains with me, and they hide out in the mountains.
All right, when's this happening?
No, let him keep talking.
Okay.
Yeah, this is during the Maccabean revolt in the first 3 chapters of First Maccabees, when Antiochus Epiphanes sets up the desolating sacrilege in the temple. Judas Maccabeus revolts eventually, and he says, everyone who's with me and standing up to these Greeks, head to the hills with me. And they go and they hide out in the hills. So Jesus here is actually quoting the tradition that we find in First Maccabees. He's actually quoting from the Apocrypha here, which leads me to believe that Jesus understood Daniel chapter 9 as not originally being about him, but something that's going to happen a second time. Does that make sense? So,
well, the world is what they're saying. Yeah.
Right. Jesus understood, and he wasn't the only one. There was a number of people in his time period that thought that the book of Daniel was going to happen twice, because the promise that remember in Daniel chapter 9 it says the end would come, and there would be an end to sin, and there would be an end to all this other stuff. It kind of painted this idea that there would finally, the Israelites would be free to to worship as they please, and so on and so forth. Well, that kind of part didn't happen, right? But so they what they were saying, like, so if you read Sanhedrin in Sanhedrin 97 part A, I believe, there's a number of predictions by even the Jewish rabbis saying, well, Daniel chapter 9 needs to be fulfilled again before the Messiah comes. The temple has to be destroyed a second time. So Jesus and a number of Jewish people in his time period believed that Daniel chapter 9, even though originally was talking about Antiochus, was going to happen again during their time period.
Okay.
So that's what I think is happening with Daniel. I think originally it was about Antiochus, and other people later thought it was going to happen twice. But I don't think it happened twice. I think it happened once, and I don't even think it was prophetic. I think it was written in the middle of the 2nd century during the Maccabean revolt, because the section of text that we're talking about in Daniel is written in Mishnaic Hebrew, which is a specific dialect of biblical Hebrew that didn't originate until after the Maccabean revolt, when they reinstituted the Hasmonean leadership and they reinstituted their native tongue. They had a very specific form of Hebrew referred to as Mishnaic Hebrew. There's a lot of tells that you're dealing with Mishnaic Hebrew. So it seems to me that this was written during the Maccabean revolt and then probably edited and revised a little bit after then. And they believed, like a lot of apocalyptical, prophecies are, they believed that finally their time of trouble would come to an end. You just got to hold out a little bit longer. But these apocalyptical visions, they never come true.
Mm-hmm. Wow, I can't believe how much you know, and you aren't a Christian. I can't believe it. But what Catholic source did you debate with, or you mentioned something like that?
It's a good question. Is it Bishop Greg Nichols? Now I have to remember. So I debated a guy named Bishop Greg, and believe it or not, we didn't disagree as much as you would think. We agreed in a lot. I think if you're coming from a conservative Christian tradition, you might be inclined to believe that the people that are well educated in the Bible would all disagree with me. But my experience with dealing with priests and bishops and other pastors who have formal educations is most of what I'm telling you is typically what they believe, but they really can't tell you that in church. So there's a lot of people, they complain like, Justin, why aren't you debating people that are like scholars? But the reality is most scholars agree with me. That's where I got my opinions from. In fact, most of what I'm saying you can find in this Christian study Bible,
which is named
this is the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible, and it's put together by a team of academic biblical scholars. It's not put together by a religious organization.
Really?
And, the viewpoints that are in this Bible are pretty mainstream for biblical academia. And it, like, when you go through seminary, you're typically told quite a few times that, like, hey, the stuff that you're learning in seminary is not really accepted in traditional Christianity.
Mm-hmm. New Oxford, New Study Bible?
It's the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible, and I've got the 3rd edition. The 3rd augmented edition is super cheap now. You can probably get a copy for $10, but it is on the 5th edition now. If you can get a copy of the 5th edition, I think you'll really like it.
So you think your non-existence after your life is over, huh? That is amazing. That's just hard for me to grapple onto the fact that I'm non-existent. I don't feel non-existent, after my years are over,
Yeah.
I just I don't think that, you know.
Well, it's not a pleasant thing to believe. Like, I don't want to believe that. I would love to believe that I'm going to live forever somewhere, but I think at the end of the day, like, you know, you're either convinced by something or you're not. Like, I didn't choose to believe this. This is just what I believe.
Who's Justin Wire?
I don't know. I never heard of him.
Oh, I thought you mentioned him. Okay, Bishop Greg Nichols, is he Catholic?
Bishop, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, and what area of the states is he in?
Oh, I don't know. We had a lovely discussion for probably dang near an hour. And then he didn't like the way it ended, though. I think he thought that he could do better over private message, so he started messaging me in my inbox, and he left me these really long, lengthy messages. And I told him, I said, "Listen, I appreciate the dialogue, but I don't debate. I don't do DM debates. I don't debate people in my inbox." You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm on the live for. Like, people are watching me live. We can have a debate in real time. I don't have time to do a text debate with everyone that messages me. He didn't like that.
Like inflections and sound, and
you quoted somebody, Justin somebody. Who is that? I mean, you're Justin, right?
I am Justin, yeah.
Yeah, but who you said Justin somebody, and I thought you said him after Bishop Greg. I was trying to.
Somebody said something about a guy named Justin Wire, but I'm not Justin Wire.
Okay. Oh, but I thought you were going to make a reference to something he said or something like that, or I don't know.
No, but there is a famous Justin on the internet, but I can't give you his name because, as it turns out, there's a famous Justin who's a musician who has the exact same name as mine, but I can't give out my last name because people keep sending me death threats.
Oh, I got you. They want to snuff that guy out, huh?
No, they want to snuff him out.
Yeah.
Oh, snuff you. Because of that,
I don't think they want to do that.
Because of that.
Oh, it's
the other guy's delightful. They don't like me.
Oh, is that right?
That's right.
Oh, the way around. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
But if you ever find him, he makes great music.
Okay.
So you're on once a week, or did I get that right, or no?
Yeah, well, I'm usually on 3 nights a week. Usually Wednesday, Friday, and then Sunday night.
Do you ever? What else do you debate? Like, is this like your? Or what else do you talk about?
Well, I debate against the Muslims as well. I debate, as it turns out, flat Earth comes up from time to time.
I debate about that one, but like for the round Earth idea.
Yeah. So yeah, I debate quite a few things. It's not just the Bible and Christianity, because I think that, and I actually just talked to a Muslim last night, and the conversation ended with me telling him that his religion is the most vile thing ever invented, because it is. Oh. Islam's the worst thing ever invented in the name of religion.
Everybody agrees to that.
Well, not everybody, but a decent
Yeah.
well, I mean, I don't think it's the most vile. I kind of think there's probably other vile, more institutions, but like, I mean, you know, human sacrificing and stuff. But I mean, it's up there probably.
Right. It's pretty bad, actually.
Are they human sacrifice?
I mean, no, the Islam is pretty bad. The way that they operate, like they're just like executing apostates over there.
Yeah.
So if I was an ex-Muslim living in one of those countries, they would just murder me.
Yeah.
Well, they're threatening to do that anyways, it seems like, but you know, at least it's I don't know.
A lot of that goes on.
And they're trying to lower the age of marriage in Iraq to age 9 right now.
Oh man, that's insane.
Because guess how old Aisha was when the Prophet Muhammad consummated his marriage with Aisha? She was 9 years old.
What? Oh. I thought she was older than him.
Consummated it. Oh my god.
Did he have his first wife, and wasn't she older than him?
I'm not sure about his first wife, but I know he married Aisha at age 6 and consummated the marriage at age 9.
Easy.
Pretty bad.
We don't believe in that guy, so.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just, I wanted to say maybe one more thing before you go, and it's in Revelations, and I know it wasn't about Revelations. Sure. Okay, it's like one of the very last parts. It's when you're talking about God's basically threatening you if you change the Bible. It's
Revelation. Yeah, go ahead.
For I testify unto every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book. If any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that were all written in this book. And if any man shall take away from the words of this book of the prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life and out of the holy city, and from the things which are written in this book. He which testifies these things saith, Surely I come quickly. Amen. Even so come, Lord Jesus. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with you all, amen. And that's the end. And it's just, it just seems so much to bank on. Like I feel like you're risking eternal damnation on the threat that what if people change these words? Like it's your entire belief system is based off of the Bible, and even God goes into the possibility of someone changing it, and based on all our different versions, and it seems like books were taken out and books were taken in. It even seems likely that some things were changed, and it just seems scary to me that you're willing to risk it all on something that might even be incorrect, but still, like, I mean, partially, I believe in the Bible. Obviously, sure. Just for someone who you don't believe in the Bible, or maybe I'm not really sure, you don't believe in Christ. Right. That's apparent. And so it just seems like you're risking so much. And I know the prophecy was like, well, you might as well believe in God so you don't go to hell. That's not right at all either. But it's just, you know so much and you're still willing to like risk like hurt. And it's like you're trying to convince other people too, which is like an ultimate
because he
sin.
believes it.
Yeah.
I mean, he believes it or he wouldn't be doing it.
Right.
So like say about that maybe?
Well, yeah, he's doing it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to point well taken, you know, the penalty for not coming to the Father through Jesus is hell. I don't think Revelation 21 has much or 22 has much to do with that. The prophecy of Revelation, or the curse rather, seems to be about the book of Revelation itself. So when John the Revelator wrote Revelation and he issued the warnings and cursings for anyone that would change anything within that scroll, he seems to be referring to the scroll itself. He has no idea that the Bible was even going to be a thing in the future. But that being said, I mean, the Jewish people did, for a long time change the words of the Bible, and we know that they added to it and took it away pretty often. So, for example, like Isaiah is split up into 3 different sections, and it definitely wasn't written all by the same author, because in 2nd Isaiah, chapter 44 to 55, it's very clear. I'm chapter 40 to 55. It's very clear that the person writing is living 200 years after the original Isaiah. The original Isaiah wrote in the 8th century during the reign of Uzziah and Ahaz. And who's ever writing 2nd Isaiah is alive while King Cyrus is alive, while King Cyrus is busy conquering the ancient Near East, which places them, 200 years apart. And we also know that 2nd Isaiah and even 3rd Isaiah, which is the last 10 chapters, they circulated in their own different books, like not even part of Isaiah. In the Dead Sea Scrolls and elsewhere, we've got copies of 2nd and 3rd Isaiah that were circulating completely disconnected from Isaiah, the book that we have it today. It wasn't until later that they were combined into one book. So I think people, the Jewish people over the course of time have been pretty fond of, adding to or taking away various parts of the Bible without a whole lot of worry about how it's going to affect things.
Oh, it's just I would be worried to bank so much on that. That's right. Yeah. I don't,
well, let me ask you a question. I don't believe this stuff, right? It's not something that I believe in. Like, can I change that? Can I force myself to believe it?
Guess not.
Yeah.
Right. So it's not that like I hate God or like I want to live a sinful life. I just don't believe that it's true. And so it seems weird to me that we have a God that's like all loving, all powerful. He knows exactly what it would take to convince me, yet he hasn't given me anything that would lead me to be convinced. And I've spent my whole life trying to find it.
I don't know. I've struggled with some stuff like that too, because I remember in my old church, I would ask questions at youth group like, "What's the difference between the Old Testament God and the New Testament God?" And I'm sorry, you're not convincing me. I believe in God. Sorry, but it's some of the points you make. Yeah, they make sense, and it just kind of seems like the Bible might not be always completely there with it. It's just, right. I mean, Christ, he said, is impactful and helps me with my day-to-day life, and I see no reason to stop believing in him. And
it seems odd that these professional theologians would be warned by their professors to go easy on what they're learning, because how critical it could be for their their body of listeners. So why are they in the business in the first place? Is it to be job security, or I mean that seems odd,
Yeah, there's some of that. Also, there's a lot of people in biblical academia who that even though they don't personally believe it anymore, they do feel like they can use it as a positive vehicle for change. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Like they feel like they can make an impact using it, even if they don't believe it anymore.
Uh-huh.
But
Wow.
they want to make the world a better place. Like their heart is in the right place.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of Christian organizations, it causes a lot of pain, but it seems like right now it's like they're the main source of people can find help there, and people can, receive prayer and comfort and food, and it just seems like they're doing a lot of good, and like to argue against its main theology, it just seems wrong.
Well, the irony of it all is like the Catholics root themselves back to St. Peter, and then when you look at Martin Luther and the break off of Protestantism, how they started, and their reasoning was for what it was, and it's like, how many Protestant churches do we have now?
A lot.
It's like
some can't agree on anything.
Even at the very beginning, like during the Protestant Reformation, like the first people that broke off were the Anabaptists, and it was literally only a matter of like 6 or 7 years before even the Anabaptists had splinters.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can't agree on anything.
So that
politics,
after 62 years, I'm sort of going back to Catholicism roots, because I saw so much hypocrisy as a teenager, and I just drove away from that reality one day, and then, but Shakespeare was a Catholic, Michelangelo was a Catholic. I mean, like, hello.
I don't know. I've been to a lot of churches in my life. Like, just yesterday we went to a Protestant a Christmas Eve ceremony, and then this morning we went to Mass, and it's something my grandma and I, we kind of, it's Jesus, like
there's more roots in the Catholic Church. It goes deeper. It goes into the original. It goes to the 12 apostles. It really does. I mean,
no, I hear you, and I love a good Catholic Mass. It's a delightful experience.
Yeah. It's the Old and the New Testament coming together. And what's wrong with eating my body and drinking my blood? I mean, if he can transfigure on a mountain, and if he can raise himself into heaven, and if he can be born of a virgin mother and she still stays virgin, and Holy Spirit conceived him.
Well, those are some of the things that I don't believe are true. You see what I'm saying? Like, I could see why you would have that opinion, but I just don't believe it's true.
Yeah.
It's like you grew up in the church, right? And you never saw like someone's lives change because of like how God affected them, and they become a better person, they lose addiction, they get healed, they families get like brought together, because I've seen that growing up. I've seen that in all the churches I've gone to.
Certainly I have. I've also seen it to people in other religions as well. I've worked with people that were Hindu and Muslim, and I had a friend in seminary that converted from Christianity into Islam. And for him, he couldn't get over his alcoholism, but he found that converting to Islam helped him to defeat his alcoholism. So, like, what's that?
Oh, that's interesting. Do you have any friends that stayed in the clergy that went on that you're still friends with?
Oh yeah, a bunch.
That must be interesting for the two of you. I mean, for you guys, you know what I mean?
Do they still like you, or?
Of course.
We're great friends, of course. Yeah. In fact, the one thing that's happened a lot after, because I've been online doing this for like a year and a half now, and a lot of the people that I knew previously that were in Bible college and seminary have contacted me and said, "Yeah, I haven't believed in a long time."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In fact, when I was in Bible college, we had a protocol for people who were in the process of deconstructing and dropping out of Bible college because they couldn't believe what they were learning.
Uh-huh. Wow.
Pretty common.
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. You take a society without a belief system, I don't know what kind of structure you're going to get,
Sure. I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Listen, guys, I had a delightful time conversing with you, but I've got to be up in a couple hours for work.
Yeah, time.
What was going on about the DNA something? I was like trying to listen, but then I was like, I was just like,
oh yeah, that's a wild conversation. So there's a classification of people who they think that they're Israelite for the sole reason that they are black. And then they go to the Bible and they look for anything they can find in the Bible that would lead credence to the fact that being black makes you a Hebrew. The movement is called Black Hebrew Israelite. It's getting more and more popular. I think it originated in the northeast of USA originally, but
actually Oklahoma.
Was it Oklahoma, Bert?
I wrote my rabbinic thesis on it, actually.
Oh, you did? Oh, sorry. There's another person in the chat that you guys can't hear. I apologize. But my friend Bert, who is a Jewish rabbi, is up here. And he's saying that it originated in Oklahoma.
Uh-huh. Wow.
But yeah. Listen, I'd love for you guys to come on back and have more conversations with me.
Oh, I think we will. And I'm going to try to get some good theologian Catholics to get a hold of you.
I'd love to have it.
Versus, like, I was really shocked that she had this entire page. It's like literally every single prophecy that came true, and I was just like, "This is so perfect."
Well, I came
for
out
exactly what you were talking.
I came out of Chuck Smith Calvary Chapel. I did that for years and years and years. But yeah, you probably know that. But
my first live stream ever, I didn't know what I was going to do as my live stream. And so I went through the list of 351 prophecies of Jesus, and I debunked them until I ran out of time. I think I got through like 150 of them.
Oh, wow.
But I don't do that topic as much anymore. I think I beat that horse into the ground like a year ago. So I've been trying to diversify my topics.
Okay.
We're still gonna go to church on New Year's.
Yeah, we're still gonna go, but we're gonna come back and
we might go to a Spanish Mass. Actually,
we might bring some more Catholics with us.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay.
I love it for you.
We like that you have Mass in your Christmas. Merry Christmas is Christmas.
Christ Mass. Yeah.
Christ
I
Mass.
still celebrate Christmas. This is a wonderful holiday.
Yeah,
we do too.
Take care. Nice to get to know you a little bit.
All right. Thanks for coming up. It was great talking to you both.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, guys.
Bye-bye. Cheers.
What a nice man.
Well, they were nice. I feel bad having to do that with them.
Did they? I heard the first part of it, and then when I hopped up, I couldn't, hear them anymore. Were they sad to find out some information? Is that kind of how it went?
I don't know if they were sad. I think they were intrigued.
Okay.
You could see a little bit of disbelief there, but they took everything really well.
Nice. Well, it sounded pleasant.
It was very pleasant. They were delightful. Yeah, Bert, what do you think?
Very pleasant conversation. I just wanted, the only reason I requested was for one section when you were talking about Daniel and explaining the role of I think people do not understand how cataclysmic the Babylonian exile was for Israel, and do not understand how formative it was as a moment to essentially form Judaism.
Yeah,
it's the moment it went from Israelism, meaning the sacrificial cult of Israel, to this proto-rabbinic Judaism, a nation of priests. It's the moment when the Bible is written down for the first time. It's the moment where the Mount Sinai narrative is invented. It is the moment where Israel has to come together as a people that can exist anywhere. And frankly, the Babylonian population of Jews, the Jewish population in Babylon existed until the Shah fell. I mean, this is 2,500 years of Jewish presence in Persia, Babylon, Persia, then Iran. I think, like, if you look at Isaiah 53, right, Daniel 9 or whatever, and really like Jeremiah 39 and Psalm 137, I think, you start to see a fuller picture of what people were scared of, and then why they were scared of those things, why they were scared of this happening again. I think, like, if you look at it from an anthropological sense as opposed to a religious sense, like, it's some like really fascinating history of a very minor empire. Like, there's no reason, like, nobody should care about Israel. You're like, the Babylonians and the Egyptians are like the LA Dodgers and the San Francisco Giants. The Israelites are like the Columbus Clippers.
Right.
I mean, they're nobodies. And the fact that everybody wants to be them, to your point, is just bonkers to me.
Yeah, it really is. Well, Bert, I really appreciate the word. And I think one of the hard things for Christians is they're so unfamiliar with the ancient Near Eastern context and the history of Israel. It can be easy to open the Old Testament and just kind of do pareidolia. Just find Jesus where Jesus isn't really there, you know?
You mean eisegesis? I see Jesus?
That's exactly it. I love it. That was great. I can't believe I've never heard that before.
I think I invented it, so
I love it. I might use it again if you don't mind.
It's yours. It's yours. Consider me your ghostwriter.
Thank you so much, Bert. Appreciate that. All right, guys, I'm going to grab some super chats, and then we've got to talk about Sarah's channel, okay?
Thanks, Justin. Thank you, Sarah. Take it easy.
Thank you so much, Bert. Great to see you. Come back soon.
And you. Thanks.
Lil Rose says, who do that hoodoo like you do? Another good rhyme from the chat. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And then I apologize. There's going to be some comments about the Black Hebrew Israelite that was here. Too Easy, thank you so much for becoming a member of the Kraken Crew Elite. You have access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet now. And Zach, Big W, thank you so much for the $19.99 super chat. It says, please debate Wes Huff. He's their champion apologist right now. I agree. He is the champion, but I don't know if people realize this. Wes Huff isn't debating atheists. I don't know why people keep thinking he's going to debate me. He doesn't debate atheists. He does like standard Christian apologetic videos, but he's not really on the debate scene. Most likely, I'll never be able to line up a debate with him. But if you guys know a way of doing it, get me lined up. I'll debate him. Jesus Lied, read the Bible. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, this woman has done no studying or research, but wants to tell everyone else who has done research where they're wrong. I think we persuaded her, though. I think we brought her back around. I could be wrong. I think we did bring her back around. But Yoda4, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, if you don't build the moat, you will be smote. Yeah, that's another good one. I like that one. No moat, you get smote. Oh my goodness. Jake, thank you for the $5 super chat. Sacrificing yourself isn't much of a sacrifice if you're immortal. Yeah, we've brought that up many times before. Listen, if God is God and he knows he's going to be resurrected, he knows that he's immortal, he can't really die, then I'm not really impressed that he chose to hang on a cross for, not even a full day. Right? Wasn't even there for a full day. He went to the ground. He was in the ground for like a day and a half to 2 days. Then he was up again. He was fine. It's like a bad hangover. It's fine. But Pascal's wager. Thank you, Benji, for the $5 super chat. Pascal's wager. There are other hells and other religions that are real according to their beliefs. That's true. Like Pascal's wager could be applied, and Sarah does this masterfully. It could be applied to Islam. We could be wrong about Islam. We could all be going to Islam hell, right? But Benji, again with a $5 chat, says, many Protestants born-agains believe all these Catholics aren't saved either. Sorry, but the Catholic Church is a criminal organization. How many boys again? Yeah, you're not wrong. Listen, they diddled and did some horrible things. I actually know people that were abused by Catholic priests. It's not pretty. And we got 2 more super chats. Jake, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. If the God of the Bible is not a God of confusion, why has his book sparked centuries of it? Actually, I think we kind of touched on this a little bit before, but yeah, it's weird to me that, God was a failed communicator. Like he just couldn't get his point across. Like, how is it that a perfect God is going to communicate in a way that's so imperfect? And you need to go to school and get degrees in this field of study to know what the Bible really says. Wild. Dex, with the $2 super chat, says, the conversation will make a great A+ guest. Or will make a great clip, A+ guest. I agree. That's definitely going to be clipped. The last guest was delightful to speak to. We'll definitely be clipping that and putting it on the YouTube page. Because I don't want to just put up clips of me cooking people on slavery. I want to put up the good conversations too. But Sarah, you had a video that took off a little bit over the last day or two, didn't you?
I did. And guess who was my guest?
I have no idea. So for those who don't know, Sarah is on YouTube now. If you're following me on YouTube or on TikTok and you're not following Sarah, I implore you to find Sarah on YouTube. It's at Leaving Faith on YouTube, the same as it is here on TikTok. and we're trying to get her up to 1,000 followers and over 300 watch hours, which means she just posted a 1-hour video, I think 20 hours ago now. And that means we need everybody watching this to go and watch that video, watch it for the full hour. Even if you just put it on the background on your phone and let it play for an hour, we need to get her over 3,000 watch hours so that we can get her channel monetized finally. And we can make it so that she can live stream on YouTube and enjoy the super chats and getting some conversation from the audience, because TikTok's going away and we got to migrate everything over to YouTube because, TikTok's TikTok. But so if you're not following Sarah, please do, and go watch her videos. They're amazing videos. Most of you already know her here on TikTok, so there's no reason not to follow her on YouTube.
Well, and if you love Justin, the video that we have is Justin and I together doing a reaction. So yeah, if you can just come over to my channel to watch Justin.
I would imagine that it'd be better for everyone to watch Sarah, since you already heard all of my talking points before. But with that, we should go raid somebody. But is anybody alive right now?
I have no idea. I was live earlier, and I was surprised you were still on when I quit.
Well, I wasn't going to be live this late, but the problem is I had those guests on here, and they were being very nice, very kind, very, very good to talk to. And I thought we were having a very fruitful and a positive discussion, and I didn't want to cut it short. And they waited, so they were having some connection issues. I told them that if they come back, I can bring them to the front of the queue, and I'll bring them back in again. So they left, and they waited for like 2 hours in the queue. And it's like, I got to take them. They waited all this time, and I told them that I would take them. So I took them back, and it was a great conversation. Loved every minute of it. So
that's awesome.
Yeah. But anyone who is on the stream right now, let me check the comments. Who's live right now that we can go raid? Thinker and Mezzo? Let's go raid Mezzo. We haven't done Mezzo in a while, guys. Let's go raid Mezzo's live. Give me a second to see if I can get him on the screen real quick. Most of you already know Mezzo, but give me one moment, and I'm going to get Mezzo's stuff up here on the screen. Also, Scott Duff, thank you for the 666. Over Venmo, Scott says, applying every religion and denomination to Pascal's wager, you're 3 times more likely to be struck by lightning than choose the right one. That's fair. That is fair. All right, give me a second. I got to log into my my YouTube account or my TikTok account online, but I need my security code or whatever they call it, the 2-factor authentication code off my phone.
Well, while you're doing that, can I just point out how delightful this lamp is?
What a great lamp. Where did you get that? Is that your parents?
I'm at my parents' house. They've had it for decades. I don't know. Forever.
W Ducks. From a distance, it does look a little bit X-rated, though. It does look like one of those ducks is mounted upon the other.
No. Oh, actually, wait. They're a little family. There's 3 of them.
Are they though? All right, guys. For those who are not following Mezzo, let me grab his content. There we go. He's live right now. I want to put him up on the screen. There we go. There's Mezzo's live. Let me zoom in. He's live right now on Mezzo_WS. Let's bump those numbers up. Looks like he's got a huge debate tonight. He's up over 450 people already.
Wow.
Let's pump his live stream up and give him a good old Justin raid. I'll be over there in just a minute, guys, and we'll get his live going. Should be fun. But Sarah, thanks for coming up. Sorry we didn't have any time to bite into any of the guests from TikTok.
No worries. No, thanks for letting me hang out for a little bit.
That's right. Actually, we'll be live again. What is today? Is today Wednesday?
Today's Thursday.
Thursday. Oh shoot! So I'm live again tomorrow. Today's Thursday.
Today's Thursday.
When did it become Thursday?
Oh, well.
Oh, Thursday now.
Oh, now it's Thursday. I was just looking at my watch. Yeah, today was Wednesday,
right?
But technically now
it's Thursday. Okay. Yeah. All right, I gotta go to work. I don't think I'll be live Thursday night, but I should be live again Friday night. So everyone go watch Sarah Thursday night if she's live.
Oh my God.
All right, guys. We love you. We'll see you again very shortly. Have a great post Christmas Boxing Day. There we go. Have a great Boxing Day, and get some of your holiday shopping done for the post Christmas goodies. Everything's marked down half off.